Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 361. In the White Tiger Tribe, Chief Bai, sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber of his chieftain's mansion, heard a rapid buzzing sound from his waist. He looked down and saw it was a message from his superior, the Shangguan tribe. A spell was cast into the message, and with a humming sound, he listened to the message. Chief Bai was visibly stunned. This, the thunder tribulation that struck the Osprey tribe several years ago. It wasn't caused by Chief Bai's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, but a world-destroying thunder tribulation. The Osprey tribe is gone. Chief Bai remained silent for a long time. When he saw the thunder tribulation, he had assumed that Chief Bai had successfully transcended the tribulation, attained the Golden Core stage, and had therefore retreated to recuperate, thus cutting off contact with the outside world. He never imagined that the Osprey tribe had been annihilated by the Fu family. After calming down, Chief Bai immediately convened the Council of Elders. When the Shangguan tribe's conscription order was mentioned, the elders present suddenly began to buzz with discussion. Chief, since the Fu family can destroy the Osprey tribe, if we rashly attack them, wouldn't that be? Isn't that clearly courting death? In the Kunlun small world. Although they had made some gains, many Zifu had also died there. If another storm came, the tribe would be in jeopardy. Chief Bai knocked on the table and said, according to the Shangguan tribe's intelligence, there's only one Purple Mansion early stage guardian in Yangang Mountain right now. The Fu family's head is currently in Wanning Market, Wainan Prefecture. Furthermore, this attack on Yangang Mountain will not only involve us, but the Shangguan tribe will also send 3 Purple Mansion guardians. The Shangguan tribe's 5th and 7th elders will be in charge of the main battle formation. The Shangguan tribe has promised, after we capture Yangang Mountain, they'll take 50% of the treasures in the warehouse. However, the 3rd grade, top grade spiritual vein in Yangang Mountain will be split equally between us and the Shangguan tribe. In the future, we can use Yangang Mountain as a base to drive out the several aristocratic families that have taken root in the Great Zhou from the eastern wilderness and reclaim our territory. The offer seemed generous, but it was all show and no substance. The Fu family had only recently occupied Yangang Mountain, and their most valuable possessions were the spiritual fields. However, they were still young, and the spiritual flowers and herbs they cultivated were certainly not yet mature. The Fu family wasn't stupid. Yangang Mountain wasn't their headquarters, so how could they possibly have treasure stored in the warehouse? So, after glancing around, no one seemed willing to join the fight. Instead, he whispered, Chief, if we send troops against the Fu family, will the Luo family use this as an excuse to wipe us out like they did with the Golden Toad tribe? I think we should reconsider this. The risks outweigh the benefits. Chief Bai, knowing full well, sighed, we are a subordinate faction of the Shangguan tribe. Since the call has been issued, we must obey. Instead of complaining, we should consider who would be the most suitable to send, the Shangguan tribe. The purple mansions on either side of the meeting hall suddenly became a hornet's nest of activity due to Chief Shangguan's message. After everyone finished speaking, Chief Shangguan raised his hand and said calmly, since the call doesn't specify what purple mansion level forces are required, in my opinion, this expedition to Yangang Mountain emphasizes participation. Therefore, the top 3 elders who will go to the battlefield are those who have practiced the secret art of escape. What do you think? It's not about risking your lives. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked to the left at the 3 heroes of the Heavenly Wolf. They practiced a combined martial art, their combined combat power rivaling that of a peak Purple Mansion cultivator. Even if defeated, they could employ secret techniques to escape. They were the perfect match. A few days later, in a peach forest 50 miles from Yangang Mountain, the 7th elder of Shangguan looked up to check the time, his brows furrowed slightly. 5th brother, it's almost time for the appointment, and the Heavenly Wolf and White Tiger tribes haven't shown up yet. They really don't take us seriously. They're the subordinate tribes, yet they're waiting for them here in advance. This is outrageous. The 5th elder remained calm. A moment later, a gentle breeze blew from the east and west, and 6 people, one after another, fell into the peach forest. The 7th elder of Changsheng scanned the area with his spiritual sense and frowned. Of the 3 people sent by the Heavenly Wolf tribe, only one was in the late purple mansion stage, the others were in the middle purple mansion stage. The same was true for the white tiger tribe. As if by agreement, the 2 tribes clearly didn't want to contribute. The 7th elder snorted coldly. At this time, the 5th elder also opened his eyes from meditation, and saw the 6 people gathered. He waved his sleeves, and a scroll suddenly floated in the air. The scroll opened, and it was the terrain of Yangang Mountain. A spell was cast into it, and a white light shield suddenly rose from the terrain map. The 5th elder said, "There is only one purple mansion of the Fu family in Yangang Mountain. However, the protective magic circle in the mountain is running at full speed. If you attack by force, someone will inevitably be injured. I have a plan. When we get to Yangang Mountain, the 6 of you will attack the Tiangan position of the formation together. This is where the eye of the yin and yang formation is adjusted. Under brute force attacks, it will inevitably become unstable. Then the 7th and I will take the opportunity to open the life gate. In this way, we can successfully attack Yangang Mountain." It doesn't sound like a big threat. The other 6 bowed and said, "We will follow the 5th elder's orders." Clearly, the 5th elder of Changsheng hadn't been idle during his years of entrenched in Yangang Mountain. He had thoroughly studied the Fu family's mountain protecting formation. No wonder the enemy didn't emphasize the Purple Mansion's combat power when issuing the battle order. The 5th elder saw it as simply a matter of breaking the formation and using the 2 major tribes. The 5th elder was confident of victory. With a single command, the 8 of them rushed towards Yangang Mountain at breakneck speed. The Yangang Mountain Council Hall. Yang Fei smiled as Fu Yonggai emerged from retreat, saying, very good, Brother Yi, you've successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion at such a young age. You can expect to achieve Golden Core in the future. Uncle Fei, you're too kind." Fu Yonggai had come out of retreat intending to report the good news to Fu Changsheng, but was told that he had already left Yangang Mountain. Fu Yonggai bowed and said, "Uncle Fei, my nephew has been in the eastern wilderness for over a decade. Since Yangang Mountain is peaceful, I'm thinking of returning to my fiefdom in Yuncheng County. King Ru sent word that my son is getting married on the 15th of this month, and as a father, I have to go back." Yang Fei was hesitant at first. After all, the 7th and 5th elders of Changsheng were still waiting outside the mountain. But then, remembering Fu Changsheng's earlier message that Choiao had been dispatched with troops, and judging by the time, they should be arriving soon, he smiled and said, "Marriage is a major event in life. You should go back." He patted his storage bag. A white box with plum blossom patterns floated towards Fu Changsheng. "This is a gift for my nephew, please pass it on for me." The 2 talked for a while. When Yang Fei stood up to see Fu Yonggai out, he suddenly heard a rapid buzzing sound from his waist. A spell was cast, and an anxious voice came from inside. "Elder Yang, it's not good. The 2 elders of Changsheng are leading 6 purple mansions from the White Tiger tribe and the Heavenly Wolf tribe to attack us." "What?" Yang Fei's face changed. He said that there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. When they discovered those 2 old guys from the Changsheng tribe, they should have sent troops to kill them directly. Now, 8 purple mansions came at once. "Brother Yi, you must quickly go to the exit of life, quickly." After speaking, Yang Fei dodged several times and in a flash, he was at the center of the Tiangan formation. This was the key to breaking the formation. Simultaneously, he slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A communication jade talisman landed on his palm. He infused a spell, and the talisman hummed and illuminated with a spiritual light. After speaking a few words quickly, he swept his consciousness and saw 6 purple mansions circling above the Tiangan formation. "God damn it, little bear. Kill them." The combined force of the 6 was simply beyond his ability to withstand. As he finished speaking, a roar echoed from the back mountain. Then, a huge monster roared out, spreading an icy aura, turning everything it passed into frost. At the same time, above the Tiangan formation, the 6 Heavenly Wolf, White Tiger, and others exchanged glances, then formed hand seals. 6 streams of magical energy converged, and with a bang, they transformed into a celestial staff dozens of feet in diameter, striking directly at the heavenly stem. Rumbling, the formation's light shield surged. Suddenly, a hawk materialized, Fearless, charging against the wind, its claws slashing, colliding with the celestial staff. Boom, sparks flew. A powerful gust of air swept across, shattering the surrounding rocks. Chu, though fearless, the hawk could only withstand the combined attack of the six for a moment. The next moment, with a bang and a frustrated cry, it instantly disintegrated. The celestial staff's momentum continued unabated. It continued its swift march towards the heavenly stem. Boom! The celestial staff slammed into the light shield, causing it to tremble violently. There was a faint sign of cracking. Seal it, Yang Fei roared fiercely, pouring a torrent of magical power into the formation. Boom! A brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky, transforming into a series of shields guarding the sky above the Tiangan position. He knew that if the Tiangan position was breached, the entire protective formation of Yan'an Mountain would be thrown into chaos, and the Fu family would be left without a barrier. Crackling. Shield after shield collapsed. The Changsheng staff was about to strike the Tiangan position. A critical moment. Roar, the ice bear, rushing from the back mountain, arrived just in time. Its body radiated an icy aura, and with every step it took, a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. With a furious roar, the ice bear slammed its palms, sending two massive ice walls hurtling towards the Changsheng staff. Bang! The ice walls collided with the Changsheng staff again, sending shards of ice flying and magical power gushing forth. The ice bear's attack sent the six people in the air reeling back several steps, their faces filled with disbelief. This is a peak level 3rd level spiritual pet. A chill shuddered in their hearts. They hadn't expected the Fu family to conceal such a formidable force within the Yan'an Mountains. The three Xianlang heroes narrowed their eyes slightly. Everyone, the Fu family can't be left alone. This wasn't a matter of profit, it was that if the Fu family continued to flourish in the Yan'an Mountains, their Xianlang and White Tiger tribes would soon follow the footsteps of the Osprey tribe. They had to take advantage of Fu Changsheng's absence to clip the Fu family's wings. Furthermore, the peak level 3rd level ice bear was also full of treasures. Without holding back, the six of them simultaneously formed hand seals, pouring surging mana into the Changsheng staff. With a rumbling hum, the Changsheng staff's light grew even more dazzling, becoming over 3 times thicker than before. Simultaneously, they fiercely smashed down towards the Xianqian position. Roar, the force was almost as powerful as the strongest attack of a fake pill cultivator. Fear filled the ice bear's eyes. He quickly opened his mouth, and his demonic core burst forth from his body, accompanied by a surge of white light. A nearly 100-foot-tall pillar of ice shot up into the sky, meeting the Changsheng staff. Bang, bang, bang. The two forces collided. Sparks flew. The icicles and the Changsheng staff shattered into pieces. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. At the same time, the 5th and 7th elders of Xian'an, taking advantage of the chaos in the Xianqian position, had already arrived at the formation's life gate. They quickly formed seals with their hands, and obscure runes flew out from their hands, attacking the protective magic circle at the life gate. The magic circle at the life gate flickered with light and emitted a series of sizzling sounds, as if trying its best to resist the two people's attacks. Old man, don't be so presumptuous. Fu Yonggai, who arrived in time, saw this. His pupils shrank, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. A purple light shot out from his hands and attacked the 5th and 7th elders. HMPH, a mere early purple mansion cultivator dares to stop us. 5th brother, you focus on breaking the formation, I'll handle this brat. The 7th elder of Xian'an hadn't expected the Fu family to actually conceal a purple mansion cultivator. However, seeing the other cultivator was merely an early purple mansion cultivator, he dismissed him completely. With a cold snort, he waved his hands, and a golden shield appeared before him. With a clang, it easily blocked Fu Yongai's attack. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals again. Boy, you refuse to take the path to heaven, and you insist on forcing your way through hell. Prepare to die. With that, a black flame swept toward Fu Yonggai. Wherever the flame passed, the surrounding air sizzled, a scorching sound. Strange fire. Fu Yonggai was startled. He had seen the power of strange fire before, even in his own father. He knew he was no match for it, but he couldn't retreat. Behind him lay the Fu family's lifeline. If that path were breached, the Fu family would be doomed. He gritted his teeth. A chapter slammed into his chest, and a ball of blood spurted out. As he clenched his fingers, the blood transformed into bloody mist and landed with a thud. Simultaneously, a rumble. The ground trembled. From beneath the earth, huge rocks rose up. Shrouded in the bloody mist, faint runes flickered. In an instant, it transformed into a blood wall several dozen feet high, blocking the path to salvation. Boom! Black flames descended upon the blood wall. The blood wall sizzled, and the blood-colored runes on it were continuously burned. The seventh elder of Changsheng snorted coldly, trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating your own strength. With a thought, a continuous stream of black flames descended upon the blood wall. The blood wall resisted for a moment, then collapsed with a bang. Suffering the backlash, Fu Yonggai groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the 8 diagrams formation plate in the hands of the fifth elder of Changsheng illuminated with a brilliant aura. With a bang, the aura landed upon the path to salvation. The next moment, a crackling sound. The light barrier enveloping Yangang Mountain suddenly collapsed. The formation is broken. The seventh elder of Changsheng let out a sinister laugh. He raised his arms and shouted, "Kill! Save Fu Yongxun, spare no one from the Fu family." He rushed in first. At that moment, his expression changed. He looked down and saw a strange vine suddenly erupt from the ground. Before he could react, the vine pierced through his abdomen. In the next instant, the once complacent seventh elder of Changsheng was instantly sucked into a skeleton. The skeleton trembled slightly and dissipated into a pile of white ash. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Seventh elder, the fifth elder of Changsheng cried out in agony, and with lightning speed, the Bagua formation plate in his hand shot towards the skeleton vine. Boom! At that moment, a water cage fell from the sky. The Bagua formation plate was blown away by the water wall and rolled back. The fifth elder of Changsheng's pupils shrank. Not far from him, a mysterious water beast soared into the sky. With a roar, the water cage trembled slightly, and a whirring sound echoed through the air. Instantly, arrows shot out from it, pelting the trapped Changsheng fifth elder. Damn it! The fifth elder could no longer maintain his composure. He poured his magical power into the Bagua formation. A Bagua talisman hovered before him, clanging and deflecting the incoming arrows. Retreat! He had no intention of fighting again. Out of the corner of his eye, he also caught a glimpse of a late-stage third-level flying feather beast appearing in the Tiangan area, along with 2 third-level corpse puppets, a female purple mansion cultivator, a peak-level third-level ice bear, and 2 other Fu family purple mansion cultivators. 6 people from the Xianlang and White Tiger tribes were surrounded, and the Tiangan area was completely defeated. Wait for them to withdraw their hands. He was the next person to be dealt with. The Fu family, just wait. The fifth elder of Changsheng gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, instantly crushing the small teleportation talisman in his hand. However, at this moment, the mysterious water beast demon core shut out. A misty aura condensed and enveloped the fifth elder of Changsheng, blocking the teleportation power. Damn it! The fifth elder panicked. At the same time, the previously vanished skeleton demon vine pierced through his feet with lightning speed. Boom! In an instant, the fifth elder of Changsheng was sucked dry. Elsewhere, the 3 heroes of Xianlang glimpsed the fifth and seventh elders of Changsheng in a flash, their pupils shrinking. They exchanged glances and quickly formed hand seals. Blood stained the 3 of them, and with a bang, they transformed into bloody mist that vanished in all directions. However, the next moment, bang, bang, bang. All the blood threads rolled back, but Xiao summoned the formation diagram the moment she arrived. Blood gathered, and the 3 heroes of the Heavenly Wolf stumbled out. The 6 gathered again. Everyone, if we don't fight now, we will all die here today. Too late. Yao rode the wind and cast a spell in the air. The formation diagram flashed, and then clouds and mist rose below, instantly separating the 6 figures. Looking around, they found their surroundings had changed drastically, and they were all in different areas. What a powerful illusion formation, the thought had just occurred. In less than 10 breaths, the 6 were swarmed by the Fu family and annihilated one by one. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted less than half an incense stick. Yao, it's a good thing you arrived in time. Yang Fei's face relaxed. If Yao hadn't brought so many high-level fighters with her, Yangang Mountain would have been undefendable today. The spiritual fields and spiritual objects they had cultivated for decades would be lost to others. Yao looked at the corpses on the ground with a hint of worry. Grandpa Fei, let's clean up the battlefield first and restore the mountain protection formation. The Changsheng tribe was responsible for the attack on Yangang Mountain. recruiting both the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes. The latter was fine, as they were only from the Purple Mansion tribe, but if they were targeted by the Cheyenne tribe, it would be troublesome, as they possessed a golden core strength. Yang Fei glanced around and whispered, "Yao, the Cheyenne tribe's attack on Yan'an Mountain appears to be targeting Yongsun." He then repeated the exact words shouted by the seventh elder of Cheyenne when the formation was broken. Yao was surprised. Yongsun was her mother's son. After being brought back from Jingzhou, he had been raised in the family mansion. He usually stayed indoors. His first trip out in years was to Yan'an Mountain with his father. Logically, Yongsun had no chance of contact with the outside world. But why did the Cheyenne tribe specifically demand Yongsun's capture? Yao was skeptical. "Grandpa Fei, we need to tell father about this as soon as possible. Yongsun must be hiding some secret." But only father knew. Also, Yongsun can't stay in Yan'an Mountain any longer. The next time the Cheyenne tribe attacks, it won't just be 8 purple mansions. We need to send her back to her fiefdom in Jingzhou immediately. Father will make the arrangements. Okay, then who will be responsible for escorting Yongsun back? While the people of the Cheyenne tribe haven't reacted yet, we can have the Fiyu beast lead them. With their speed, they won't be able to catch up. Okay, I'll go inform Yongsun right away. Fu Yongsun had been in seclusion since returning from Osprey Mountain, and Yang Fei quickly set to work. Yao no longer hesitated and began repairing the damaged formation. Elsewhere, Fu Yongyu also gathered the corpse storage bag from the ground. Gurgle, meanwhile, the skeleton demon vine was wrapping around the 3 heavenly wolf heroes, trying to devour them again, but Fu Yongxiao stopped him. "Little skeleton, you can't eat them. These are top-quality corpse puppet materials. You've already devoured 2. Leave these 6 to me. I'll save them for you next time I find better ones." This time, Yao also brought along 2 third-level corpse puppets from the tribe. As the tribe's only third-level puppeteer, Fu Yongxiao naturally followed suit. With incredible agility, he had already collected the 3 corpses from the White Tiger tribe. Gurgle, the skeleton demon vine exerted its force. It broke free from Fu Yongxiao. The vines penetrated directly into the bodies of the 3 heroes of the Heavenly Wolf, devouring them completely in a breath. What a waste of natural resources. Fu Yongxiao was heartbroken. Such good materials, as long as they were carefully refined and cultivated for more than 10 years, would become 3 third-level combatants. It was such a pity. Fu Yongyu smiled and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Brother Shou, Yan'an Mountain is in need of high-level combatants right now. The skeleton demon vine may be able to break through to the peak of the 3rd level after refining these 3 corpses, if that were true. Counting the ice bear, Yan'an Mountain is protected by 2 peak-level purple mansion combatants. If it weren't for the arrival of the golden core. Otherwise, no one would be able to break through the mountain gate." As he spoke, buzz! The skeleton demon vine emanated a terrifying aura, and the original vine's roots had actually sprouted new branches. This, Fu Yongyu turned his head to glance at the ice bear lying beside him. The skeleton demon vine's aura now emanated was surprisingly identical to the ice bear's. This skeleton demon vine had truly broken through to the peak of the 3rd stage. Fu Yongyu was stunned. This demon vine's transformation ability is too incredible. However, this was a good thing. Yao, who was repairing the broken formation plate of the Shianqian position, turned to Fu Yongyu and said, "Brother Shitao, please help me see if there is any Changsheng stone in the storage bag of the 5th Elder of Cheyenne." The 5th Elder of Cheyenne was a 3rd-grade Supreme Formation Master, just 1 step away from the 4th stage. Otherwise, the formation would not be easily broken. Fu Yongyu responded. His consciousness sank into the black and white patterned storage bag. Inside, he found almost exclusively formation manuals and materials. There were also hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones and a few thousand low-grade spirit stones scattered around. These mid-grade spirit stones were clearly intended for formation deployment. These spirit stones and materials arrived just in time. A moment later, he found the Changsheng stone in a white, wood-grained box. "Yao, here you go." Fu Yongyu tossed the Changsheng stone to Yao and placed the collected mid-grade spirit stones in various recesses throughout the formation. He summoned Fu Yongxiao to help with the inventory while he counted his haul. 8 purple mansion storage bags, containing nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was a considerable income. Furthermore, they had uncovered numerous elixirs and herbs, almost all of them third-tier spiritual items. For those of the clan who had just reached the Purple Mansion, this was undoubtedly a great tonic. Besides that, there was also the combined Heavenly Wolf primordial merit practiced by the 3 Heavenly Wolf heroes, along with the accompanying blood escape secret technique. Almost all of them were of the 5th level of the Profound Realm, significantly enriching the family's treasury. Huh? What is this? Finally, they unearthed a dark iron. It looked ordinary, yet it exuded a subtle, ancient aura. Fu Yonggai hesitated, then made no move. He quickly sealed it in a box and placed it in the vault. In this battle, they seized over 10,000 imperial merit points alone, not to mention millions of spirit stones and other spiritual items. Fu Yongxiao, for the first time, felt the bountiful benefits of war and, with some excitement, looked towards the White Tiger tribe. Brother Shitao, if we can conquer White Tiger Mountain and Heavenly Wolf Mountain, wouldn't our Fu family's strength skyrocket? The greater the benefit, the greater the risk. Fu Yonggai preferred to keep his feet on the ground. Who wants to be caught in the midst of war when they can live in peace? Suddenly, a demonic wind rose from the back mountain. A flying feather beast, carrying Fu Yongxun, sped away from Yannan Mountain, heading back to Dazhao. In a hidden cave in the distance, a figure quickly recorded the scene with a photopod. White Tiger Tribe. Chief Bai slammed his palm on Gixiang's table and said in a muffled voice, "The Fu family boy is quite capable." It seemed that only one Purple Mansion remained in Yannan Mountain. In reality, they had deployed numerous combat forces, including a peak-level 3rd-level ice bear. Unknowingly, the Fu family had grown into a behemoth rivaling their own before their very eyes. If they continued to allow their development to continue, wouldn't they soon follow in the footsteps of the Yannan tribe? Second Elder, send a message to the Xianlang tribe immediately and arrange a meeting at Kitain Mountain. At this moment, if the 2 tribes didn't unite, they would soon be devoured by the Fu family without a trace left. Chapter 362. 100 miles from Jingzhou City. A green dragon soared through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Fu Changsheng sat upright on the green dragon. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved, and his eyes suddenly opened. A spell struck the Shadow Gate mask, which had been upgraded to yellow. A line of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. Master, the Xianlang tribe led the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes to attack Yannan Mountain and demanded the capture of Yongxun alive. After hearing the message from Wu Yangfei, Fu Changsheng's heart tightened. Fortunately, he was worried and sent Yao with many combat forces to Yannan Mountain, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The Xianlang tribe actually demanded the capture of Yongxun alive. Could they have made a new discovery in Osprey Mountain? It must be. Otherwise, Yongxun had never had any contact with the outside world. They couldn't specifically target Yongxun alive. If that's the case, Yongxun isn't fit to remain in Jingzhou. The border between Great Zhou and Eastern Wilds is actually in Jingzhou. As long as they stay away from Jingzhou, the Eastern Wilds tribe's golden cores won't cross the border into Great Zhou territory, thus ensuring Yongxun's safety. Without a target, the Xianlang tribe shouldn't go on the rampage like a mad dog. However, this isn't a long-term solution. The Xianlang tribe, according to previous intelligence, the Xianlang tribe possesses a secret teleportation array that can teleport to the South China Sea. This tribe must be captured, no matter what. Of course, not now. He has plenty of time, he can always find the right opportunity. As soon as the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, your foresight saved a key family stronghold. Earn 5,000 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 18,300. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. A few thousand more should be enough to complete the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art. The thought had just fallen. Another mechanical voice rang out, "Ling, your spirit pet, the skeleton demon vine, has reached peak rank 3. This adds a peak Purple Mansion warrior to your clan, and you've earned 700 family contribution points. The skeleton demon vine has reached peak rank 3. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Judging by the system rewards, each spirit pet that reaches peak rank 3 seems to receive an additional bonus." The contribution points displayed on the dashboard have changed to 19,000. At this moment, the outline of Jingzhou City came into view. As the largest city in Jingzhou and the center of the greatest concentration of power, a towering city wall could be seen from afar. A large Purple Mansion renovation, rarely seen in Huainan Prefecture, was not uncommon here. The power structure in Jingzhou City is complex, with intertwined forces. He must remain low-key. His purpose in coming to Jingzhou City was to purchase some talismans and other life-saving trump cards at the auction to participate in the upcoming Shadow Sect Outer Disciple selection. He also wanted to gather information about the forces within the territory to prepare for his clan's promotion to the 7th rank. The city gate was just around the corner. Fu Changsheng patted the green dragon's head. Zhao King immediately understood, and a green light flashed, transforming into a large ring that landed on Fu Changsheng's right thumb. Fu Changsheng adjusted his robes, then, riding the wind, descended from the air and walked towards the city gate. The gate was heavily guarded, with several armored cultivators checking passers-by. Behind the guards, 2 late-stage purple mansion cultivators sat cross-legged in the void. As expected of Jingzhou City, Fu Changsheng sighed. In the remote prefectures and counties of Huainan Prefecture, late-stage purple mansion cultivators would be ancestral guardians, yet in Jingzhou City, they were merely gatekeepers. At the city gate, a 10-foot-tall spiritual mirror stood. Fu Changsheng glanced at it, realizing that no matter what disguise, nothing could escape the spiritual mirror. He immediately felt a sense of awe for Jingzhou City and presented his family token. Seeing this, the guard looked up at Fu Changsheng with a hint of surprise. After years of guard in the city, this was the first time he'd seen anyone from Huainan Prefecture, besides the Luo family, come to Jingzhou City. Clan leader Fu, are you staying here permanently, or just stopping by? While waiting in line, Fu Changsheng had figured it out. Jingzhou City issues pass tokens based on how long you've lived there, and different tokens carry different fees. The selection for Shadow Sect's outer disciples was imminent. He definitely wouldn't be staying in Jingzhou City long, so he immediately said, 1 month, he had seized spirit stones. After entering the city, behind him, the guards whispered, the Wanning Chamber of Commerce is really good at promoting this auction. Even the remote Fu family has rushed to join in the fun. Hey, Brother Wu, don't talk about the Fu family. If I weren't ineligible, I'd also like to go in and see the excitement. This auction only happens once every 100 years. It's said that even auxiliary spiritual objects for condensing golden elixirs will appear at the auction. Such a grand occasion, if I were lucky enough to participate, I'd have more confidence to brag about it later. Yeah, I heard there's an abandoned cave auction, but I don't know if it's true. Fu Changsheng listened, and his anticipation grew. Walking across the long arched bridge, a rich spiritual energy suddenly hit him. He sensed it and found that the spiritual energy here was comparable to the spiritual vein of the Taikyu Mountains in their Yunshan County fiefdom. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This was just an ordinary street outside. This showed that Jingzhou City must be built on a large spiritual vein of the 4th grade or higher. Glancing at both sides of the street, he saw numerous shops, with cultivators bustling about, creating a bustling atmosphere. If we could occupy a shop in the city, we'd definitely make a killing. With more and more members of the clan achieving the Purple Palace, the resources of Huainan Prefecture were no longer sufficient to support the Fu family's cultivation. Even if they couldn't immediately purchase a shop, renting one would be excellent. At least they could collect the high-level spiritual objects they needed. However, as he continued forward, he discovered that the Luo family, who had already ascended to the 6th rank, only occupied a tiny shop in the corner of West Street. Jingzhou City truly is a place of hidden talents. Although Jingzhou was impoverished, it was still a prefecture under the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty. He wondered if there was a nascent soul true lord ruling Jingzhou. Senior, is this your first time in Jingzhou City? I grew up there and know the prices of every treasure in the city's shops. Would you like a guide? I can definitely get you what you need at the lowest market price. Fu Changsheng lowered his eyes. He saw a young man looking at him eagerly. The young man was only at the initial stage of key refining, and his understanding of the world was probably just the basics. No need. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Here's a topographical map of Jingzhou City. Perhaps you can use it. I drew it myself, and it's free. The young man, Huzi, pulled a map from his pocket and handed it to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng took it and tossed him 10 spirit stones. Huzi was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Thank you for the reward, senior. The once-a-century auction was just around the corner, and countless cultivators were entering Jingzhou City. The topographic maps he had given out were either discarded after a short while or simply accepted with a thank you. but those willing to give spirit stones like this senior were rare. Huzi excitedly stuffed the spirit stones into his storage bag. Senior, you are going to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce to participate in the auction. The Chamber of Commerce is in Lane 16, East Street. I have accepted your spirit stones, so it is my duty to show you the way. As he spoke, without waiting for Fu Changsheng to speak, he walked ahead and took the initiative to lead the way. Pointing to the shops on either side, he briefly explained who owned them and what they sold. His voice was eloquent and gentle, and though he chatted constantly, it didn't cause any discomfort. Senior, turn left ahead and you'll find Alley 16. This entire alley belongs to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. The 6-story palace next to it is the Wanhu residence of the Zhenshi division. The alley on the right is constantly shrouded in formations, making it inaccessible to outsiders. It's extremely mysterious, and I wonder who lives there. Upon reaching this point, Huzi's voice dropped considerably. The cultivators passing by were quiet, but all the shops in Alley 16 were packed, more bustling and lively than the other streets. Fu Changsheng glanced around and saw that these shops sold items covering almost every aspect of cultivation. If the Fu family rented any shops, their chances of survival in this city would be extremely high. In the center of the alley stood a 4-story palace. Huzi whispered, the palace of the Zhenshi division is 6 stories high, and the city lord's mansion is 8. Apart from these two, the tallest building is the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. All other shops are limited to 2 stories. This is a symbol of power. However, it's unknown what kind of power is behind the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Huzi whispered, Senior, the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's auction is on the 3rd floor. However, to enter the 3rd floor, you must first register on the 1st floor. In addition to your ticket, you must also pay a deposit. Fu Changsheng nodded and entered the Chamber of Commerce hall. He saw a long line at the front desk. All of them were there to participate in the auction, but they were all purple mansion cultivators. No golden core true persons were seen. The kind-looking shopkeeper, Wang, was in charge of registration. When it was Fu Changsheng's turn, a flicker of surprise flashed in shopkeeper Wang's eyes. Clan leader Fu, the deposit for this auction is 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Will you be paying with spirit stones or using a spirit object of equivalent value as collateral? 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, was a staggering 500,000 for a once-a-century auction. This mere threshold deterred many cultivators, and intensified their curiosity about the items being auctioned. However, he didn't have 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but he did have 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper Wang, I'll use the spirit object as collateral. As soon as these words were spoken, a scoff rang out from behind. Shopkeeper Wang's eyes flashed with astonishment, and his attitude grew a bit colder. Clan leader Fu, please register your items for the auction and go upstairs. However, unless the items are extremely rare, they must be at least 3rd grade, upper grade. His implication was that Fu Changsheng, who had come from the remote land of Huainan Prefecture, wouldn't be able to produce such a treasure. He waved his hand for the next person to come up and register. Behind him, the bearded Qin Biaming was already impatient. You don't have the ability, yet you come to join in the fun? You have no idea what you're doing. As he spoke, he directly pushed Fu Changsheng away. As he spoke, there was a commotion outside the door. Jiandan's Henren has arrived. I heard it's Huainan's #1 female Shura's Henren. Tisk 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 tisk. I've heard that Zhenren Luo is not only a master in cultivation, but also a beauty rarely seen in 1,000 years. Today I can finally see the true Buddha. Indeed, I didn't expect Zhenren Luo to come all the way from the eastern wilderness. Whispers rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone in the 1st floor hall automatically made way to the sides. Even the previously unmoved shopkeeper Wang, who was at the peak of the purple mansion, quickly stood up. After a while, a familiar fragrance hid his face. Luo Heidang, wearing a veil, walked slowly towards him. Shopkeeper Wang stepped forward quickly. Senior Luo, if you have anything to say, just ask. There's no need to go there in person. Senior Luo, the Zion Elegant Room on the 2nd floor is still available. I'll take you up right away. Jiandan's Henren was a high-ranking figure not only in Jingzhou but also in the entire Great Zhou. Shopkeeper Wang's waist almost bent at a perfect 90 degrees, his demeanor extremely respectful. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the other party had probably successfully cultivated the Taiyin Lihar ritual, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time to participate in the auction. As he thought this, Luo Haidang's voice echoed overhead, "Clan leader Fu, what a coincidence." Then, a fragrant breeze filled the air. Luo Haidang took the initiative to move closer to him. From Luo Haidang's actions and words to Fu Changsheng, everyone present was no fool. They immediately deduced that Luo Haidang and Fu Changsheng had a good relationship, a very close one, not just a simple superior-subordinate relationship. In a flash, everyone's eyes turned to Fu Changsheng. They had never imagined that Fu Changsheng, who couldn't even afford 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, could actually win Luo Haidang's favor. Everyone's eyes were red with jealousy. Qin Bai'erming wished there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into, lest he meet Fu Changsheng's eyes. After all, his attitude just now was quite unkind. Only when he saw Fu Changsheng and Luo Haidang go directly to the private room on the second floor did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the others could be heard saying, "This Fu family is truly remarkable. Not only have they befriended Master Luo, but I heard the Fu clan leader's daughter even married into the prince's mansion in Jingzhou." Prince's mansion? Are you kidding me? Hey, my sixth brother just returned from Jingzhou, how could it be fake? And the Fu family has several properties in Jingzhou, what? Everyone looked up in surprise. They all looked at Fu Changsheng as he entered the private room on the second floor. They had never imagined that the other party had such a deep background. It really is true that appearances cannot be judged. Qin Bai'erming gritted his teeth and muttered, "If the Fu family is truly as powerful as you say, why couldn't they even come up with 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones just now?" Everyone exchanged glances. Rumors abound. Furthermore, Jingzhou and Jingzhou are quite distant, so of course, everyone's just saying it. As for the Fu family, it's not their concern. Everyone lined up to continue registering. Qin Bai'erming hesitated, then immediately sent word to the clan. If the Fu family truly possessed such a powerful background, they would surely rise to prominence in Jingzhou, perhaps even becoming a 7th or 6th rank family. The Qin family needed to make preparations ahead of time. They also needed to pay attention to this remote area of Huainan Prefecture. On the second floor, shopkeeper Wang pointed to the left. "Patriarch Fu, your auction items are registered in the treasure appraisal pavilion." The private room Luo Haidang was heading to was on the right. Fu Changsheng bowed, then turned around to hear Luo Haidang's voice, "Clan leader Fu, once this is over, if you have nothing else to do, come to Xian'ai Cave Abode." What did Luo Haidang want to talk to him about? Fu Changsheng wondered. Arriving at the treasure appraisal pavilion, he saw several elderly men with gray beards sitting in an inner room, separated by formations into separate, independent spaces. Fu Changsheng waited for a moment. Entering the room, Elder Yu glanced up at Fu Changsheng, his face gracious. "What are you waiting for, fellow Taoist?" Elder Yu exuded a strong aura of death, evidently nearing his end. Normally, at this point, most would have retired, enjoying their remaining days in peace, but Elder Yu remained steadfast, unwilling to give up until the very last moment, or perhaps with a hidden agenda. Fu Changsheng bowed again. He patted his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. Suddenly, a white box with black stripes floated toward Elder Yu. As it emerged, a dense, icy aura emanated. Elder Yu was quite surprised. He cast a spell into the box. The box opened, revealing a snow-white crystal with a patterned interior. Ice fluorite, Elder Yu pronounced the name, stroking his beard. "Young friend, your ice fluorite is extremely rare, but if there's only one, I'm afraid it won't fetch a high price at auction." Fu Changsheng clapped his storage bag, and boxes appeared one after another, each filled with ice fluorite mined from the very mine in the Osprey tribe. Elder Yu glanced at them, noting that they were all of top quality. He smiled and said, "Young friend, your batch of ice fluorite is of excellent quality. I'll have someone spread the word ahead of time so that those who truly need it won't miss out. I'm sure you'll get a satisfactory price. Although ice fluorite is scarce, it's not uncommon for it to be sold to you. But it's only truly valuable to those who need it. Generally, only those who practice water-attributed cultivation techniques can use it." Fu Changsheng's heart stirred, and he bowed. "Thank you, Elder Yu. I wonder if there's a list of items up for auction at this grand ceremony." As he spoke, Fu Changsheng discreetly slipped a jade box into the other person's hand. There were no restrictions on the box. Elder Yu glanced at it, stroking his beard. "Generally speaking, the list of items for auction shouldn't be disclosed," he said. "But if we're VIPs of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, the rules are different." Elder Yu took the box and pulled out a jade talisman from his sleeve, engraved with the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's trademark. Young friend, this is our Chamber of Commerce's B-Class token. With this token, you can collect a list of auction items at the front desk later. Since VIP levels vary, the list you see is only partial, but it should be enough for you. Thank you, Elder Yu. There were people waiting in line behind him. Fu Changsheng bowed in thanks, then stood up. Seeing that Luo Heidang, who was standing across from him, hadn't emerged yet, he went downstairs. This time, shopkeeper Wang stepped forward to greet him. Chief Fu, the auction will be held in 10 days. If you haven't found a place yet, we do have a room available in the alley behind our Chamber of Commerce. The auction took place only once every century. At this time, it was almost impossible to get a seat at the Jingzhou City Inn without a reservation in advance. Thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper. I'll take a look around first, he said. He handed over a Class B VIP token. Shopkeeper Wang glanced at it and immediately made an appointment. He pulled a small jade piece from his sleeve and handed it to Fu Changsheng. The two of them seemed private. But Qin Bai'erming, who was staying in the hall, observed closely and was slightly surprised. How could Fu Changsheng even get a VIP token? This token was only available to families of the 7th rank and above. It seemed that the rumors in the hall were not groundless. The Fu family was indeed related to the royal family, and the top brass of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce had clearly already known this information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have granted them a Class B VIP token, and a Class B one at that. As Fu Changsheng walked out, Qin Bai'erming gritted his teeth, smiled, stepped forward, and bowed. Patriarch Fu, I've been so blind and inconsiderate before. Could you please go to Bayun Tower for a drink? I'll drink 3 cups myself as an apology. He introduced himself as the 7th rank Qin family, in charge of Qinhui Prefecture. Fu Changsheng wanted to take this opportunity to learn about the situation of the forces in Jingzhou, but he still had to go to Luo Heidang's residence. He bowed and said, Brother Qin, I'm sorry, I have to go to the cave abode. We'll talk later. Qin Bai'erming, far from being angry, waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Brother Fu, business is more important, business is more important. The cave abode is where the giant resides. Fu Changsheng was clearly going to meet Luo Heidang, and how could a mere purple mansion have the presence to compare himself with a giant in true person? Coming out of lane 16 of the Chamber of Commerce, Hu Zi, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried over and excitedly asked, Senior, are you going to the inner city? The giant in cave abode was located on the inner level. Hu Zi grew up in Jingzhou City, but he had only heard stories about the inner city and had never been inside. Only Jiandin and their families could enter. As a mere key refiner with no connections, he couldn't even dream of setting foot in such a prestigious place. However, today, he had the honor of guiding a person from the inner city, and the thought of it filled him with excitement. After Fu Changsheng nodded, Hu Zi finally gave a nod. Hu Zi's eyes lit up. Senior, you are truly capable. The inner city needs to go around the main gate on East Street. Senior, I will lead the way. Along the way, Hu Zi encountered other guides, all with their necks held high. Arriving at the inner city's entrance, he saw an elder at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, sitting cross-legged before a barrier. The entire inner city was enveloped in a multicolored, flowing barrier. His spiritual consciousness was lost within, like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction at all. Furthermore, he could vaguely discern that the inner city barrier resembled the outer city's protective formation, likely a separate entity. Fu Changsheng muttered to himself, Jingzhou City's protective formation is probably at least level 4. Unlike the clamor of the outer city, the inner city was remarkably quiet. Fu Changsheng stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist, I'm here to visit you on the orders of Senior Luo, he said, handing over the pass token Luo Heidang had given him. The old man glanced at him, nodded slightly, and without further questioning, he cast a spell on the stone gate to one side. With a humming sound, ripples surged, and a gap appeared in the barrier. Fu Changsheng turned to look at Hu Zi. Come with me. Hu Zi was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstasy flashed in his eyes. He could actually enter the inner city. This happiness came too suddenly. By the time he realized what was happening, his body swayed. The next moment, he was led into the inner city by Fu Changsheng. Boom! A rich spiritual energy rushed towards him. Compared to the spiritual energy outside the city, this spiritual energy was not only more abundant, but also extremely pure. As soon as Hu Zi settled down, he felt his mana stirring. The bottleneck in the middle stage of key refining seemed to have loosened slightly at this moment. Perhaps meeting Fu Changsheng was the greatest opportunity of his life. The inner city lacked shops and tall buildings. Instead, each house had its own gate and courtyard. These were either the residences of giant and cultivators or those of influential figures within Jingzhou city. Fu Changsheng didn't dare to pry into them. He headed straight for Luo Haidang's cave abode. The door was opened by Luo Hailan, a master of the peak purple mansion cultivation, a giant seed cultivated by the Luo family. Her gaze fell on Fu Changsheng. Seeing that he was only at the 5th level of purple mansion, a flicker of confusion crossed her brows, wondering why her eldest sister wanted to meet him in person. Clan leader Fu, please come in. Although Luo Hailan was puzzled, he still observed the proper etiquette. She led Fu Changsheng to a side hall to wait, served him tea, and then withdrew. Huzi, who had followed him all the way, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Entering the cave abode, the spiritual energy here was even richer and more refined, and Huzi's mana was already flowing involuntarily. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng said, Huzi, just find a corner to practice. Thank you, senior. Huzi was overjoyed, bowing gratefully before retreating to an inconspicuous corner outside the hall to sit cross-legged. Seeing that Luo Haidang hadn't returned yet, Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the jade slab given by shopkeeper Wang. It shimmered with spiritual light, and a list appeared. The list contained spiritual objects of the 3rd rank or higher, most of which he couldn't name. He quickly scanned it, but found no magical weapons or talismans. It seems the VIP level isn't high enough. He glanced at the list again and noticed Zuanine grass and even soul-guiding pills up for auction. As expected of a provincial capital, soul-guiding pills were a rare commodity in Huainan Prefecture. He glanced again and noticed many old items from ancient sites on the list, though most were marked with an unknown level. Fu Changsheng put the list away, regretting that he had brought so few spirit stones this time. His mind fell on the system panel, and he hesitated. He still hadn't redeemed the item immediately. He planned to wait until the auction began in 10 days. After all, a single piece of information now cost 100 contribution points, so he had to spend it wisely. Furthermore, this was Luo Haidang's cave, and he knew nothing of the methods possessed by a Jindan's Henren. He erred on the side hall for about half an hour. Just as he had finished studying the items on his list, footsteps sounded outside. Fu Changsheng turned to see Luo Haidang enter, but he had no idea when he had returned to the cave. Jindan's methods truly could not be seized by ordinary men. Senior Luo, Fu Changsheng exclaimed, rising quickly to his feet. As Luo Haidang took his seat, a spell was cast over the side hall, and a light barrier surged, descending inverted. Luo Haidang's expression darkened. Chief Fu, I recently received information that your Yan'an mountain is under attack from the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes. A pause followed. Luo Haidang glanced at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng already knew this and knew that a lie would be impossible to conceal from a Jindan's Henren, so he immediately said, Thank you for your concern, senior. My clan members have already informed me of this matter. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Clan leader Fu, your Fu clan annihilated the 8 invading purple mansions. This was not a false alarm. But I have one question. Why did the Shangguan tribe suddenly issue a conscription order to attack your Fu clan? Chapter 363, Shangguan Talisman, Promotion Opportunity. Luo Haidang finished speaking, took a sip of black spirit tea, and his gaze fell on Fu Changsheng. Clan leader Fu, if you're not comfortable discussing this, just pretend I never asked. Truth cannot be hidden. Since the Shangguan tribe had already discovered Yangsheng's existence, fleeing to Jingzhou would likely be futile. Furthermore, since he had already caught Luo Haidang's attention, avoiding him was out of the question. After some deliberation, Fu Changsheng stood up, bowed, and said, Senior, to be honest, Yangsheng is a special spirit, and that's why the Taiyin tribe has targeted the Fu family. Luo Haidang's face showed no sign of surprise. Fu Changsheng was shocked. Luo Haidang actually knew this. Although the Shangguan tribe's Xianshan's Henren is in seclusion, there's still that old immortal Xianyang. If they were to target him, I'm afraid your Fu family wouldn't be able to protect Yangsheng. Fu Changsheng vaguely heard the underlying meaning. Luo Haidang also had his eye on Yangsheng. Given the other party's status as a Jindan's Henren, and their position as a superior to the Fu family, they only need an excuse or an order to take Yangsheng away. He's saying so much now, probably because of his previous contributions. Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth and immediately bowed, saying, "Senior, Yongsun has always been well-behaved and sensible. If she can stay with you and receive your guidance, she will have a promising future as a Jindan. Oh, you really want to let her go? It's a blessing for Yongsun to be with you, Senior. As a father, I can only be happy for her. Well, in that case, please send a message back and have Yongsun return to the Luo family with the person I send, as my adopted daughter." Adopted daughter? That's a good title. It also allows the Fu family to leverage the Luo family's influence. Fu Changsheng immediately bowed and thanked him. Luo Haidang waved his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "Patriarch Fu, I heard the imperial court has recently captured several more cities in the far west. Combined with the previously conquered territory, it's rumored they're going to establish a separate state. Many positions will undoubtedly become vacant. If your Fu family meets the requirements, you should immediately begin your journey to become a seventh-rank aristocratic family. The far west? With its numerous sects, it's hardly a desirable destination." Seeing this, Luo Haidang explained, "The far west is rich in resources, unmatched even by Jingzhou City. While there are numerous sects, precisely because of this, a wide variety of cultivation techniques flourish there. Establishing a foothold there would be a great blessing for your Fu family. Thank you, Immortal, for your guidance." "Well, think about it carefully." Luo Haidang said nothing more. Finally, he asked Luo Hailin to clear out a spare room for Fu Changsheng to stay in. Fu Changsheng hesitated, but didn't refuse. After all, the inn outside was already fully booked. As soon as he left, after Luo Hailin closed the door, she asked, puzzled, "Sister, why did you brave the pressure from the Cheyenne tribe to take that Fu girl in? Don't worry about clan affairs, just focus on understanding the Jindan principles I am teaching you." Luo Haidang had come this time to obtain the Jindan spiritual object. If Luo Hailin succeeded in Jindan, the Luo family would have another Jindan master, giving them a foothold in both the eastern wilderness and the Great Zhou. Fu Changsheng emerged from the side hall, and Huzi hurried after him. When they reached the door, Huzi refused to enter and sat cross-legged at the doorway. "Senior, I'll guard the door for you." Seeing this, Fu Changsheng didn't insist. He entered the inner room and found it extremely simply furnished, clearly intended for guest rooms. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. "Ling, Yongsun becomes Luo Haidang's adopted daughter. You have successfully found a Jindan-level relative for the Fu family, earning 3,000 family contribution points." The family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 22,000. Fu Changsheng was stunned. He hadn't expected such a reward. With his current contribution value, adding points would fully enable him to cultivate the fourth level of the Great Evolution Art to perfection. "I wonder if after adding points, we can still go to the Tongshan Tower." However, since he was currently in Luo Haidang's cave, he naturally couldn't add points. He still had to attend the auction. That would be just the right time to participate in the Shadow Sect Outer Sect selection. 10 days passed in a flash. Fu Changsheng pushed the door open and Huzi, who had been sitting cross-legged, immediately stood up. "Senior." Fu Changsheng scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered that he had broken through to the key refining stage. He nodded slightly. Luo Haidang also emerged from the main entrance, but Luo Hailin did not follow. Fu Changsheng hurriedly followed, and the two of them headed for the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Alley 16 was already packed. Luo Haidang entered through the side door and was guided directly to the third floor, saving him the trouble of queuing. They entered the venue. The entire auction hall was filled with private rooms, arranged in a circular pattern. The rooms were divided into 3 levels, suspended in mid-air. Manager Wang was in charge of receiving them. "Senior Luo, fellow Taoist Fu, activate the VIPJ talismans in your hands, and your private room will automatically open. This room is shielded from spiritual perception. Once everyone activates the magic circle, the original position will constantly shift. No need to worry about anyone knowing what you've won at the auction." This was Fu Changsheng's first time attending such an auction, and it was quite a surprise. A magic spell was inscribed onto the VIP card. With a buzzing sound, the door to a private room on the west side slowly opened. Fu Changsheng bowed to Luo Haidang and swung into the room. Above the room was a pitch-black screen. In front of it stood a forged armchair made of scented wood. A coffee table and incense were also provided. After they took their seats and the door closed, a spiritual light surged above the screen. A charming female cultivator appeared within the light curtain, seemingly piercing through the void before Fu Changsheng. Guest number 666, I am Zaya Ateo. Welcome to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction. I will now explain the detailed procedures for the auction. Her voice was soft and gentle, extremely pleasant to the ear, and the faint presence of certain parts of her body was even more suggestive. After her explanation, Zaya Ateo bowed and said, Guest, one of the grand prizes of this auction is the Golden Core Auxiliary Spirit item. I hope you will receive what you desire. With that, a faint flash of pink spiritual light appeared, and Zaya Ateo's figure vanished. Meanwhile, Fu Changsheng could peer through the private room and see several cultivators entering in an orderly manner. However, as they entered, everything inside faded. Apparently, those inside could see outside, but those outside could not. After taking their seats, Fu Changsheng's thoughts landed on the system panel. He immediately said, Exchange information, buzz. The panel vibrated, and a large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The Great Zhou established Changsheng Prefecture in the far west. The unused Yulin Prefecture fiefdom within the prefecture will undergo a landform transformation, transforming it into a rare and precious feng shui site, a rare and precious feng shui site. Fu Changsheng was stunned. The joyful sect existed in the far west, and the true man of the joyful sect had repeatedly attempted to destroy the Fu family, which was why he hesitated when Luo Haidang mentioned Changsheng Prefecture. But if Yulin Prefecture truly was a rare and precious feng shui site, then it might be worth considering. 2. Due to the large number of participants in the Shadow Sect's outer gate selection, the number of light cards will increase and become more difficult. However, the Shadow Sect has set up a hidden bonus. The first place winner will receive it. If he remembered correctly, the outer gate selection consisted of Purple Mansion Masters. Achieving first place was no mean feat. Fu Changsheng wasn't greedy. He possessed a long lifespan. As long as he could safely pass the level, he could later exchange his outer sect status for more Shadow Sect benefits. 3. In the Changling realm, the family your father married into was targeted by an enemy, leaving only 1 in 10 cultivators alive. Your father fought his way through the bloody battles, but only your father and Bai Yingying, the eldest granddaughter of the Bai family, escaped. Both were gravely wounded. To avoid being hunted by their enemies, they forgot their cultivation and lived in hiding in Shinal town. News on my father. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. After the last intel on my father surfaced, he had sent people to search for information about the Changling realm, but to no avail. Now that my father was seriously injured, he could only worry. Now he could only hope to gain more information after entering the Shadow Sect. 4. After your wife and Fu Yongfen arrived in Jingzhou, Fangir and Kui Zhi developed a crush on each other over time. However, Kui Zhi was your wife's adopted daughter, and they knew their respective identities meant they couldn't be together, so they suppressed their feelings. To avoid acting on his own, Fangir went to the 7th Prince's mansion to visit Ningning. He got along very well with Ningning's 2 children, taught them well, and helped Ningning manage the affairs of their branch academy in an orderly manner. The 7th Prince was impressed by his administrative talent and kept him with him, intending to observe him for a period of time. He was considering appointing Fangir as the headmaster of the palace. Upon seeing the above information, Fu Changsheng had a flash of inspiration. I could let Fangir try his hand at a career in the imperial court. However, the threshold of the imperial court wasn't easy to enter. With the 7th Prince's recommendation, it was possible. Now that he thought about it, Mei Zhen had probably planned to bring Fangir to Jingzhou. She was more dedicated and responsible than he, as a father, was. If that's the case, Fangir should be considered for the next spiritual root talent upgrade. Once Fangir entered the imperial court, a sudden change in his spiritual roots would be unacceptable. Things had to be arranged before then. As for Anan, whose cultivation talent was already quite good, he could wait a little longer. 5. The upcoming auction will feature heavenly silkworm fruit seeds. When cultivated to maturity, these seeds will produce heavenly silkworm fruit that can allow the green-faced white fox to break through to the 3rd level. The heavenly silkworm fruit seeds are pitch black, and the 5 seeds appear lifeless. However, if one is transplanted into the glacier of the 5 elements space, it can be revitalized. Heavenly silkworm fruit seeds. This was the first time Fu Changsheng had heard of them. Currently, with spirit pets, apart from the soul-devouring worm, which hadn't found a way to break through to the 3rd level, only the green-faced white fox hadn't broken through. The green-faced white fox possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, but it hadn't awakened yet. I wonder if there's a chance to awaken together after breaking through to the third level. I must bid for the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds. 6. Gan Muwen was originally going to Jingzhou, but was persuaded by Fu Yuanqi to stay in Yuncheng County. Hearing that Gan Muwen would be the head of the family in the future, Fu Yuanqi's wife Qingru couldn't wait any longer. She planned to learn the skills of head of the family together after Fu Yuanqi returned from Yannan Mountain. After telling her father, clan leader He, about this idea, clan leader He interrupted her. Now that Fu Yuanqi has broken through to the Purple Mansion, he told her to focus on cultivating the next generation. 7. Within the Great Zhou, in a ruin that only 7th rank and above families can enter, there is the mica stone that conceals the secrets of heaven that you need. 8. In case the last exchange of intelligence was insufficient. Even the Cheyenne tribe didn't know about the attack on Yannan Mountain. This time, he exchanged a total of 10 pieces of intelligence, but the information provided by the next 3 pieces was a bit useless, so he immediately stopped the exchange. At this time, the contribution value on the panel changed to 21,000. He waited for a while. Buzz! The screen in front of him suddenly lit up. An elderly man with a white beard slowly emerged, emanating the aura of a golden elixir. The auction had begun. Fellow Daoists, welcome to this grand event of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. My name is Qin, and I'll be in charge of today's auction. I'm sure everyone is eager to see me, so I won't waste your time. Zaya Ateo, present the first item. As soon as Master Qin finished speaking, Zaya Ateo, who had previously been in charge of the explanation, slowly emerged from behind the scenes, holding a box covered with red cloth. Placing it on the auction table, Master Qin waved his sleeve, and the red cloth and the box's restrictions were lifted. Buzz! The first item instantly zoomed onto the screens in each private room. On the light screen, a magical weapon emitting a soft blue light slowly spun, its shape resembling a bluebird spreading its wings, ready to take flight. This is the Green Feather Sword, a 4th grade, mid-grade item. Forged from a fusion of millennium-old cold iron and blue phoenix feathers, it's incredibly sharp and possesses a wind attribute bonus. For cultivators of wind-attributed cultivation techniques, it's a rare and valuable weapon. Starting price, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with each bid increment no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The first item up for auction was surprisingly a 4th grade magical weapon. Furthermore, one with a wind attribute bonus was even more rare. The moment the magical weapon appeared, the atmosphere in the room instantly ignited. I want this green feather sword. 1,300, ridiculous. You want a magical weapon for 1,300? I'll offer 1,800, 1,900, bids rang out one after another. Fu Changsheng was stunned. The private room blocked spiritual perception, but it allowed his voice to be transmitted, though it was clearly not his own. The price of the Qingyu sword quickly rose to 2,300 mid-grade spirit stones, ultimately securing the prize for 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones to the female cultivator who had made the initial bid. A magical treasure, costing thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, is truly beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, Fu Changsheng thought to himself. The auction continued, and although the next few items were also quite valuable, he held off on a bid. His target was either a heavenly silkworm fruit seed, a talisman, or the life-extending elixir Miss Qin had asked him to bid on. While the magical weapon was tempting, it was beyond his current level of cultivation to master. Midway through the auction, finally, as Elder Qin opened a dark red box, his eyes lit up. 5 pitch-black seeds, inscribed with glacial runes, slowly rotated within the light curtain. They were the silkworm fruit seeds the system had mentioned. Immortal Qin said, "Everyone, the item before you is a heavenly silkworm fruit seed. This seed was found in an ancient ruin. The heavenly silkworm fruit has long been extinct in our Great Zhou. According to ancient texts, a mature heavenly silkworm fruit can help spirit foxes reach the 3rd level." His words immediately caught everyone's attention. After all, if the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds could be cultivated, wouldn't it be possible to breed 3rd-level spirit foxes in large quantities in the future? This would be a very profitable business, especially for cultivators who already have spirit fox pets. However, before Immortal Qin could even offer a price, someone scoffed. "Elder Qin, if I remember correctly, the heavenly silkworm fruit grows in extremely cold places, and ice-attributed spiritual energy is particularly abundant. If you place these seeds in the northern border, There might be a chance of success. In our great show, I'm afraid, Private Room 70 was halfway through his words. The person in Room 80 sneered, the harsh cultivation conditions are one thing, but this immortal lady sees very little potential for the seed to thrive. Even a spiritual plant master would struggle to bring it back to life. Fu Changsheng blinked. Rooms 70 and 80 were kind-hearted. By explaining the drawbacks of this seed, they expected fewer bidders. He also hoped to save spirit stones for the talisman auction, and he was quite pleased with this outcome. Elderkin was no slouch either. As if seeing through the minds of the people in Room 70 and 80, he announced, the starting price for the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds is 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 50 mid-grade spirit stones. The entire venue fell silent. No one bid. Fu Changsheng, righteously believing he had snagged the bargain, bid 550, Room 70 offered 600, soon, even Room 80, who had initially questioned the seed's quality, joined in the bidding. 650, Room 70 continued to raise the price. 700, Room 80 also seemed determined to secure the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds. After a flurry of back and forth, everyone present finally understood. It was clear those two had other agendas. Seeing this, everyone began to raise the price. 750, 800, 850, it was almost reaching 1,000. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. It was clear that Room 70 and 80 had the opposite effect, only piqued everyone's curiosity about the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds. If the bidding continued like this, the price might exceed his budget. He had to raise the price significantly to deter those who were joining in the fun. 1,300, the price suddenly rose by nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones. At this price, the cultivators who had been interfering in the situation immediately fell silent. Spending 130,000 spirit stones on a seed that they didn't know if it could be saved was clearly not worth it. Even Room 70 and 80 fell silent for a moment. Just when Fu Changsheng thought victory was certain, the old woman's voice from Room 80 rang out again, 1,350, young man, you can't even sustain this heavenly silkworm fruit seed if you bid for it. Consider it a favor to Fairy Yun, how about that? As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of displeasure crossed Master Qin's face. Fairy Yun was a renowned 4th-tier spiritual plant master in Jingzhou. Giving up this heavenly silkworm fruit seed in exchange for a favor from Fairy Yun was clearly a good deal. At least. The old man from Room 70 remained silent. Fu Changsheng didn't care about Fairy Yun, he was determined to obtain this item. After all, it was the key spiritual item for the green-faced white fox to reach the 3rd tier. Once the green-faced white fox reached that tier, it would undoubtedly be able to find more spiritual items in the future, and its combat power would skyrocket exponentially. He immediately said, 1,500, Fairy Yun in Room 70 was stunned for a moment. She had already reached the Fake Dan realm, and with her 4th-rank master's spiritual plant skills, she was treated like a guest of honor wherever she went. Just now, she had been begging a junior, only to find he refused to budge. She snorted coldly and didn't raise the price again. Her goal today was to bid for a damp-forming spiritual object, so it would be best to keep some extra capital. 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 bid, and 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones for 2 bids, Ling. Master Qin knocked the wooden fish in his hand against the stone table. Smiling, he said, 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones, deal. Congratulations to guest number 666 for successfully bidding on the heavenly silkworm fruit seed. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark red box sank onto the bidding platform. Then, the light curtain in front of Fu Changsheng flickered, and the heavenly silkworm fruit seed was teleported to him. Next, he didn't bid again. Half an incense stick passed. A familiar chill hit him. As Elder Qin unveiled the red curtain of the auction items, the ice fluoride pieces came into view, and Fu Changsheng suddenly felt a little nervous. He had asked the Wanning Chamber of Commerce to help him bid for these ice fluorides. Ice fluoride is scarce, especially for cultivators with ice-attributed spiritual roots. It is a treasure that only comes once in a century, so whether or not he can bid for it depends on luck. Whether I can bid for a few more talismans for self-defense depends on this auction. Fu Changsheng's breathing became heavy. Elder Qin cleared his throat, his powerful voice echoing throughout the auction hall. Fellow Daoists, this next lot is definitely one of today's highlights. His words were tinged with barely concealed excitement as he slowly drew back the red curtain, revealing pieces of ice fluorite emitting a faint blue glow. This is ice fluorite, extremely rare in the world. For cultivators practicing ice-based techniques, it's a rare treasure, and it's the perfect material for refining ice-attributed magical weapons. This time, thanks to the trust of a mysterious guest, a total of 99 pieces of ice fluorite are up for auction. Ice fluorite is hard to come by, but now 99 of them have appeared at once. How could anyone not be tempted? Even for those without ice-attributed spiritual roots, for master refiners, it's excellent material for refining magical weapons. Once formed, it can be resold for a profit of more than 3 times the original price. In every elite family in Jingzhou, there are always 1 or 2 master refiners. Therefore, the moment the ice fluorite appeared, in an instant, countless fiery gazes were fixed on the pile of ice fluorite. The starting price for this ice fluorite is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 200 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as Elderkin finished speaking, the auction hall instantly lit up. 2,200, a slightly anxious voice called out first. 2,500, another followed, skipping the minimum bid. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the atmosphere, the ice fluorite would definitely fetch a good price. He leaned back comfortably in his armchair, sipped his tea, and watched the numbers flickering on the screen, his lips curling up slightly. As the price continued to climb, the competition intensified. 3,000, 3,500, the bids rose incessantly. Just as the price reached 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a steady voice rang out from private room 100, 6,000, rooms 100 and above were reserved for Jinden's Henrun. Furthermore, the other party had raised the price to 6,000 all at once, which translated to 600,000 spirit stones. Even if the bidders were all cultivators above the Purple Mansion level, no one would have been willing to raise the price at that level unless it was a lifeline. Of course, there was also the added pressure of not wanting to compete with a Jinden true person. Fu Changsheng felt a little disappointed. However, he was satisfied that 90 pieces of ice fluorite had achieved this price. After all, he still had a fair amount of ice fluorite left in the 5 elements space. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones once, 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones twice, and 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones 3 times. Elderkin dropped the wooden fish in his hand with a resounding sound. Deal. Congratulations to guest number 100 for successfully winning 99 pieces of ice fluorite. At the same time, the VIPJ talisman in his hand flickered, apparently calculating his remaining spirit stones. The auction for the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds had cost him 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although the ice fluorite had successfully sold for 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, he still had to pay the Chamber of Commerce a 5% handling fee, leaving him with a remaining balance of 420,000. He originally had 800,000 low-grade spirit stones lying around. This brought his capital to 1.22 million. I should be able to bid for a top-quality talisman. This was his ultimate goal. Besides that, he also had to help Miss Qin bid for a life-extending elixir. As the auction continued, Fu Changsheng waited quietly for the talisman to appear. Finally, Elderkin's voice rang out again. Fellow Daoists, the next item up for auction is one of the highlights of this auction, the Yangang talisman. As he finished speaking, Xiao Tao stepped onto the stage, carrying an exquisite jade box. The box opened, and a talisman radiating golden light slowly rose. Intricate runes were engraved on the talisman, faintly exuding a powerful aura. The Yangang talisman was personally crafted by a true person at the peak of the Jinden stage. It combines both offense and defense. Its defense can withstand the full force of a late Jinden cultivator. As for its offense, it can theoretically kill a mid-Jinden cultivator, though this varies from person to person. This talisman has 5 uses. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Here it comes. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. If he could obtain this Yangang talisman, even if he encountered those Jinden elders in the far west or the eastern wasteland, he would have a life-saving trump card, giving him a better chance of victory in the upcoming Shadow Sect Outer Sect selection. 1,500, Fu Changsheng's breathing suddenly became rapid. 2,000, soon, bids were heard from other private rooms. 2,500, Fu Changsheng continued to raise the price. 3,500, A deep voice rang out from private room 30. Chapter 364 Counting the Harvest. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. While the Yangang talisman was precious, it would be worthless if it cost more than 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He pondered for a moment, then made another bid, 4,500. There was a moment of silence in private room 30, as if they were weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, the other party didn't bid again. 4,500 mid-grade spirit stones once, 4,500 mid-grade spirit stones twice, 4,500 mid-grade spirit stones 3 times. Elderkin slammed the wooden fish in his hand. Deal. Congratulations to guest number 666 for successfully winning the Yangang talisman. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The screen in front of his seat glowed with spiritual light, and the Yangang talisman was teleported over. After deducting the 450,000, he still had 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. If there were other valuable items in the auction, he could make another bid. After all, by the end of the auction, the remaining treasures were still bidding at high prices. As the auction progressed, the Jinan's Henren in room 100 was already getting impatient. Elderkin, please quickly present those grand prizes. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, there are still 3 items left to bid on, and the grand prize will be up soon, Elderkin said with a smile. Then, glancing around the other rooms, he spoke with a hint of mystery, fellow Taoists, while the next item won't be as valuable as the grand prize, it's definitely a rare and precious item. Zaya Ateo, present it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zaya Ateo came up on stage carrying an exquisite jade box. The box opened, and a golden fruit, emitting a faint fragrance, slowly emerged. 9 lines marked its surface, as if imbued with endless vitality. The 9 life fruit is a 3rd-tier spiritual fruit. Consuming it can add 3 years to one's lifespan. It's an excellent spiritual item for longevity. This fruit is effective only after the first consumption. The starting price is 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 3 years of lifespan. For a cultivator, this extended lifespan was simply too much, worse than chicken ribs. Those present were all Purple Mansion cultivators and above, possessing lifespans of hundreds of years, but most of them looked down upon it. If they were to bid for it, they would likely give it to their relatives. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. This way, there wouldn't be many people vying for the 9 life fruit. Miss Qin had only given him 150,000 spirit stones. 600, Fu Changsheng was the first to bid. 700, soon, bids rose from other rooms. 800, Fu Changsheng continued to raise the price. 900, an elderly voice rang out from room 50. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. The price of the 9 life fruit was rising much faster than he had expected. It seemed that many people were approaching their deadlines. 1,000, Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth and bid. 1,001, the person in room 50 raised the price without hesitation. 12,000, Fu Changsheng realized that he and room 50 were the only ones still bidding. Furthermore, it seemed room 50 had been bidding for the first time since the beginning. Could it be that they were after the life-extending elixir? 13,000, room 50 bid again. 15,000, Fu Changsheng simply called out his bottom line. 16,000, room 50 seemed determined. Fu Changsheng shook his head. He immediately gave up the idea of raising the price. Miss Qin had only given him 150,000 spirit stones. 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 time, and 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones for 2 times. Just as Elderkin was about to drop the wooden fish, Chuniang's anxious voice suddenly echoed through Fu Changsheng's mind. Master, this 9 longevity fruit core, I have a way to grow it into a tree. In other words, this wasn't just a single 9 longevity fruit being auctioned, but a continuously growing money tree. Fu Changsheng quickly said, 3,000. Elderkin, who had thought the matter was settled, was stunned. He subconsciously scanned the 9 life fruit with his spiritual sense. While it was rich in vitality, it was identical to the one he had consumed before. The treasure appraiser hadn't been mistaken. Unless truly destitute and alone, most people wouldn't lavishly spend 300,000 gold to extend their lifespan by 3 years. After all, 300,000 low-grade spirit stones would be a fortune to leave to future generations. Private room 50 hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't bid again. Fu Changsheng successfully won the 9 life fruit. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, You added a 9 life fruit seed to your family, gaining 1,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 22,000. The 1,000 previously spent on information exchange had been repaid, and Fu Changsheng was delighted. He only had to pay the difference of 1,500,000 spirit stones, a good deal. At the auction, Xiao Tao had already presented the second treasure. The red curtain was drawn aside, and Elderkin cast a spell on the exquisite jade box, which opened. A snow-white lotus, emitting a faint chill, slowly rose. Its petals were etched with faint golden lines, as if imbued with endless vitality. Everyone's eyes lit up. 1,000-year-old snow lotus, this was a rare fourth-tier spiritual object. It was an excellent material for both medicinal use and the refinement of magical treasures. Even within the golden elixir chamber, hovering above the purple palaces, exclaimed in surprise. Fu Changsheng's breathing became even heavier. According to previous intelligence, Heian, the wife Fu Gear had brought home, possessed a latent water spirit body. She needed the 1,000-year-old snow lotus as medicine, refined into blood-transforming pill, to activate it. If they could obtain this 1,000-year-old snow lotus, it would mean the clan had gained another spiritual cultivator, undoubtedly a significant boon to its future development. Fairy Yun, who had been silent for a long time in room 80, spoke coldly. Elderkin, your 1,000-year-old snow lotus has a faint butterfly mark on it. It's clearly a disease. If the root cause can't be eliminated, this tonic will become extremely poisonous. If I remember correctly, I've never heard of anyone in our great show who can cure this disease. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the golden core room immediately put their thoughts to rest. Even those in the purple mansion room expressed some resentment. How could this auction be so rigged with such inferior goods? Elderkin wasn't upset by Fairy Yun's rebuke. After all, he had to explain the truth. Glancing around, he said, although the 1,000-year-old snow lotus has become diseased, if it's replanted in a glacial area with a rich ice element, it could easily survive for 100 years. In 100 years, perhaps someone would have already discovered a cure for this disease. The butterfly disease had existed for thousands of years. All spiritual plant masters were at a loss. Could someone have found a cure in just 100 years? Let's talk about it. Not many people could find the glacier land. Therefore, no one present even had the urge to ask for the price. Instead, they urged, Elderkin, quickly bring out the third rare treasure, everyone thought. No one was interested in the diseased Millennium Snow Lotus. Elderkin coughed lightly, masking his embarrassment. Millennium Snow Lotus, a fourth-tier spiritual item. According to the owner of the auction, the starting price is 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 100. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Is this person desperate for money? Who would spend 300,000 low-grade spirit stones on such a useless item? That's right. If I really had those spirit stones, I could throw them into the river and hear a sound. Buying this thing back home would be a shame. The Millennium Snow Lotus was what Taiyin urgently needed. Besides, he had the glacier land in his 5-element space. If it had cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, he would have bid immediately, but now it was 300,000 spirit stones. Fu Changsheng hesitated, but to avoid any regrets, he sent a message to the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel trembled. A yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. Presented before you is the diseased Millennium Snow Lotus. Once Fu Yuanwei breaks through to the Purple Mansion, she will be able to use her spiritual energy to dispel the disease. There's hope. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Fortunately, he had the audacity to exchange the information. However, he suppressed his excitement and didn't bid immediately. Elderkin in the room shouted twice in succession, since no one is bidding, then this Millennium Snow Lotus. At this moment, 2 bids rang out almost simultaneously. 3,000, 3,000. The first bid was naturally from Fu Changsheng, and the second was surprisingly from the Fairy Yun from before. Fairy Yun was clearly furious. Young man, you went against me during the bidding for the heavenly silkworm fruit, and now you're even trying to pick a fight with me over this unwanted 1,000-year-old snow lotus. A man should reveal your identity. Hiding is nothing. Fu Changsheng, however, acted as if he hadn't heard. He didn't dwell on who had raised the bid first, simply saying, 3,500. Fairy Yun hadn't made a bid before, so she was probably eyeing the final treasure. With a $500 increase, he was certain the other party wouldn't raise the price. Sure enough, the next moment, Fairy Yun's voice, a mixture of rage and laughter, rang out from the private room. Excellent. Let's see if you can revive this 1,000-year-old snow lotus. In the end, no one bid again. Elderkin's eyes lit up slightly. He was surprised that the 1,000-year-old snow lotus had actually sold. The appraiser had originally given a reserve price of 1,000, but the seller had insisted on 3,000. At least he hadn't lost money. Buzz! Spiritual light surged on the light screen before Fu Changsheng, and a 1,000-year-old snow lotus teleported towards him. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Ling, you have added a diseased 4th level 1,000-year-old snow lotus to your family, earning 1,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the panel changed to 22,900. He calculated that he had only a few spirit stones left, and the auction had already ended prematurely for him. However, this time, he chose not to leave early. Firstly, he was afraid of being targeted by Yun Xianggu. After all, she was at the fake Dan realm. Secondly, he wanted to broaden his horizons. Thirdly, he planned to leave with Luo Haidang, so that he could use Luo Haidang's status as a Jindan's Henren to deter unscrupulous people. Fellow Daoists, Elder Qin cleared his throat, his face solemn, and slowly spoke. Next, the grand finale of our auction will be presented. The first item is Skyfire Glaze. As his words fell, there was a rumble. A pillar of light slowly rose from the auction platform. Atop it, a colorful glass box slowly rotated. The box opened, revealing a blazing glass bead that slowly rose. The light shone forth, seemingly imbued with the boundless fire-attributed spiritual energy. Heavenly Fire Glaze is an excellent spiritual object for fire-attributed cultivators seeking to achieve their core formation, significantly increasing their success rate. Starting price: 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with each bid increment to be no less than 500 mid-grade spirit stones, a core formation spiritual object. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Although he still had a long way to go before reaching core formation, this auction item offered a glimpse of what was to come. Core formation spiritual objects seemed unique compared to Purple Mansion spiritual objects. They were no longer simply standardized spiritual objects like Zuanine grass or soul guiding pills, but rather varied according to the cultivator's cultivation method and individual spiritual roots. Heavenly Fire Glaze, this 4th-tier spiritual object, especially one used for core formation, was sure to fetch a stratospheric price among the wealthy and powerful cultivators gathered from all over Jingzhou. As expected. As soon as Elder Qin finished speaking, the entire auction hall erupted in excitement. Fire-attributed cultivators were already rare, and the Skyfire Glaze was even rarer. Many cultivators were willing to spend their entire fortunes to obtain it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, bids rose in unison, and the price rapidly climbed. Although Fu Changsheng had no desire for the item, he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of these cultivators. In the end, the Skyfire Glaze was purchased by a Jindan True Master for 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Fu Changsheng was in awe, his desire to reach the Jindan realm intensified. The first final treasure had made a promising start. With a loud rumbling sound, a pillar of light rose, and a colorful elixir bottle levitated within. Elder Qin cast a spell into the bottle, releasing the restrictions within. Then, a pill emitting a faint fragrance slowly rose. 9 lines were etched on its surface, as if imbued with endless life force. This is, Fu Changsheng felt something familiar. The next moment, Elder Qin's voice rang out, alluringly. 9-turn longevity pill, a 4th grade, top grade elixir, can extend one's lifespan by 30 years. Starting price, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with each bid increment of at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 10,000. That translates to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Fu Changsheng smacked his lips in amazement. Following Elder Qin's introduction, the atmosphere in the auction hall lit up. The 9-turn longevity pill, a 4th grade, top-grade elixir capable of extending one's lifespan by 30 years, is undoubtedly a lifesaver for many cultivators nearing the end of their lives. For cultivators stuck at a bottleneck for years, just one step away from a breakthrough, the value of this elixir is immeasurable. 11,000, a cultivator bid first, his voice tinged with urgency. 13,000, soon, a bid rose from another private room. 15,000, bids rose in unison, the price rapidly climbing. 20,000, a Jindan's Henren's voice boomed from above, skipping the minimum bid. 20,000. That's 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Fu Changsheng gasped. At the same time, a wave of relief welled up in his heart. The ancient Zhuan vine planted in the 5 elements space, if it cultivated new aerial roots, would add 100 years to his lifespan. He was truly incredibly lucky. The bidding didn't cease, but intensified. 21,000, 30 million, 35,000, 40,000. Finally, the 9 transformation longevity pill was bought by a giant and true person for 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones. With that, only one treasure remained in the once-a-century auction, the true grand finale. Elderkin's face grew solemn. Everyone, next is the final grand finale of this auction. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As he finished speaking, several figures flashed behind Elderkin, all at the giant level, one even reaching the false infant stage. Fu Changsheng sat up straight. What rank could this treasure possibly be? Even false infant cultivators were mobilized. And judging by the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's display, it was clear they were afraid other giant and cultivators would snatch it away. Rumble. As the auction platform trembled, 3 beams of light shot up into the sky. They converged, morphing with a bang into a thicker pillar. Within, a piece of black iron, exuding a sense of ancient age and vicissitudes, was revealed. Elderkin cast a spell into the iron. A chilling chill suddenly emanated from the iron. Fellow Daoists, what you are presenting is the Zuanming Sutra, a first-grade earth-rank technique, just one step away from a heaven-rank technique. This technique can be cultivated directly to the nascent soul stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent, followed by an uproar. A first-grade earth-rank technique, capable of cultivation to the nascent soul stage, was extremely rare throughout the Great Zhou. Even the top families and sects might not possess such a high-grade technique. Seeing the crowd's intense reaction, Elderkin smiled slightly and continued. This technique is called the Zuanming Sutra. It was created tens of thousands of years ago by a nascent soul cultivator called Zuanming Zhenjin. Zuanming Zhenjin possessed an ice-attributed spiritual root. With this technique, he dominated the cultivation world for hundreds of years, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage and becoming a legend. This technique is not only extremely fast to cultivate, but also incredibly powerful. It's especially suitable for cultivators with ice, water, and yin-attributed spiritual roots. He paused, looking around at the crowd, his tone tinged with emotion. This technique was originally the secret of True Lord Zuanming. Later, True Lord Zuanming perished while exploring a secret realm, and the technique was lost with him. Hundreds of years ago, a cultivator discovered fragments of this technique in an ancient ruin. After years of restoration by our Chamber of Commerce's Grand Elder, it was finally completed. Today, this technique has been brought to light. It is an honor for our Wanning Chamber of Commerce and a great opportunity for all of you fellow Daoists. As soon as Elderkin finished speaking, the atmosphere in the auction hall instantly ignited. A first-grade earth-rank technique, capable of cultivation to the nascent soul stage, would be enough to drive any cultivator crazy, especially those at the golden core stage. Fu Changsheng's heart raced upon hearing this. However, he already possessed the Green Emperor's longevity secret, a technique undoubtedly higher in rank than the Zuanming Sutra. While it would be a blessing for his clan to possess another first-grade earth-rank technique, it was still a dream. With his current financial resources, it was simply out of his reach. Fu Changsheng was also baffled. What kind of background did the Wanning Chamber of Commerce have? They were even putting up a first-grade earth-rank technique for auction. Based on what Qin's Henrin had just said, could the Supreme Elder he was referring to be a nascent soul true lord? If only we could excerpt some content from the Zuanming Sutra, that way, he could perfect the system's deductions. With this thought, Fu Changsheng couldn't help but ask, Elderkin, you're talking so absurdly. Could you please show us the general outline of the Zuanming Sutra? After all, the bid is substantial, so we have to inspect the product first, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Xianggu, who hadn't won anything today, immediately scoffed. The Wanning Chamber of Commerce has been around for nearly 10,000 years, and its reputation has always been legendary. How could they possibly cheat you? Besides, you, a mere purple mansion, really have the money to bid for the Zuanming Sutra? It's a joke. Fu Changsheng dismissed it as the barking of a mad dog and didn't respond. However, someone in the upper giant circle spoke up. Elderkin, I think what that young friend said is correct. If we could see the general outline, I'm sure everyone would offer even more without reservation. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected someone to help him out. If they could get the general outline, the system should be able to deduce the techniques for each subsequent realm. Elder Qin was clearly troubled. Turning to look at the leading fake infant shrew person, he saw him hesitate for a moment before finally nodding slightly. Elder Qin then said, "Since that's the case, then it shall be as you all wish." Even if the outline of the Zuanming Sutra were revealed, without the arrival of Ziwixing or the reincarnation of a powerful being, it would be impossible to deduce the subsequent techniques from it. Immediately, a spell was struck upon the black iron. Ahum. The next moment, a series of white spiritual lights illuminated. Golden runes emerged. At the dawn of the universe, chaos was divided. The Zuanming realm is chilling and profoundly cold. The origin of this sutra originates from the secrets of the abyss of the void, hidden within the abyss of the Zuanming. It is the key to the most yin and coldest dharma in heaven and earth. The icy soul concentrates the mind, the cold energy transforms into spirit, the spiritual consciousness is like ice, and it sees through all things. The outline was filled with hundreds of words. Fu Changsheng showed no intention of comprehending it, and quickly copied it onto the jade slip. Ahum. The next moment, all the runes disappeared. Elder Qin smiled and said, "The starting price for this technique is 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Elder Qin's voice was sonorous and powerful, as if imbued with a magical power, instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. The bidding began. 55,000, a giant and cultivator took the lead, his voice tinged with urgency. 60,000, soon, another bid rose from another private room. 70,000, the bidding continued, the price rapidly climbing. 90,000, a giant and Henren's voice boomed from above, suddenly raising the price by 20,000. Hearing this astronomical figure, Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. The prices these giants Henren were quoting were likely not the product of their own efforts, but the foundation of their entire families. He also gained a glimpse into the financial resources of high-ranking families. They were simply beyond the reach of lower-ranking families like theirs. Where do they get their spirit stones from? Fu Changsheng muttered to himself. At the same time, he felt incredibly fortunate to possess such a heaven-defying technique as the Green Emperor's longevity secret. If he relied on his own efforts, he would never have been able to gather enough spirit stones in his lifetime to purchase such an opportunity, even more powerful than a heaven-grade technique. When the bidding reached 90,000, the few giant and cultivators who had been bidding seemed to subside. A moment later, a faint spiritual light emanated from the two private rooms where the bidding had taken place. Elder Qin snorted coldly at this, flicking his index finger and piercing the hearts of two hidden flying insects. "Fellow Daoists, this is your first warning. If it happens again, don't blame our Chamber of Commerce for not giving you face." Something unexpected happened on the field. Fu Changsheng hadn't noticed. He had discovered that the copy of the mysterious Nether Sutra he had copied was dissipating at an extremely fast rate. What on earth is going on? Furthermore, he discovered these general runes, and when he recalled them again, he couldn't recall a single word. This Wanning Chamber of Commerce is truly remarkable. Fu Changsheng quickly came up with a plan, his mind focused on the systems, method deduction, panel. Consume 5,000 family contribution points to deduce the Zuanming Sutra. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light appeared. Then, the Zuanming Sutra, which had been on the verge of dissipating, reappeared in his sea of consciousness, constantly transforming, runes lighting up one by one. Boom! After a moment, the yellow light faded. The method deduction concluded, and a line of text appeared. Zuanming Sutra Deduction, Progress, 200/900. A line of information flooded into his mind. The Zuanming Sutra is divided into 9 realms. Each realm is in tune with the icy power of heaven and earth. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can condense ice into Dao and transform cold into divinity. First level, initial condensation of Zuanbing, key training realm. At the beginning of the Zuanming, cold energy enters the body, condensing ice into a foundation and transforming energy into form. The cultivator must draw the cold energy of heaven and earth into the body, condensing the first wisp of Zuanbing Qi within the Danshan. This Qi forms the foundation of the practice and must be nurtured with the mind, allowing it to merge with one's spiritual roots and transform into the source of power. Cultivating this level allows the cultivator to initially master ice-attributed spiritual power and cast low-level ice-based spells. Second level, frost covers the body. Foundation establishment realm. Frost descends upon the body, cold energy envelopes the body, icy flesh and bones, and the cold spirit begins to take shape. The cultivator must channel Zuanbing Qi into the meridians throughout the body, enveloping the entire body with cold energy and condensing icy flesh and bones. Upon achieving this level, a cultivator's physical strength increases significantly, enabling them to resist common fire spells. The cold energy they emit creates a protective frost, effectively combining offense and defense. 5,000 family contribution points. The first 2 levels of the technique were deduced. However, Fu Changsheng blinked at the 900 value displayed on the control panel. Could it be that the system's deduction indicates that this technique can be cultivated to a higher level than the spiritual transformation realm? If so, then Heian and Molin could both switch to this technique. Because the end of the technique states that those who previously practiced other water and ice attributed techniques do not need to dissipate their energy and start over. They only need to practice the small 3-yang transformation technique to convert all of their mana into the corresponding attribute of the Zuanming Sutra. I wonder if this technique from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce also has this effect. The thought had just fallen. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. Ling, you have added to and improved the fatal flaw of the Zuanming Sutra for your family, earning 5,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the panel changed to 22,900. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. This Zuanming Zhenjing auctioned by the Wanning Chamber of Commerce has a fatal flaw. Could it be? Several bad thoughts flashed through his mind. Fortunately, he didn't spend a lot of money to buy it. Of course, he didn't have the money. Moreover, he cleverly used the system to deduce it first, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Chapter 365, Secret, Entrustment, and Entering Another World. After the auction ended, Fu Changsheng stayed where he was, waiting until most of the others had left before going downstairs. He saw Luo Haideng waiting for him at the door and hurriedly greeted him. Senior Luo. Yes, Luo Haideng said, motioning for Fu Changsheng to join him in the inner city. As they left, a figure flashed past in the shadows and snorted, so you've hooked up with a Jinden's Henren. Fu Changsheng arrived at the inner city cave. Luo Haideng didn't ask what he had won, simply saying, I'll be stationed in the inner city for a while. Clan leader Fu, if you'd like to stay in Jingzhou City, you can stay with me. Thank you, senior, but I have important matters to attend to in my clan's fiefdom, so I have to leave as soon as possible. Under Luo Haideng's watchful eye, Fu Changsheng didn't dare escape into the 5 elements space. Furthermore, he had to participate in the Shadow Sect's outer sect selections, so he felt safe in his own territory. Therefore, he stayed in the inner city for a few days, waiting for the auction to pass before bidding farewell to Luo Haideng. After leaving Jingzhou City, he immediately donned his mysterious robes. Once he reached a secluded spot, he rode a green dragon and sped off to his fiefdom in Yuncheng County. Along the way, he stopped by the Wanning Market. Once there, he headed straight for the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Shopkeeper Yan, upon seeing Fu Changsheng, immediately approached him. Senior Fu, our elders said you've arrived. Just go upstairs. He then personally led the way. On reaching the 2nd floor, a red-eyed maid emerged to greet him. She had been with Miss Qin. Fu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Are we a little too late? The maid led Fu Changsheng around the front porch and into the backyard. Faint sobs emanated from the main room. The maid quickly stepped forward to report, Miss, Senior Fu has returned. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed from the room. A white shadow flashed. It was Miss Qin. Senior Fu, Coco has won the bid. Miss Qin's eyes were red and puffy. She looked at Fu Changsheng with anticipation, yet feared her last glimmer of hope would be dashed. Fu Changsheng nodded. I've lived up to your expectations. Okay, Senior Fu, please come in. Miss Qin, no longer concerned with other formalities, hurriedly dragged Fu Changsheng towards the main room. The air was thick with the scent of medicine, but it couldn't mask the faint scent of death. Elder Qin lay in bed, his face sallow. He was still hanging on because Miss Qin had used the magical elixir to prolong his life. Fu Changsheng wasted no time. Miss Qin, help your father to his feet. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. A box with a white background and leaf patterns appeared. With a magical incantation, the barrier was released, and a rich vitality burst out. Miss Qin's eyes lit up. 9 life fruit. This elixir can prolong life for 3 years. Miss Qin was instantly overcome with emotion. tears streaming down her face. Fu Changsheng placed his right palm on Elderkin's back, and Elderkin's mouth opened slightly. The 9 longevity fruit instantly transformed into a beam of spiritual light and sank into his body. Boom! The medicinal power, entering his stomach, dissipated instantly. Elderkin's mana had already dried up, making it impossible to refine the medicinal power. Fu Changsheng also placed his left hand on Elderkin's back, and carefully channeled strands of his mana into Elderkin's body, enveloping the medicinal power and rapidly refining it. The 9 longevity fruit's medicinal power was somewhat similar to the vital energy previously fed back by the primordial mysterious vine, making it relatively simple to refine. Half a cup of tea later, Elderkin, who had previously exuded a deathly aura, trembled slightly. His sallow complexion began to fade, a hint of color returning, and his breathing became steady. Another hour passed. After the last trace of medicinal power had been refined within him, Elderkin looked as if he were soundly asleep, his deathly aura fading. Huh? Fu Changsheng sighed deeply. He rose from the bed, laid Elderkin flat on his back, and said to Miss Qin, "The medicinal power in Elderkin's body has been fully refined. He will probably wake up in a few hours. Thank you, Senior." Miss Qin immediately bowed profusely to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng placed the 9 longevity fruit seeds in a box and waved for her to rise. "Miss Qin, if there's nothing urgent, I'll return to my fiefdom." Miss Qin personally escorted him out of the market, thanking him profusely along the way. After Fu Changsheng faded, Miss Qin immediately returned to the Chamber of Commerce, ascended the stairs, deactivated the magic circle, and remained by the bedside. A few hours later, Elderkin slowly awoke. "Daddy!" Miss Qin wept with joy. Although Elderkin was unconscious, he knew everything that was happening in the outside world. He reached out and touched his daughter's head. "Silly child, you've used up all your spirit stone reserves. How will you exchange them for soul-guiding pills in the future? I don't care. I just want my father to live." Miss Qin smiled and shook her head. Spirit stones could be earned again, but without her father, she would be an orphan. Elderkin sighed softly. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Yunayan, what do you think of Patriarch Fu? He values loyalty and friendship, and clearly distinguishes between love and hate. He's a rare good man in this cruel world of cultivation. If you were to marry him, would you be willing?" Miss Qin was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head repeatedly. "Father, please don't tease me. Rumor has it that the Fu family will soon be promoted to a 7th-rank family. How could someone like Senior Fu be interested in me?" Elderkin closed his eyes. After talking for a while, he was clearly tired. Seeing this, Qin Yunayan quickly told Elderkin to rest and withdrew. Elderkin, who had been lying down, suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them. "Perhaps we should give it a try." After Fu Changsheng emerged from the market, he sped off on his green dragon towards his fiefdom in Yuncheng County. Arriving at the fiefdom, he summoned Heian. Heian felt a little nervous about being summoned alone. Since marrying into the Fu family, aside from her frequent interactions with He Kingru and completing her clan missions, she had spent most of her time in seclusion, cultivating. She felt a vague sense of unease, unsure of the Patriarch's purpose. "Greetings, Father." "Yes." Fu Changsheng exchanged a few pleasantries. Without hope, he asked, "Has your amnesia improved?" Heian shook her head. She still couldn't recall anything from before entering the Great Zhou. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng inquired about Heian's cultivation and examined her constitution. He discovered that her wood spirit roots had awakened more significantly, leading to the misconception that she was cultivating a wood-attributed technique. However, according to intelligence, Heian possessed a water spirit body. Seeing Fu Changsheng's silence, Heian felt a hint of concern. "Father, is there something wrong with my cultivation?" Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Your constitution is very similar to that of a fellow Taoist I met before, but I'll need to observe further to determine the specifics." He patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and 2 jade slips floated out. After completing the small 3-yang transformation technique on the jade slips, you can then switch to the mysterious Nether Sutra. However, you must not disclose the latter technique to anyone without my permission, not even your husband, Fu Gear. Do you understand? "Yes, Father," Heian said without resistance. In her opinion, although her father-in-law, Fu Changsheng, didn't usually show much concern for her, he wouldn't deliberately do anything to harm her. When she took the jade slip and took a look, her pupils shrank. Although the level of the technique in the Zuanming's Henjing was not marked, she could sense from the words that it was at least one level or above. This, Heian was surprised and delighted. However, she hadn't made any special contributions to the family, and she felt a little apprehensive. "Father, your kindness is deeply appreciated. I will never let you down." After saying this, she bowed deeply. The next moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. "Ling, you have earned the respect of your daughter-in-law, who possesses a water spirit body, and have gained 50 family contribution points." Fu Changsheng gave a few instructions. Heian emerged from the meeting room. Fu Gear, who had been waiting for her for a long time, immediately greeted her with a look of concern. "Wife, what does father want to see you about?" "Nothing, I just want to inquire about the children's cultivation." "Go and do your own thing." Fu Yongfu had mastered the white tiger bodybuilding soup and was busy brewing it. Given his dedication to spiritual food, he still found time to care for his wife, clearly showing his genuine concern for Heian. Fu Gear smiled innocently. "Okay, if you need anything, remember to let me know." After gently rubbing Heian's hand, he sauntered towards the spiritual food shop. With the Tikyu Mountain spiritual veins rising, Fu Changsheng had specially opened up a separate peak for Fu Yongfu. The entire spiritual food shop had developed a sophisticated production line, becoming a vital source of income for the clan. Fu Changsheng listened to the young couple's conversation from the hall and smiled faintly. His children's relationships didn't worry him at all. Excellent. He returned to the secret room and deactivated the magic circle. A thought struck him. The next moment, he entered the summit of the sacred mountain in the five elements dimension. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared, and a box with a white background and leaf patterns appeared. Chuniang also approached. The box opened. It was the core of the 9 longevity fruit. Chuniang's eyes lit up. "Master, give me this core. I will definitely cultivate it." "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded. With a flick of his right hand, another box appeared in his hand. "Chuniang, don't rush to plant the 9 longevity fruit yet. First, transplant this 1,000-year-old snow lotus to the northern glacier." "Yes, master." Chuniang took the box. The two of them arrived at the northern glacier. With Fu Changsheng's arrival, the rich ice spiritual energy here automatically dispersed to both sides. Chuniang pointed to the mountainside and said, "Master, how about the spiritual spring well?" There were dozens of spiritual spring wells throughout the glacier, 6 of which were of the 3rd level. Chuniang pointed to the spot halfway up the mountain, where the ice spirit energy was most concentrated. "Yes, transplant it there." Currently, no one was cultivating on the glacier. Since the 1,000-year-old snow lotus was crucial to Heian's ability to activate his water spirit body, it naturally required careful cultivation. Chuniang cast a spell into the glacier. With a rumble, the ice above the spirit spring well halfway up the mountain melted, and in an instant, a lotus pond, suspended above the wellhead, was forged. With Chuniang's advancement, her manipulation of space had become significantly more adept. Buzz! The 1,000-year-old snow lotus was planted in the lotus pond. The once wilted 1,000-year-old snow lotus seemed to regenerate, its disease dissipating. But then, the butterfly mark within its leaves trembled slightly, and the disease returned, repeating itself. Fu Changsheng shook his head and said, "It seems Yongwei will have to intervene." However, according to the intelligence system, Yongwei could only eliminate the root cause of the 1,000-year-old snow lotus's disease after breaking through to the Purple Mansion. Fu Changsheng returned to the summit of Lingshan Mountain and saw a crudely constructed, 2nd-level Fengliu Huangchuan formation in front of it. "Qiuniang, have you reached the 2nd-level formation, master?" "Yes, master, I also just broke through not long ago." "Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work." This indicated that Qiuniang had some talent for formations. Though not high, she had plenty of time, and spending time in this inner space made up for her shortcomings. Fu Changsheng entered the thatched hut and deactivated the formation. His mind fell on the panel in his sea of consciousness. With his current family contribution points, he could add points to perfect the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art. Consume 22,000 family contribution points to enhance Fu Yongfan's spiritual root aptitude. A buzz? The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, before his eyes, his body vanished from the thatched hut. A moment later, he felt a splitting headache. A woman sobbing echoed in his ears. "Brother Wei, why is your life so miserable? Entering the Tower of Babel and losing yourself in it? Woo woo woo, If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have begged your father. Woo woo woo, if you didn't wake up, what would I have done? Woo woo woo, I shouldn't have brought you into the Fu family. In Xianyang town, we, mother and son, could have lived a peaceful life together. The woman's voice was gentle and melodious, giving off a feeling of pity. Although she spoke incessantly, it didn't come across as noisy. Although awake, Fu Changsheng didn't open his eyes, instead listening attentively to the woman's sobs. After a while, he finally grasped the situation. This time, he entered the same world as the Tower of Babel. And his identity was the same Fu Ziwei. After he had teleported out of the Tower of Babel, he seemed to have fallen into coma, unable to wake up. This, Fu Changsheng was puzzled. After he left, who was the real Fu Ziwei? Now that he had arrived, where had he gone? A moment later, a maid's voice echoed joyfully from outside the door. Madam Yu, the master of the family is here. The master? Fu Ziwei's father. Fu Changsheng felt a moment of nervousness, wondering if he would be discovered. Just as the thought was forming, he heard footsteps outside. Fu Changsheng vaguely sensed a powerful presence approaching him. Given the master's level, feigning sleep wouldn't be enough to conceal it. As the door opened, he slowly opened his eyes, only to see a man resembling a banished immortal walk in. The man's gaze fell on him, and he was visibly stunned for a moment. Then, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He swung himself to the bedside, quickly checking his pulse, and couldn't suppress his excitement. Ziwei, good, just wake up, just wake up. The man immediately produced a jade talisman for communication, infused it with a spell, and with a hum, the talisman illuminated. Grand Elder, Ziwei is awake. Grand Elder. Fu Changsheng was startled. The man before him was already a golden core, known as the Grand Elder. Could that mean he must be a true lord of the nascent soul? The nascent soul was coming. What if his identity was discovered? Fu Changsheng's eyelids fluttered, but fortunately, Concubine Yu excitedly rushed over and covered him. My son, you're finally awake. Concubine Yu, Ziwei just woke up. Please be gentle, the man said, pulling Concubine Yu up, looking at Fu Changsheng as if he were a treasure. Concubine Yu choked up at the words, and when she came to her senses, a flash of panic flashed across her face. Husband, you want Ziwei to participate in the War of All Races? Absolutely not. Ziwei just came back from the gates of hell. How can he? The man raised his hand to stop Concubine Yu from speaking. He said calmly, whether Ziwei can go into battle will be determined after the Grand Elder's assessment. Aunt Yu clutched her handkerchief nervously, her body swaying slightly, her face filled with fear. Clearly, this war among all races was extremely dangerous. Fu Changsheng didn't even know how long he had been unconscious, or whether the flow of time here was the same as in the Great Circumference, where he was. So, for now, he said nothing, intending to wait and see. A moment later, a gust of wind rushed in from outside the door. Then, a red-bearded elder appeared in the room. Clan leader Fu hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Grand Elder. The elder waved his hand and, like lightning, reached Fu Changsheng's bedside. He quickly examined Fu Changsheng's internal condition, gave clan leader Fu a look, and the two of them immediately moved from the room to the side hall, deactivating the formation. The old man stroked his beard and said, Ziwei somehow encountered a chance in the Tower of Babel, unexpectedly receiving a surge of immense energy. I thought he wouldn't survive, but he's been digesting it on his own over the years, breaking through to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. Now that he's awakened, this is a great blessing for our clan. Clan leader Fu was also excited. He bowed and said, Grand Elder, have you noticed anything unusual about Ziwei's body? Don't worry. It's not been possessed by some old monster, and his vitality is thriving. There's nothing wrong. Now we just need him to adapt to the power within. Clan leader Fu felt relieved, then asked with some hope, Grand Elder, given Wire's current physical condition, could he possibly participate in the War of All Clan? For the past thousands of years, their Fu clan had been at the bottom of the heap. Wire's sudden rise was undoubtedly an opportunity to turn the tide. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Patriarch, do you think having another nascent soul cultivator in the clan in the future is more important, or is this small profit right now more important? Naturally, the former was more important. Clan leader Fu was a little excited. Grand Elder, are you suggesting that we cultivate Twigir as the clan's nascent soul seed? Yes, the Grand Elder nodded slightly. Thinking back to the past, He had only reached the third floor of the Changsheng Tower, while Wei Gear had already reached over a dozen. With careful cultivation, perhaps the Fu family could achieve a remarkable feat and produce a divine transformation master. My eldest brother and I have already discussed this. Once Wei Gear recovers, we'll have him cultivated in the clan's Taixun Cave Heaven. Taixun Cave Heaven. Clan leader Fu's pupils shrank. Though the Taixun Cave Heaven was incomplete, two of the clan's grand elders had entered it in their youth to cultivate. This cave heaven only opens once every 500 years, and no more than 3 clan members can be sent in at a time. For this spot, countless disciples of the clan were vying for the position. Clan leader Fu, noble as the clan leader, was born at the wrong time, having already missed the prime age for entering the Taixun Cave Heaven. He bowed deeply to the ground. Thank you, two supreme elders, for your kindness to Wei Gear. Elsewhere, in the main room, upon seeing clan leader Fu and his companions leave, concubine Yu immediately pulled Fu Changsheng to his feet and said, Wei Gear, let's return to town now. Clearly, concubine Yu didn't want Fu Changsheng to participate in the War of All Clans. A maidservant beside him whispered, Concubine, the supreme elders have just cast a barrier around the courtyard. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Concubine Yu collapsed to the ground at these words. Looking at Fu Changsheng, tears welled up in her eyes. My son, it's your mother who has harmed you. Although Fu Changsheng had never interacted with concubine Yu, she knew she genuinely had her son's best interests at heart. He had never felt such maternal love before, and it felt strange. He wondered if his biological mother was like concubine Yu. He pondered. He raised his hand and held Aunt Yu's. Don't cry. As he spoke, the door reopened. Clan leader Fu walked in again, but there was no sign of the grand elder behind him. Aunt Yu subconsciously put Fu Changsheng behind her. Seeing this, clan leader Fu said, Yu, don't worry, Wei Gear will not participate in the War of All Clans. Really? Of course it's true. Madam Yu burst into laughter. Clan leader Fu offered a few soothing words and winked at the maid, who promptly and tactfully led Madam Yu away. With only father and son left in the room, clan leader Fu cast a spell on the room's magic circle. When the light shield rose, his face lit with excitement. Brother Wei, the grand elder just told us that in 3 months, when the Taixun Cave Heaven opens, you and the 2 grand elders' eldest grandsons will be able to enter Taixun Cave Heaven. Fu Changsheng looked puzzled. Clan leader Fu smiled and explained the origins of Taixun Cave Heaven. According to fragments of hidden Taoist scriptures, Taixun Cave Heaven was opened by the ancient Tai Immortal. Legend has it that Tai Immortal comprehended the principle of profound and profound, the door to all wonders in the Zuinun Sutra, and, deep in Mount Zhongnan, drew the primordial energy of heaven and earth, condensing it into a mysterious void. The Cave Heaven, a place of its own, a cyclical cycle of yin and yang, contains sacred sites such as the 9-turn mysterious light pool and the formless starfall platform. It is a sacred place for cultivators to comprehend profound truths and sever ties with worldly desires. The Cave Heaven has endured for over 1,000,000 years and is no longer what it once was. What our clan has obtained is but a fragment of it. Though dilapidated, entering it often offers unexpected opportunities. The Taixun Cave Heaven is only accessible to the successive clan leaders and the supreme elders. It opens once every 500 years. Furthermore, there is a special circumstance. The person chosen as the nascent soul seed to be sent into the Cave Heaven. According to clan secret histories, all who enter the Taixun Cave Heaven successfully condense their nascent soul. Of course, whether they can survive the 3 nascent soul tribulations is another matter. Fu Changsheng was thrilled upon hearing this. Although the Taixun Cave Heaven was dilapidated, entering it might reveal the secret method to enhance the 5 elements space. However, he was a little puzzled. This time, he was cultivating the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art. But now, according to the plot, he had inexplicably entered Taixun Cave Heaven. Could it be that things are out of the system's control? Fu Changsheng suppressed his doubts. He inquired about Taixun Cave Heaven, but clan leader Fu offered no clues. He had intended to use this identity to explore the area, but before he could speak, clan leader Fu said, Brother Wei, for the next 3 months, rest assured that you will recover in your room. With a few instructions, clan leader Fu completely shut down the magic circle. No one from Changli Court was allowed to enter or leave, including Fu Changsheng. When the 3-month deadline arrived, Fu Changsheng was taken to the forbidden area in the back mountains. Entering, he was greeted by a towering stone gate, engraved with mysterious runes, giving off an air of ancient antiquity. Before this imposing gate, the red-bearded Grand Elder sat in silent meditation, his eyes closed, seemingly at one with the surroundings. In front of him, two young purple palace masters, a man and a woman, stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their faces were still young, but their eyes revealed a calmness. The man stood tall and straight, his expression resolute, while the woman was beautiful and graceful. Upon seeing clan leader Fu enter, the two men bowed, their gazes fixed on Fu Changsheng, a flicker of disdain in their eyes. They had both fought countless battles and endured immense hardship to secure this opportunity, but this Fu Ziwei before them was said to be merely a concubine's son, and had only recently returned to his ancestral home. It was said he had never fulfilled a single clan mission, let alone rendered meritorious service to the family. Yet, now he stood on equal footing with him. Naturally, the two men were dissatisfied. However, in the presence of clan leader Fu and the Grand Elder, they concealed their discontent. The four stood in silence for a moment. Ahem. The light curtain of the magic circle behind them trembled slightly, and then the Grand Elder, Zuanming's Henjin, appeared. He was clad in a black robe, his hair as white as frost, and his deep eyes held a chilling coldness. The red-bearded second Grand Elder Zhuanyang Zhenjun, who had been sitting cross-legged before the stone gate, suddenly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Zhuanming Zhenjun. His pupils constricted. Although the other's face appeared rosy and normal, he could immediately see the faint signs of the nascent soul within him collapsing. Big brother, Zhuanyang hurried forward. Zhuanming, however, gave him a look, urging him to remain calm. Fu Changsheng and the other three had already bowed their heads in greeting, unaware of the interaction between the two. They only heard a voice overhead, "In half a cup of tea, the time for the harmony of yin and yang will come, and the opportunity for the cave heaven to open. Ziwei, Zijin, and Ziao, each of you should master the incantation for the induction." As he spoke, three intricate ancient jades floated towards Fu Changsheng and the other two. As they grasped the jades, they felt a warm sensation. The incantation for activation was engraved on the back of the jades. Although written in ancient Chinese, it was not difficult to understand. Fu Changsheng looked up and saw that the later arriving true Lord Zuanming had his eyes closed and remained silent, sitting cross-legged before the stone gate. The red-bearded true Lord Zuanyang, however, explained to them the precautions for entering Taixun Cave Heaven. He concluded, "The last time the three of us entered Taixun Cave Heaven, the ruins within were much larger than our ancestors had recorded. 500 years later, I'm afraid the cave is even more dilapidated. Therefore, you must proceed with caution when entering. Follow Xiao's instructions." Do you understand? Of the three, Xiao was already at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, Ziqian was at the late Purple Mansion realm, and Fu Changsheng was at the middle Purple Mansion realm, the lowest in terms of cultivation. They all responded in unison. Then, the voice of the Fu clan leader reached Fu Changsheng's ears. "Brother Wei, remember, put your own safety first." True Lord Zuanming, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and exchanged glances with True Lord Zuanyang. The two of them formed hand seals, chanted an incantation, and with a boom, a stream of spells poured into the stone gate. Buzz! The runes on the Changsheng stone gate seemed to come alive, rapidly wriggling, connecting end to end. A slight tremor echoed, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The next moment, the entire world trembled. Immediately, a grey vortex coalesced above the Changsheng stone gate. True Lord Zuanyang turned and said, "Ziwei, the three of you quickly recite the incantation." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Changsheng saw True Lord Zuanming suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. The black blood fell to the ground, instantly corroding it. This is. Clearly, True Lord Zuanming had been seriously injured and returned. Everyone present was clearly shocked by this sudden scene, but True Lord Zuanming roared, "What are you three still standing there for? Recite the incantation." Fu Changsheng saw a hint of urgency in his expression and, without hesitation, quickly formed a seal and muttered something. With a humming sound, the ancient jade in his hand shone with a brilliant white light, enveloping him. Then, a beam of light shot out from the grey vortex and landed on him. The beam contained a powerful pulling force. Buzz! The next moment, Fu Changsheng's figure disappeared into the grey vortex. Chapter 366, Sword Formation, Intelligence, and Lottery. The moment Fu Changsheng vanished, he felt a terrifying force crash into the grey vortex. In a moment of panic, He saw the light barrier of the forbidden area in the back mountain being pierced directly. The two true lords, Zuanming and Zuanyang, were horrified. What is this? Fu Changsheng was shocked. Could it be that the Fu family in this other world had encountered a powerful enemy? Since the Fu family was only at the bottom of the myriad clans, it meant that this other world must have possessed a powerful divine transformation being. Madame Yu. Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the maternal love he had felt from Madame Yu recently. He hoped that the Fu family could hold on and that Madame Yu could survive safely. Fu Changsheng, who was teleporting, suddenly felt his pupils shrink as the pulling force within the ancient jade suddenly became disrupted. Oh no, clearly, an outside enemy had broken through and destroyed the Changsheng stone gate. With a crackling sound, the terrifying force of space instantly shattered the light barrier formed by the ancient jade. Fu Changsheng's mind moved. Buzz! The Yangang talisman instantly hovered in his palm. The talisman activated, and with a boom, a brilliant golden shield descended, shielding him. For a moment, it blocked the pull of spatial forces. The next moment, he was hurled backwards by a terrifying centrifugal force. Boom! Just as he was about to crash into a stone wall, a thought struck him. A petal from the third-level treasure lotus lantern fell, enveloping him. Bang! The lotus petal crashed against the stone wall. Trapped within, Fu Changsheng felt dizzy and dazed. It took him a long time to recover from the dizziness of the teleportation. He found himself in an unfamiliar world. The sky was gray, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, only a vast chaos. Beneath his feet lay a barren expanse, barren of grass. The outlines of dilapidated buildings were faintly visible in the distance. Is this the Taixun Cave heaven? Fu Changsheng muttered to himself. HMPH, you're truly a country bumpkin who's never seen the world, a mocking voice echoed. Fu Changsheng turned around and saw Fu Zio and Fu Ziqian standing not far away. Fu Zio was dressed in white and had a handsome face, but there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Fu Ziqian was dressed in purple and had a beautiful face, but there was also a hint of disdain between her brows. Third brother and sixth sister, Fu Changsheng bowed. Fu Zio snorted coldly, don't think that you can really be on equal footing with us just because you enter Taixun Cave heaven. Remember, everything here must be under my command. Fu Changsheng nodded in response, but he was secretly alert in his heart. These two people were obviously hostile to him, and he had to be careful in this dangerous Taixun Cave heaven. The three of them walked forward and soon came to ruin. This place seemed to be a magnificent palace, but now only broken walls are left. According to family records, this should be the Taixun Palace, Fu Ziqian said. It is said that the inheritance of Taixun's Henrin is hidden here, but many ancestors have come here and have never found any clues. A trace of greed flashed in Fu Zio's eyes. Let's search separately. In his opinion, he was the one destined to be here. Fu Changsheng didn't want to act with these two people, which was exactly what he wanted. He walked into the ruins alone and was soon attracted by a broken wall. There were some strange runes engraved on the wall, and there were faint fluctuations of spiritual power. He reached out to touch the wall and suddenly felt a pain in his fingertips. A drop of blood seeped into the wall. The next moment, the runes on the wall lit up, and a white light enveloped him. When he reacted, he found himself in a closed stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber, there was nothing. A sword beam pierced the stone wall. With a clang, sparks flew, and a gash several feet deep appeared. Yet, the stone wall seemed bottomless. After a moment, the runes on the stone wall began to wriggle, and then the depression returned to normal. This stone chamber is truly strange. Fu Changsheng searched the stone chamber with his spiritual sense, but found no door. Am I trapped here? This wouldn't do. Fu Changsheng's right hand grasped the three-turn treasure lotus lantern, and the flame caught the wind and fell onto the stone wall. A crackling sound rippled through the stone wall, creating a small hole. There's hope. Just as he thought he had a way out, the runes on the stone wall surged, and the small hole was smoothed out again, as if nothing had happened. I don't believe it. He then used all his methods, but found that the stone chamber couldn't be opened at all. After a lot of tinkering, he realized that the stone chamber couldn't be opened. After calming down, he noticed a faint flow of mysterious energy amidst the swirling runes in the stone chamber. Could it be? Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth, immediately sitting cross-legged and beginning to practice the fourth level of the Great Evolution technique. As the technique began to flow, a buzzing sound emanated from the chamber. The strange energy that had been flowing through the stone chamber trembled slightly, transforming into tiny dots of spiritual light that lingered around Fu Changsheng and slowly sank into his body. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that as this energy was transformed and absorbed, his progress in practicing the Great Evolution technique suddenly increased dozens of times. So that's how it is. Fu Changsheng immediately stopped hesitating and began practicing the Great Evolution technique at full speed. Divine thoughts are vast, consciousness is boundless. Spiritual essence converges within the heart, he connects the spirits. The stars are in a magical order, the heavenly thunder glimmers. The sword formation unites, the divine control of the heavens. In this stone chamber, time seemed to stand still. Fu Changsheng, completely absorbed in his practice, was unaware of how much time had passed in the stone chamber. Meanwhile, within the purple mansion, the previously blurry golden figure gradually became clearer, its features slowly becoming defined, its muscles becoming more defined. A faint golden glow emanated, forming a golden shield enveloping it. The purple mansion's territory also continued to expand. Originally resembling a narrow lake, it gradually expanded, its surroundings shrouded in mist and clouds, becoming vast and boundless. Indifferent, Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly fluttered open. His spiritual awareness spread outward like a surging tide, its intensity and range comparable to that of a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core stage. He had achieved perfection in the fourth level of the Great Evolution art. A look of surprise crossed Fu Changsheng's face. Huh? After reaching perfection, he was unexpectedly not transported back to the Great Zhou. It seems the family exchanged too much contribution points. However, he lacked the subsequent techniques of the Great Evolution art, so he couldn't continue his practice. After a moment's thought, Fu Changsheng muttered, I could first master the Starry Sky Thunder Sword formation. While he didn't have all 12 Thunder Swords, 3 of them would allow him to practice a simplified version of the formation. He took a deep breath, his expression becoming intensely focused. Spiritual energy within him began to flow slowly, like an undercurrent surging beneath a calm lake. A thought moved him. With a clear humming sound, 3 thunder swords whirred out of his body, hovering not far in front of him. The swords shimmered with a cold light, the faint power of lightning coursing through their blades. Stars shine in the heavens, thunder shakes the universe. Sword shadows intertwine, and heaven and earth lose their souls. As he chanted the incantation, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and complex sigils flickered at his fingertips. As if summoned by some kind of force, the 3 thunder swords began to slowly rotate, accelerating, forming a small sword wheel. A faint starlight flickered around the sword wheel, as bright as the stars in the night sky. In this strange stone chamber, he had surprisingly completed the prototype of the sword formation in less than a year. Strike while the iron is hot, starlight converges, thunder's might arrives. The sword formation suddenly appears, making it impenetrable to even the most powerful. Fu Changsheng continued chanting the incantation, his hand seals forming at a rapid pace. Buzz! The lightning power of the 3 thunder swords grew stronger, tiny arcs of electricity dancing between the swords, crackling. The twinkling starlight gradually converged, forming streaks of starlight that entwined the swords. The second level of the sword formation was broken. Sweat beaded on Fu Changsheng's forehead as he concentrated intently on controlling the sword formation. Success depended on this final tremor. Starlight thunders, the sword formation unites, Fu Changsheng shouted. The 3 thunder swords instantly ceased their rotation and formed a strange formation. The starlight and lightning power intertwined, forming a small sword formation that exuded a terrifying aura. Within this simplified version of the Starry Sky Thunder Sword formation, Fu Changsheng felt a strange connection between himself and the 3 thunder swords. He could clearly sense the power contained within the sword, as if it were an extension of his own strength. He began experimenting with controlling the sword formation's movements and attacks, each movement deepening his understanding. Just as he was about to familiarize himself with it, a humming sound ripped through his mind. Fu Changsheng opened his eyes, only to find himself transported back to the thatched cottage of the 5 elements dimension. At the same time, the panel vibrated, and a line of text appeared. Fu Yongfen, Spiritual Root Aptitude, 85 out of 100, compared to last time. Fangir's spiritual root aptitude had increased by 44 points. Only 15 points away from 100. He planned to raise Fangir's spiritual root aptitude to 100 points next time, and then raise Anand's aptitude. Anan already had natural spiritual roots and a talent for alchemy. So it shouldn't take much effort to reach the full 100. Whether or not a spiritual body could be born depended on fate. His consciousness landed outside, but he saw Chunyang planting 9 life fruit seeds. He had been in the other world for decades. But outside, it was but a moment. I wonder if Aunt Yu and the others survived, Fu Changsheng muttered softly. The only thing left on the panel was family contribution points, which weren't enough to add in the near future. The Shadow Sect's outer sect selections were about to begin. Fu Changsheng felt it would be safer to exchange some intelligence first. He immediately thought, exchange intelligence, buzz. The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. During the attack on Yangang Mountain, the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes each lost 3 purple mansions. Witnessing the strength of your Fu family, the 2 tribes have temporarily put aside their feud and joined forces, intending to drive your Fu family from the eastern wilds. They have also requested assistance from the Yangang tribe. Upon seeing this information, Fu Changsheng was stunned. He had assumed that after being repelled last time, the 2 tribes would cease their attacks, but they hadn't expected them to escalate their attacks. If so, the tribe's combat power would be unable to be transported to Jingzhou. The Yulin prefecture mentioned by the system would likely be shelved for now. After all, if Yangang Mountain falls, the next step will be the Yunchen County fiefdom. This is their base camp, and it cannot be lost. It seems we must find a way to eradicate these 2 poisonous tumors. 2. Niuki Uxiu has already traveled to the northern frontier after merging with his soul within her body. Northern frontier, Fu Changsheng was a little surprised. Niuki Uxiu possessed a body of all poisons. Her father was killed by members of the Huangxi sect. He had originally planned to train her so that they could attack the Huangxi sect together in the future. However, something went wrong and Niuki Uxiu became possessed by an old monster. Now it seems the 2 have merged into one. It seems the possessed person is from the northern frontier, otherwise, the Great Zhou and the northern frontier are separated by tens of thousands of miles. Niuki Uxiu would never risk going there. The old monster's relics should be stored in the northern frontier. Perhaps they will meet again next time. It's not certain that Niuki Uxiu has become a Jinden's Henren. 3. A coffin in the White Tiger tribe's cemetery contains 100 bells flower. This flower, when refined into the dragon drunken pill, can cause the remnant yellow dragon spirit within the green dragon to fall into complete coma. 100 bells flower. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. This way, the hidden danger within the green dragon could be directly resolved. However, if they want to conquer the White Tiger tribe, they must plan carefully. After all, they are a tribe with 1,000 years of history. Without an opportunity, they will be like moths flying into flame. 4. After Luo Haideng reported the Yangang tribe's developments to the imperial court, the court decided to establish a prefecture in the eastern wilderness to consolidate the newly developed territory. An imperial decree will be issued soon. Establishing a new prefecture in the eastern wilderness? If so, then the new prefecture will surely create many new prefectures and counties. For the Fu family, there's no need to go far away and flee to Jingzhou. While Yulin prefecture in Jingzhou is desirable, it borders the Huangxi sect, and if they were not careful, they could be wiped out. It's better to stay in the eastern wilderness, where they at least have the Luo family's support. 5. Luo Haideng won the bid for the Skyfire Glaze and has been gifted to Luo Haiyan, who is currently in seclusion striving for the Golden Core stage. 6. The selection for Shadow Sect's outer disciples is divided into 2 rounds. 7. Ronggear has already reached the late Purple Mansion stage in the Secret Realm. A total of 7 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng saw that the subsequent information was of little use, so he stopped exchanging them. His gaze fell on the panel. There were still 250 family contribution points. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Ling, your Taoist companion Yu Qingru has successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion, earning 1,000 family contribution points. Qingru broke through. A flicker of joy filled Fu Changsheng's eyes. According to the timeline, the Yu family's promotion to the 8th rank would be announced soon. At that time, not only would he receive a substantial contribution point, but the Fu family would also be officially reported to the imperial court, undergoing the process of advancement to 7th rank family. The selection for Shadow Sect's outer disciples was about to begin. He had no way to improve his strength quickly, but he could participate in the system lottery. Since the system upgrade, he hadn't participated in the lottery once. If he could draw a good item, It would be of great benefit to the upcoming disciple selection. He immediately thought, exchange for lottery. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. The next moment, he felt an item appear in his storage bag. He tapped the bag, and a flash of rosy light appeared. A yellow light emerged, and then a box with a white background and yellow stripes appeared. I wonder what's inside. A single draw now costs 1,000 contribution points. I hope I won't be disappointed. Whoosh! A spell was cast. With a creaking sound, the box's restrictions were released, and a flash of yellow light came into view. He saw a poisonous insect wriggling in the jade bottle. Immediately, a stream of information flowed into a sea of consciousness. Xianpengu, level 2 peak goo insect. The Xianpengu is a defensive goo insect. After consuming the white jade goo and the water defense goo insect, it can evolve into level 3 goo insect. It's actually a goo insect. His third level treasure Lotus Lantern already possessed defensive capabilities. This Xianpengu was only level 2 peak, so it wouldn't be of much use to him. However, he could give it to Gan Muwen. Perhaps she could find a way to upgrade it to level 3. That way, he could also recoup the 1,000 family contribution points he lost. As soon as the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Ling, you've added a level 2 Piku insect with a potential to advance to level 3 to your family. You've gained 300 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 550, finally, not 250. Fu Changsheng took out the hidden gate mask and sent a letter to Mei Zhen, asking her to send someone to investigate Yulin Mansion. Since it was a feng shui treasure land, perhaps some treasures were hidden there. Finally, a spell struck the mask. A message emerged. Uncle Fei, tribesmen remaining in Yinan Mountain should not return to their fiefdoms in the near future. Keep a close eye on the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes. The aura on the Shadow Sect mask faded. Fu Changsheng took a deep breath and began to meditate, preparing for the upcoming selection. Over a month passed like this. Buzz! The Shadow Sect mask placed on the table suddenly glowed with a brilliant aura, then automatically floated up and placed itself on Fu Changsheng's face. The Shadow Sect's outer sect selection had begun. Fu Changsheng was somewhat nervous. Boom! In the void, a guiding force, guided by the mask, descended upon Fu Changsheng with a thud. His vision spun for a moment, and after a long pause, his vision brightened, revealing he had landed on a dojo covering thousands of square meters. The dojo resembled a vast platform suspended in the chaotic void, surrounded by endless darkness. The dojo was filled with shadowy figures, all cultivators dressed in a variety of attire. Some stood, some sat, all possessing the purple mansion cultivation level, each wearing a yellow mask. Fu Changsheng glanced around and noticed that everyone seemed to be arriving at the dojo for the first time, their eyes filled with wariness and curiosity. After a while, dozens of beams of light descended from the void, their spiritual light fading. It was clear that they were cultivators from different regions. Fu Changsheng even spotted the attire of the Eastern Wilderness tribe. This shadow sect is truly mysterious. Even to be an outer disciple, one must be at the Purple Mansion level. I wonder how this selection process is conducted, he thought. A sudden burst of light blazed in the void. Then, an old man in a black robe and a conical hat appeared out of thin air. The old man's aura was surprisingly ordinary, yet he exuded the aura of a superior being. Welcome to the Shadow Sect's outer disciple selection site. The preliminary round will be a live combat match, he said. He waved his sleeve. Rumble. The ground shook. Immediately, towering stone pillars shot up into the sky, some high, some low, inscribed with intricate runes. Fu Changsheng carefully counted them and found 90 in total. There were over 450 yellow-masked individuals in the dojo. If they were to fight over the pillars, wouldn't it mean nearly 80% of the people would be eliminated? Fu Changsheng approached the outermost pillar unnoticed. Then the old man's hoarse, eagle-like voice rang out again. After one stick of incense, those who remain on a pillar will advance. Only one person can remain on each pillar, as expected. Fu Changsheng instantly swung his body, leaping onto the pillar he had chosen. Seeing this, the other yellow-masked individuals also displayed their magical powers, swiftly seizing the pillars. For a moment, the dojo was filled with panic, with figures scurrying back and forth. However, the 10-peak level Purple Mansion cultivators leisurely made their way toward the tallest, most radiantly glowing stone pillar in the center. A flicker of fear flashed across the eyes of the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators who had already occupied this spot. Gritting their teeth, they stomped their feet and left the pillar. Among them, a disciple dressed in the attire of a sect from the far west rushed toward the pillar where Fu Changsheng lay. Boy, if you want to live, get out of the way. Clearly, the opponent had determined that Fu Changsheng, a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, was no match for him. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. A single treasure lotus lantern blossomed, layer upon layer, enveloping him. Since the old man said this was only the preliminary round, it meant there would likely be another tough battle ahead. Besides, he didn't know what would happen next, so he decided to maintain a full mana reserve. Only defend, no attack. Within the span of an incense stick, the enemy couldn't break through. Seeing this, the happy sect cultivator's eyes flashed with sternness. HMPH, it's not even a magic weapon. You think a mere spiritual artifact can stop me? What a joke. With that, the happy sect cultivator rapidly formed seals with his hands, muttering something to himself. Suddenly, a strange pink light emanated from his body. Within this light, countless enchanting phantoms emerged, seemingly captivating. Then, with a loud shout, a thick column of pink spiritual energy fiercely blasted towards the precious lotus lantern where Fu Changsheng lay. Boom! The precious lotus lantern shook violently at the blow, its petals flickering, as if on the verge of being shattered at any moment. Fu Changsheng frowned, his spiritual energy churning furiously, pouring continuously into the precious lotus lantern, striving to maintain his defense. The opponent's magic power was far more profound than his own. Seeing his attack fail, the joyful sect cultivator's face darkened. You do have some skill, but it's a shame you've run into me today. With that, his hand seal shifted, and the pink glow emanating from him intensified, seemingly distorting the surrounding void. He formed a massive pink handprint and fiercely struck the precious lotus lantern. Wherever the handprint passed, the air shrieked. Boom! The petals of the precious lotus lantern shattered under the pressure of the handprint. Fu Changsheng's pupils constricted. He felt a powerful pressure bearing down on him, threatening to lift him off the stone pillar. I can't take this passive attack any longer, Fu Changsheng steeled himself. He sheathed the precious lotus lantern and instantly unsheathed his 3 thunder swords, transforming into 3 bolts of lightning that shot towards the joyful sect cultivator. Unexpected by Fu Changsheng's sudden counterattack, the joyful sect cultivator waved his hand, and a pink curtain of light formed before him. The thunder sword slammed fiercely into the light curtain, emitting a violent roar and cracks appearing across it. At this moment, the battles on the other stone pillars also reached a fever pitch. On some stone pillars, 2 cultivators engaged in a fierce exchange, their spiritual energy overflowing, the fight being a deadlock. On others, one side had completely taken control, the loser falling utterly from the pillars. Meanwhile, the 10 peak level Purple Mansion cultivators had already firmly established themselves atop the 10 tallest stone pillars in the center. Their eyes were cold as they scanned their surroundings, as if they had already secured victory in this preliminary round. Among them, a graceful female cultivator in red fixed her gaze on the 3 thunder swords summoned by Fu Changsheng. A flicker of hesitation seemed to cross her eyes, and then her delicate body trembled as she quickly transmitted a message. Fellow Taoist, I can help you secure the stone pillars, but I'll give you the 3 thunder swords. How is that? No. Fu Changsheng didn't bother to respond. He had summoned the thunder swords only to gain a few new skills. How could he be willing to give it up to someone else? Moreover, he held many trump cards, so he didn't need outside help. At this moment, Fu Changsheng observed that many people in the field had already formed alliances. He immediately changed his spell and summoned the Starry Sky Thunder Sword formation to deter the villains. Haha, boy, those 3 thunder swords of yours are quite good. They belong to me. When the happy sect cultivator clashed with a thunder sword, he also noticed its extraordinary power. Instead of anger, he laughed. Little kid, enough fun, go to hell. With that, his body instantly transformed into countless pink lights and shadows, rushing towards Fu Changsheng from all directions. Well done, Fu Changsheng sneered. He controlled the thunder sword to revolve back in the air. A soft buzzing sound was heard. The Starry Sky Thunder Sword formation instantly took shape. A dense sword net descended from the sky. Pink light and shadows clashed with the sword net, crackling. Figures were instantly crushed by the sword energy. In an instant, the joyful sect cultivator's true form stumbled and emerged. At this moment, Fear flashed in his eyes. Sword formation, you actually condensed a sword formation. I surrender, fellow Taoist. I failed to recognize a great man. How about we just call it quits? Fu Changsheng glared at the joyful sect cultivator, his gaze unwavering. In this competition for the shadow sect's outer disciples, it was a life or death struggle. To show mercy now would be to plant a fatal trap. Don't you think it's too late to say you're surrendering now? Fu Changsheng's voice was icy. The incantations in his hands shone rapidly, and the starry sky thunder sword formation shone brightly. Countless thunderous sword energies shot towards the joyful sect cultivator. The joyful sect cultivator's face paled. He hadn't expected Fu Changsheng to be so resolute, showing no mercy. In a panic, he quickly raised the talisman in his hand, and a huge pink shield instantly appeared before him. The sword energy slammed into the shield fiercely, making a deafening roar. The light on the shield flickered, and cracks quickly spread. The happy sect cultivator gritted his teeth, and his spiritual energy surged wildly, striving to maintain the integrity of the shield. Crack! Crack! Under the dense sword energy attack, cracks appeared on the shield. Fu Changsheng was visibly stunned. He had not expected the power of the starry sky thunder sword formation to be able to break through the talisman's protection. This sword formation was so powerful that even he was a little surprised. The red female cultivator in the field saw this scene. Her eyes fell on Fu Changsheng, and she was even more curious. Even the old man sitting cross-legged in the void took a closer look at the battlefield on Fu Changsheng's side. Boom! The pink shield was completely shattered. Chapter 367 Promotion, Mysterious Female Cultivator, Bald Donkey. No, thousands of sword energies pierced the shield, threatening to pierce through the joy sect cultivator's brow. At the critical moment, the old man in the black robe and conical hat in the void waved his sleeve. Buzz! The sword energy trembled slightly, then froze in midair. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng felt a pity that he hadn't been able to kill the joy sect cultivator in one fell swoop. The joy sect cultivator, feeling terrified after a near-death experience, broke out in a cold sweat. He saluted the old man in the void repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." He then automatically joined the eliminated team. These individuals had narrowly escaped death, having been saved by the black-robed old man, and were automatically disqualified. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, and 3 thunder swords swirled back, circling overhead. After the previous battle, the cultivators who had been thinking of seizing the stone pillar beneath his feet retreated, knowing Fu Changsheng's toughness. Fu Changsheng stuffed a handful of elixirs into his mouth. While the starry sky thunder sword formation was powerful, it also consumed a significant amount of mana. While recovering his mana, he observed his surroundings. Not far from him, within stone pillar number 99, a green-clad male cultivator, dressed like a great Zhou cultivator, held a Bagwakayankan formation diagram overhead. He was being beaten back by an eastern wasteland warrior, whose body bore the insignia of the White Tiger tribe. The White Tiger warrior wielded the heaven-splitting jade axe with ferocious force. He leaped into the air, his magical energy channeled into the axe. The axe erupted with a brilliant burst of light, growing in strength against the wind. The axe blade, over 10 feet long, slashed through the air, striking the Bagwakayankan formation diagram. Boom! The heavenly stems and earthly evils of the formation diagram were instantly shattered by the sheer force. The green-clad male cultivator groaned, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Seeing the axe blade, undiminished in power, piercing his heart, his face paled. Hastily, he summoned another Loi formation plate. Ling! The formation plate blocked the axe's blade. The White Tiger warrior snorted disdainfully, raising the jade axe of creation high once again. "You scoundrel of the Great Zhou, prepare to die!" Instantly, a blazing axe blade, even brighter than before, roared towards him. The green-clad man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned to look at Fu Changsheng, perched on pillar number 100. "Dao, save me, I will definitely reward you for saving my life later." Fu Changsheng hadn't wanted to attack, but the intelligence indicated that the White Tiger tribe was intent on annihilating him. Therefore, the White Tigers must be spared. Before the green-clad man could finish his words, a buzz. 3 thunder swords shot out. Ding, ding, ding. The jade axe of creation struck the thunder swords, sparks flying, and a silver light illuminated the surroundings. The White Tiger warrior's eyes narrowed. "You dare ruin my good deeds?" You're courting death. He swung the jade axe of creation fiercely. The aura on the axe blade instantly surged, transforming into a streak of axolite over 10 feet long. With devastating force, it slashed straight at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng's gaze sternly shifted, and his sword technique shifted. The thunder sword instantly transformed into 3 bolts of lightning, piercing the axolite. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Thunder shakes the 9 heavens." 3 bolts of lightning intertwined in the air, forming a sword net. The sword energy was so sharp it seemed to be able to cut through anything. Ding, ding, ding. The thunder sword and the axolite collided, a sharp metallic clang. The axolite, impeded by the sword energy, slowed dramatically, and finally dissipated within inches of Fu Changsheng. A flicker of surprise crossed the white tiger warrior's eyes, followed by a sneer. Some skill, but not enough. He grasped the axe with both hands and leaped forward, like a tiger descending a mountain. The jade axe of creation, brimming with magical power, slashed towards Fu Changsheng's head. Fu Changsheng remained unfazed. He shifted his sword technique once more, and the thunder sword instantly transformed into a sword net, enveloping him. The sword energy within the net was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. Simultaneously, he swung the treasure lotus lantern 3 times, and petals transformed into countless rays of spiritual light, shooting towards the white tiger warrior. A trifle, the white tiger warrior scoffed. With his left hand, he swung the jade axe of creation, slicing off the petals, transforming them into a shower of blossoms. Meanwhile, the talisman in his right hand had reached its critical juncture. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Boy, take it," he said, but stopped mid-sentence. The white tiger warrior felt a chill in his chest and looked down, only to see a vortex of purple energy rip open in his abdomen. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes, and he muttered, "How is this possible?" He had actually died at the hands of a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. With one final thought, the white tiger warrior, eyes still open, fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve. The opponent's storage bag and the jade axe of creation transformed into a beam of spiritual light and fell into his palm. The sudden change of events stunned the black-robed elder in midair. He had been so busy saving another person that he hadn't immediately detected the purple divine light Fu Changsheng had concealed amidst the sea of flowers. The fact that Fu Changsheng had been able to evade his observation indicated that his spiritual power had reached the level of a golden color. The elder looked deeply at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng wasn't afraid, as the rules of the battle didn't prohibit killing. Instead, he bowed to the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder clearly had no intention of pursuing the matter. He simply glanced at him, his attention shifting to the rest of the battlefield. The red-robed woman on the 10 tallest pillars sent another message to Fu Changsheng. "Fellow Taoist, you are so skilled. I was rude just now. If the next battle is a group battle, please consider me." Meanwhile, Fu Changsheng could hear the voices of several groups expressing goodwill. The green-clad man on pillar number 99 looked at Fu Changsheng with even greater admiration. In this foreign land, as a fellow Great Zhou cultivator, he felt a sense of honor at Fu Changsheng's formidable combat prowess. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. My surname is Xiao, and I come from the 5th rank Xiao family of Jianzhou. Thank you for saving my life. If you urgently need anything, I, Xiao, will certainly keep my promise and do my best to find it for you." 5th rank Xiao family. Fu Changsheng was stunned. Xiao Xianzhou was from the 5th rank Xiao family, a Jiandan family. What a coincidence. A closer look revealed the mask's exposed eyes, which were quite distinctive phoenix eyes, quite similar to Xiao Xianzhou's. If so, why not leave a favor to Jiandan family? Therefore, Fu Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Since we are both cultivators of the Great Zhou, we should help each other. How can that be? Fellow Taoist, you are so righteous, but I, Xiao, cannot be ungrateful. I will remember this favor. In the future, whenever you're asked for anything, I, Xiao, will be the first to respond." He slapped his storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, a specially crafted jade talisman floated toward Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng caught it, and the fight drew to a close. Then, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have killed a late-stage Eastern Wasteland Purple Mansion cultivator, adding 1,500 Imperial Merit points to your family and 1,500 family contribution points." Then, the family contribution points on the panel changed to 2,050. Fu Changsheng felt a sense of relief when he saw the 4-digit contribution points. His consciousness penetrated a white tiger warrior's storage bag. The bag was practically empty. There were no spiritual materials or rare flowers or herbs, only a few bottles of healing and mana-restoring elixirs. Clearly, the other party had prepared for the worst. What a pity, the only valuable item was the jade axe of creation. However, it was a pseudo-magic weapon of gold, making it useless for him. But it could enrich the clan treasury, Fu Changsheng thought. A familiar voice echoed through his mind. Ling, you've added a pseudo-magic weapon to your clan, gaining 800 clan contribution points. Immediately, the clan contribution value on the dashboard changed to 2,850. Fu Changsheng's thoughts settled on this, intending to exchange it for information later. At that moment, an incense stick of time had passed. The hoarse voice of the black-robed elder rang out, "Time's up." With that, 90 pillars rose up into a brilliant light shield, blocking all incoming attacks. Those who failed to seize the stone pillars flashed with resentment. With a cold snort, they gathered in the northwest corner. A huge crowd formed. Then, a black-robed elder waved his sleeve, and green pills shot out at the defeated. "This is the Wangayan pill. Take this pill, and your memories of the outer sect selection will be erased." Obviously, for the defeated, this memory could not be preserved. In other words, even if they had the opportunity to participate in the outer sect selection again in the future, it would be their first time. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly fearing that the pills held hidden secrets. The black-robed elder, unfazed, said calmly, "Don't worry, you're not worthy enough for us to plot against you." They couldn't even enter the outer sect. The shadow sect was incredibly powerful, and its existence was clearly known to the Great Zhou dynasty, the Eastern Wasteland royal court, and the sects of the far west. But no one had ever heard of any faction daring enough to confront the shadow sect. The defeated cultivator from the joyful sect glanced in Fu Changsheng's direction from afar. He had put so much effort into preparing for this outer sect selection, even foregoing the sect's once every 50-year competition. But all his efforts had been wasted by this young man before him. He was truly unwilling to give up. Just wait, they would meet one day. Then, he would avenge today's humiliation. With this in mind, the happy sect cultivator raised his head and swallowed the elixir. Elsewhere, Fu Changsheng also sensed the hostility coming from the northwest corner, but he snorted coldly and dismissed it. He and the happy sect were sworn enemies. Number 99, Xiao Qingyan, saw the defeated being teleported away, a look of relief on his face. He quickly sent a telepathic message to Fu Changsheng, "My benefactor, if the next competition is a group competition, could you please take me with you? Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm quite capable in formations. I should be able to break anything short of a 4th tier, mid-grade formation or barrier." His implication was that the opponent was a 4th tier, low-grade formation master. Fu Changsheng was extremely surprised. Of the people he knew, only Grandmaster Yu possessed such mastery in formations. If they truly wanted to form a team, having a formation master accompanying them would undoubtedly be a significant advantage, especially one who could be controlled. Fu Changsheng nodded immediately. "All right. Also, my last name is Li, so there's no need to be so polite, calling me benefactor." "Thank you, Brother Li." Xiao Qingyan's face suddenly broke into a broad smile. The two chatted for a moment. Xiao Qingyan asked, "Brother Li, what do you think the second match will be about? Are we going to reduce these stone pillars again? If so, that would be much easier." However, the shadow sect was known for its secrecy, and Fu Changsheng couldn't say for sure. But one thing was certain, the remaining 90 individuals were almost all tough guys. Aside from him and Xiao Qingyan, everyone present was at or above the late Purple Mansion stage, not to mention the 10 peak Purple Mansion cultivators. If it were a round-robin match, the competition would undoubtedly be even more intense. Everyone was discussing this. The black-robed elder spoke again. "Congratulations to the 90% who have advanced to the finals. Before the final match begins, those occupying the highest positions on the pillars may select 2 individuals. The selected individuals have no right to refuse. The format and content of the finals will be announced half an incense stick later." With that, the black-robed elder closed his eyes, offering no further explanation. As soon as these words were spoken, a buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd. Xiao Qingyan was delighted at first. "Brother Li, that's great. You're teaming up, after all. When it's my turn, I'll definitely select Brother Li first. Fu Changsheng, however, smiled and shook his head. Of the 90, his pillar was closest to the edge and lowest, so naturally, he had no choice. But Xiao Qingyan was only slightly better than him, so it was not his turn to select. It was obvious. In a moment, Xiao Qingyan's realization dawned on him, his face paling. With the divine might Fu Changsheng had just displayed, his combat power surpassed that of any late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and he was vaguely on par with a peak-level Purple Mansion cultivator. He was undoubtedly a highly sought-after talent, and it was not his turn to select. However, unexpectedly, the high-ranking cultivator's first choice was a fellow Purple Mansion peak cultivator, choosing a slightly weaker teammate. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyan blinked. Brother Li, what's going on? Fu Changsheng paused, realizing that the high-ranking cultivators clearly anticipated a potential pairing battle, and had naturally avoided the strongest when selecting their chosen personnel. However, if that were the case, then the Shadow Sect wouldn't have needed to resort to such extravagance. Perhaps the high-ranking cultivators also considered this, but still chose the weaker, clearly seeking a scapegoat at a crucial moment. Based on this thought, those who had previously offered him an olive branch now passed him by. Fu Changsheng felt a sense of relief. After all, teaming up with a Purple Mansion peak cultivator meant he didn't have the final say, and many things were beyond his control. Suddenly, it was the turn of the red-clothed female cultivator number 10. The other person's fingers, hidden within her sleeves, moved rapidly, a strange aura lingering around her. Finally, her eyes shifted to Fu Changsheng. I want number 100. Fu Changsheng's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this. She still wasn't giving up. This red-robed female cultivator gave him a strange feeling, and he absolutely didn't want to team up with her. However, Xiao Qingyan, standing beside him, was filled with envy and congratulated him. Congratulations, Brother Li. Fu Changsheng shook his head and smiled. From above, he heard the red-robed female cultivator's charming voice, fellow Taoist, you choose the remaining one. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment, unsure of what she meant. But whatever her intentions, it was a good thing for him. He glanced at Xiao Qingyan, who was staring at him eagerly. The red-robed female cultivator covered her mouth with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so loyal and righteous. Well, let's go with him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyan's dejected face flashed with surprise. He had never imagined that after all these twists and turns, he would team up with Fu Changsheng again. Brother Li, rest assured, I won't let you down. As the team was formed, the black-robed elder in midair cast a spell on the Jade talisman in his hand. With a rumbling sound, the stone pillar beneath their feet sank into the ground. Fu Changsheng and the other two came together and exchanged their names. The black-robed elder waved his sleeve, and a scroll flashed into view. Runes on the scroll shot out, forming lines of text in midair. Upon closer inspection, they were missions. 1. Go to Tonggayu Tower and steal the Yangang stone from the secret chamber. 2. Zuidan Mountain and slay the hybrid swallowing cloud beast bred by an ancient ferocious beast. 3. Kill the abbess of Yan'anyu Temple. 4. Fu Changsheng glanced through the list. There were 90 missions in total, but only the introduction was given, without any detailed description of the missions. Looking at this scene, the final match should be about executing missions, not team battles. Those with high cultivation levels were clearly disappointed, but Xiao Qingyan, who was of average combat power, was beaming with joy. This way, he could demonstrate his skills in the upcoming missions, so he excitedly studied them for a while. The 90 missions were dazzling. Brother Li, are the difficulty levels determined by the sequence number? Why do I feel like the later missions get harder? Let's wait and see. Fu Changsheng wasn't entirely sure. Among the dozens of missions, none of the place names he was familiar with in the Great Zhou were visible. Unlike Fu Changsheng and the others, Fairy Yao seemed uninterested in the missions. She glanced briefly, then turned to Fu Changsheng, her eyes beaming. Brother Li, which mission do you think we should choose? Although Fu Changsheng was wary of Fairy Yao, she was willing to give him the choice, so he thought he could exchange for some information. He immediately said, I'll study it further. He placed his mind on the panel. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The second task, go to Zuidan Mountain and slay the swallowing cloud beast, a hybrid offspring of an ancient ferocious beast. The mountain contains a pool of blood, which can advance your blood talisman spirit body to the second level of the acquired realm. 2. Fu Changsheng hadn't had time to check the second piece of information. Suddenly, the tasks in the void hummed and transformed into Orioles. At the same time, the voice of the black-robed elder rang out, "Choose a task freely. After one stick of incense, the gate to heaven will open." Before he finished speaking, everyone displayed their magical powers, rushing forward to snatch the Orioles in the air. Fu Changsheng fixed his gaze on the Oriole transformed by the second task and quickly said, "Fairy Yao, fellow Taoist Xiao, catch the one with the red left foot." Before Fu Changsheng could finish his words, Fairy Yao and Xiao Qingyan reacted quickly, and in tacit coordination, the three of them pounced on the Oriole with the red left foot. Fu Changsheng, swift as lightning, rushed to the front. With a flick of his right hand, a stream of spiritual energy transformed into a silk thread, piercing the Oriole's wing. Fairy Yao followed closely behind, a red silk thread emanating from her sleeve, coiling around the Oriole's ankle like a serpent. Xiao Qingyan quickly set up a small formation, blocking the Oriole's escape route. The Oriole, as if sensing danger, chirped crisply and twisted its body, attempting to break free from the three men's siege. Just as Fu Changsheng's spiritual thread had entangled its wings, something unexpected happened. Three bald monks suddenly appeared from the side. The leading monk, wielding a golden staff, swung it fiercely, sending a beam of golden light piercing Fu Changsheng's spiritual thread, instantly shattering it. Another monk clasped his hands together, chanting a scripture. A barrier of Buddhist light blocked Fairy Yao's red silk thread, halting her attack. The third monk quickly formed a seal, and a Buddhist formation instantly took shape, suppressing Xiao Qingyan's formation. Amitabha, 3 donors, this item is destined for the Buddha. Please give it to us. The bald monk in the lead smiled, but his tone was unquestionable. 3 monks. 2 were at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and the third was at the 9th level. Of their group, only Fairy Yao was at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Xiao Qingyan looked at Fu Changsheng hesitantly, fearing they wouldn't be able to defeat him given their strength. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly, "Since you 3 are determined to fight, let's see who's the winner." With a thought, 3 thundering swords shot out from his body, instantly transforming into a sword wheel 100 feet long. Hovering overhead, each rotation of the sword wheel unleashed thunder from the heavens. Purple-blue lightning condensed on the thundering sword's tips, forming phantoms of stars, illuminating the entire sky like an inverted Milky Way. The leading gray-robed monk's pupils shrank. Fu Changsheng had previously used this sword formation to break even talismans, so he naturally didn't dare to be careless. His whole body trembled. Boom! His cassock swayed like a golden bell, and the jade Buddhist beads in his palm exploded. 8 relics surged into the air, transforming into a continuous golden mountain stretching across the front. Rumble. Thunder from the sword wheel struck down. The mountain transformed by the gray-robed monk trembled slightly, and then, unexpectedly, Sanskrit text from the Diamond Sutra surfaced. Each character shone with glazed Buddha light, colliding with the falling lightning and sending forth countless sparks. As expected of a peak-level Purple Mansion cultivator, Fu Changsheng's heart trembled, and at the same time, he felt a faint sense of excitement. Before this, he had never battled a master of Buddhism. Break! Fu Changsheng pressed down with his fingers, and the sword wheel suddenly collapsed into a pinprick of light. Space crackled under the extreme compression, and the next moment, countless lightning snakes exploded. Rumble! The golden mountain collapsed. The lightning snakes landed on the monk's robes with the speed of lightning. However, the monk's face changed. He quickly formed a seal with his right hand. Buzz! The swastika pattern on the robe suddenly came to life, swirling around him like a dragon, forming a golden vortex that crushed the falling lightning bolts. So powerful. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng decided not to hold back. With a thought. Roar! A roar echoed. A green dragon materialized, its tail swung, smashing through the 3 phantom golden mountains. A streak of blood shot straight at the monk's brow, only half an inch remaining before it was stopped by 2 spinning demons subduing pestles. That old bald donkey, his strength was truly remarkable. Fu Changsheng was about to steer the green dragon forward. Suddenly, a lion's roar erupted from the monk's throat, the sound waves condensing into tangible golden ripples. Fu Changsheng's pupils constricted. The lightning sword exploded into stardust in his palm, instantly reforming into a hexagonal crystal shield. Boom! The sound wave struck the shield and refracted upwards, piercing the clouds 100 miles away with honeycomb-like holes. The old monk glanced greedily at the green dragon, Donor, you green dragon and I have a connection. Returning with me to Wuho Mountain is also a great opportunity for it. Suddenly, a bronze alms bowl flew out from under his robe, transforming into a massive, sky-shattering object in the wind. The chaotic energy within the bowl surged, generating a gravitational vortex. Roar, the green dragon was rapidly dragged into it. Just as the old monk thought he had succeeded, a rainbow-colored light shone, landing on the bronze bowl. Buzz, the gravitational vortex on the bronze bowl subsided, transforming into a spiritual light that was absorbed into the ancient treasure flower basket offered by Fu Changsheng. The spiritual consciousness of the natal spiritual weapon was wiped out. Puff, the old monk spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with shock. You actually have the long-lost ancient treasure flower basket. In the moment he was stunned, the green dragon transformed into a flash of lightning and captured the red-clawed Oriole. At the same time, after repelling Fairy Yao and Xiao Qingyan, the younger monk immediately reunited with the elder monk. His gaze fell on Fu Changsheng's ancient flower basket and he coldly declared, "Boy, hand over senior brother's bronze alms bowl immediately, or today will be your death." A hint of madness flashed across the elder monk's eyes, but he glanced at Fairy Yao standing behind Fu Changsheng. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a deep fear flickered in his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "Sir, it seems the bronze alms bowl is destined for you. If so, I will give it to you." Without pausing for a moment, he turned and left. The other two were now completely bewildered. "Senior brother, didn't the sect leader say that Zhuang Mountain possesses a blood pool that can elevate your talisman skills to a higher level?" "Why?" The elder monk's lips moved. It was unclear what he had said. The other two paled, their faces darting back in the direction of Fu Changsheng and the other two. "You're looking for your life," the old monk shouted. The three men quickly twisted their necks and immediately distanced themselves from Fu Changsheng and the others. Elsewhere, Xiao Qingyan, bewildered, gave Fu Changsheng a thumbs up. "Brother Li, you've frightened those three bald assholes out of their wits with just one move." Meanwhile, his gaze fell on the green dragon hovering above Fu Changsheng, a look of astonishment on his face. This green dragon was already at the peak of the third stage. If it had the opportunity to purify its bloodline in the future, perhaps it could even evolve into a dragon. He seemed to have vaguely heard someone mention this at home, but he couldn't recall it. He shook his head. Xiao Qingyan gave it no further thought. He had chosen the right person this time. With Fu Changsheng's strength, the green dragon, and Fairy Yao, their team would surely complete the mission successfully. Fu Changsheng pocketed the bronze bowl, but a frown crossed his face. Given the old monk's strength, he shouldn't let go so easily. Strange, regardless, he finally got the mission he wanted. The Oriole in his hand hummed softly and disintegrated. Then, a message sank into his consciousness. Blood Abyss Mountain, where the swallowing cloud beast resides, is located in Wushao, Kangling Realm. Seizing the swallowing cloud beast's demonic core will be considered completing all trials and officially becoming an outer disciple of the Shadow Sect on the Cheyenne continent. Chapter 368 Demon Clan, Life Story. Kangling Realm? Fu Changsheng's heart trembled. According to two previous intelligence reports, his father was in the Kangling Realm. The Shadow Sect not only had a base in the Cheyenne continent, but also in the Kangling Realm. Its power was far greater than he had imagined. "As long as I can enter the core of the Shadow Sect, I will definitely find my father someday," he suppressed his excitement. At this moment, a topographical map appeared in his mind, with the word "was how" inscribed on it. After he shared the news with Fairy Yao and Xiao Qingyan, the ground rumbled loudly, and the Changsheng gate soared into the sky. The Changsheng gate was unimaginably tall. His eyes fell on the runes on the gate, and Fu Changsheng exclaimed softly, "This rune, it vaguely resembled the one on the ancient Zhuan vine. Could it be that when the ancient Zhuan vine matures, it will also possess this ability to travel to other worlds? If so, that would be fantastic." By then, the 30 teams had already selected their tasks. Because capturing the Oriole was considered a mission, many people were unaware of the specific mission involved, and even if they did, they had no idea how difficult it would be. Fu Changsheng relied on system intelligence, but the reason the three monks were trying to snatch the Blood Abyss Mountain mission from him remained unknown. Boom! As the Changsheng gate descended, a hint of caution flashed across the eyes of the black-robed elder in the void. He formed a seal with his right hand, infusing a series of incantations into the suspended Bagua stone talisman. With a humming sound, a slender jade hand emerged from it. As the hand emerged, the elder immediately became respectful, bowing in the air. Fu Changsheng glanced at it quickly and bowed his head. To command such respect from an elder at least at the Jinden stage, the owner of this jade hand must be at least at the Yuanying stage, or even higher. The hand formed a strange seal, and a jade seal entwined with a dragon and a phoenix flew out, landing lightly on the Changsheng gate. Rumble. The Changsheng gate trembled slightly. Then, the rune surged, forming a vortex. The old man hurriedly said, "Enter the realm quickly. Remember, you only have 1 month." Fu Changsheng and the other two exchanged glances, then with a swift movement, they sped towards Changsheng gate. Halfway through, they encountered the 3 monks who had come up behind them. They only glanced at their camp, then, like mice seeing a cat, spun around and vanished without a trace. A dizzying sensation washed over them. Fu Changsheng, with his many experiences traveling through time and space, quickly adjusted to the situation. Turning his head, he saw Fairy Yao, also in the beam, looking relaxed, as if she were simply out for a spring outing. Fairy Yao met Fu Changsheng's gaze and smiled. Brotherly spiritual awareness is truly powerful. Xiao Kengan, meanwhile, was already reeling. Boom! Centrifugal force erupted. Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a bare rocky mountain came into view. The 3 of them landed, and Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept across the area, revealing a rolling massive rocky mountain stretching for dozens of miles. He pulled out the topographic map he had previously inscribed, compared it, and said, "Fairy Yao, we've been teleported to the border between Wuzhou and Leizhou. Zuidun Mountain is northwest of Wuzhou, quite a distance away. We need to hurry. With Brother Li's Qingjiao, this distance is no problem." Xiao Qingyan had also recovered from the dizziness of the teleportation. After all, to be a 4th-level formation master meant his spiritual sense was far superior to that of an ordinary person. It was probably his first teleportation, so he wasn't adjusting. Fu Changsheng didn't waste time. After all, with only a month left, he had no idea what was happening at Zuidun Mountain or what realm the cloud-swallowing beast was at, so he didn't say much. He immediately summoned the Qingjiao, and the 3 of them swung onto its back. Zhaoqing, head northwest. Along the way, they overlooked the mountains and rivers below. Fu Changsheng discovered not only a lack of spiritual energy but a preponderance of demonic energy. Seeing Fairy Yao's unfazed expression, he immediately thought, "Fairy Yao, have you been to the Kangling realm before?" "No, I have heard from the elders of my clan that the Kangling realm is ruled by both humans and demons, and the demons here are as powerful as humans. From what we've seen so far, Wuzhou is likely demon territory, demons." Fu Changsheng was somewhat disappointed. In other words, his father couldn't possibly be in Wuzhou. Xiao Kengan, standing nearby, rejoiced upon hearing this. Fortunately, humans rule the Xianan continent, otherwise, the living environment would be even more hostile. Fairy Yao waved her sleeve, and a jade slip floated to Fu Changsheng and Xiao Kengan respectively. This is the 3 purities demon transformation art. Once mastered, you can conceal your aura. Unless you encounter a Jinden true immortal, ordinary demon cultivators won't notice any abnormalities. This art is undoubtedly a timely help in navigating demon territory. Xiao Qingyan excitedly took it with both hands. As expected of Fairy Yao, she even possesses such a secret technique. This proved to be quite significant. Fu Changsheng placed the jade slip between his eyebrows, and the information contained in the 3 purities transforming demonic art flooded into his consciousness. The 3 purities above transformed demons into Dao. With a clear mind like a mirror, evil thoughts vanish. Heaven and earth are the furnace, yin and yang the fire. Refining all evil, returning to the righteous path. After a long pause, he finally set the jade slip down. According to the slip, this technique has 6 levels, a complete method for transitioning from the righteous path to the demonic path. However, Fairy Yao only gave them the simplest introductory formula, transforming one's mana into a thin layer of demonic energy, enveloping the body, altering one's aura and confusing others. Therefore, practicing it wasn't difficult. After reaching the 4th level of the Danju, comprehending these techniques was effortless. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and practice his cultivation technique, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have added a new magic cultivation technique to the clan, gaining 800 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 2,850. Being in a foreign land, Fu Changsheng decided to simply exchange some information. He immediately thought, exchange information, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. When your wife Liu Mizhong went to Yulin Mansion for an inspection, Fu Yuanfen also accompanied her. By chance, Fu Yuanfen received the blessing of Yulin Mansion's luck. Yulin Mansion is truly a place of great feng shui. However, fortunately, this opportunity fell on Brother Fan. This can be considered as keeping the good things within the family. 2. In a few days, in the Kanglin Valley you pass through, the demonic disciples of the Bloodblade sect of Zuian Mountain will escort a group of humans to rest and recuperate here. Bloodblade sect? Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. According to the intelligence, this Blood Abyss Mountain seems to be the base of a sect of the Demon Clan. If we can sneak in and get information about the swallowing cloud beast in Blood Abyss Mountain, that would be great. 3. A total of 5 pieces of intelligence were exchanged. Fu Changsheng saw that the subsequent information was of no value, so he stopped exchanging. After all, one piece of intelligence now required 100 family contribution points, which was equivalent to adding a new foundation-building cultivator to the clan. In the next few days, Fairy Yao took the helm, and Fu Changsheng began to practice the 3 purities transforming demon art with all his heart. As the art was running, the spiritual energy lingering on his body hummed, trembled slightly, and sank into his body. After circulating for a circle, Fu Changsheng, who originally had an immortal appearance, unknowingly gained a hint of evil charm on his body, and the magic seal on his forehead was completed. Buzz. Introduction to the 3 purities transforming demon art. This is equivalent to the key refining cultivators drawing ki into the body. Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened, and Fairy Yao, standing beside him, was surprised. Brother Li is truly a genius in cultivation. He's mastered the 3 purities transformation demon art in just a few days. Perhaps it was the feedback he received from the otherworldly realm of the Tongshan Tower. Fu Changsheng discovered that even without using the system's bonus points, his comprehension abilities had improved significantly. Fairy Yao, 100 miles further is Kanglin Valley. How about we choose that as our base? The map displayed. Northwest of Kanglin Valley, flying at the speed of a green dragon for half an incense stick, you'll reach Zuian Mountain. Fairy Yao nodded. I'll follow Brother Li's instructions. The green dragon was incredibly fast. Arriving at Kanglin Valley, Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept through the valley, revealing that the entire valley was covered in demonic sound flowers. These flowers had no medicinal value, but their petals were large enough to serve as camp beds when unfolded. After landing, because Xiao Qingyan was still cultivating, Fu Changsheng and Fairy Yao worked together to carve out a cave underground and set up a magic circle. Fairy Yao glanced at Xiao Qingyan and said, based on fellow Taoist Xiao's progress, it's likely he will need several days to master the 3 purities demon transformation art. Brother Li, how about we go to Zuian Mountain and investigate? Fu Changsheng was actually waiting for the Bloodblade sect's disciples to arrive. He was just thinking of an excuse to evade them when suddenly, his spiritual sense stirred. Someone's coming. Fairy Yao's expression flashed with suspicion, as she hadn't detected any presence. After a while, she heard footsteps from the south. Fairy Yao's gaze quickly fell on Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense was far stronger than she had expected. To the south, mortals, bound by demonic vines, were strung together like beads on a string. Most of them were young and strong, their bodies covered in scars. A rough count revealed nearly 10,000 of them, driven by dozens of key refining cultivators. Outer sect manager Wan, riding a demonic cloud beast, leisurely swept through the air. Among the key refining disciples, Jiu Aki, who had a strange cloud flower growing between his eyebrows, looked up and glanced at manager Wan above his head, nudged Jiu Yun who was stuffing big mouthfuls of brew-dried demon meat into his mouth next to him, and muttered softly, Senior Brother Yun, our manager Wan is in charge of the Demon Beast Valley after all. The people from the battle hall don't take us seriously. We saw that the mountain gate was right after we passed the Kanglin Valley. What's wrong with them sending us off? But they dropped us off the spaceship halfway. If we have to walk, we will have to accompany these beasts for several more days. Our manager didn't say a word. Alice, all the credit went to the battle hall, but we in the Demon Beast Valley didn't get any credit for our hard work in breeding and cultivating demon beasts. Jiu Yun swallowed a little of the demon meat in his mouth with force. He chuckled, isn't this Hang Zhen Hall busy supporting Xian'ai in town? A few extra days won't matter. Zhang Hall's contributions are earned at the cost of lives. What's so special about that? Ji Yuaki muttered. He didn't say anything else. It's just that lately, for some unknown reason, the mountain sect has suddenly needed so much human blood for food. All humans within a few hundred miles of Zuian Mountain have been apprehended, and a significant amount has been purchased from other sects. Could it be that the sect leader is about to open the Kyankanding to refine elixirs again? But the sect leader had just announced his intention to retreat to the life and death gate. Ji Yuaki pondered over it, but couldn't understand why. He glanced at Chu Yun, who was happily eating, and swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. At that moment, the voice of Wang Guanxi rang out from above. Look at the sky. Acid rain is about to fall. Kanglan Valley is not far away. Speed up. Yes, the dozens of key refining disciples below responded in unison. Acid rain. They could still reach a few, but these tens of thousands of mortals couldn't withstand it. Ji Yuaki tapped his brows, and a tiny speck of demonic light instantly emanated from there. As he chanted a spell, the magic light descended upon the mortals nearby. The young, previously languid, eyes suddenly glowed red. As the incantation rang out, the mortals' feet, uncontrollably, sped forward. They reached Kanglan Valley. Manager Wan, suspended in midair, waved his sleeve, and a brocade handkerchief descended into the wind. With a magical incantation, the handkerchief's green light surged, growing in the wind, transforming into a blanket of cloth that obscured the sky above Kanglan Valley. Put these mortals into the magic sound flower. A burst of acid rain will bring the ton bluebirds. As spells were cast into the magic sound flower, a vine shot out from its center like lightning, entrapping each young man before drawing them in. The petals closed, and in an instant, the valley was clear of all mortals, and the blooming magic sound flower had once again become a bud. Finally, I can relax a bit, Ji Yuaki muttered. He cryptically handed a box to Chu Yun, then pointed to the canyon behind him and whispered, I'll go in for a nap, no problem. Chu Yun weighed the box and said with a smile. Ji Yuaki reached the canyon and, while no one was paying attention, uprooted a magic sound flower and swiftly slipped into a well-hidden cave. His technique was clearly not new. With a flick of his index finger, a magic cloud stone embedded itself within, emitting a hazy gray light that illuminated the pitch-black cave. Ji Yuaki slapped his storage bag. A formation flag descended, and a simple formation was cast. This rain is expected to last all day. Finally, I can enjoy it. With a flick of his sleeve, a large bed landed in the cave. As a spell was cast into the demonic sound flower, it bloomed once more, and a beautiful young woman emerged. Seeing Ji Yuaki, she whimpered and tried to retreat, but Ji Yuaki grabbed her. Bitch, this isn't your first time, why are you still pretending to be so noble, he said. With a powerful tug, the girl's clothes ripped. Woo woo woo, a blazing hatred flashed in the girl's eyes. Ji Yuaki, however, was enjoying himself immensely. Just as he was about to have sex, he suddenly found himself unable to move. What the hell is going on? At the same moment, he turned around and saw a man suddenly appear in the cave. He looked completely unfamiliar, yet he exuded an aura even more powerful than that of Steward Wan. Ji Yuaki's throat churned. I didn't know you were cultivating here. I deserve this, I deserve this. I'm just a menial disciple of the Bloodblade sect, please, for the sake of our sect, please spare me. He had opened up this cave. How many times had he done that? He'd never been caught doing this good deed, so how could he have encountered this killer? Ji Yuaki's hands and feet trembled, his face trembling with fear. The person who appeared was none other than Fu Changsheng, who had been hiding here before. Without a word, Fu Changsheng swept Ji Yuaki and the girl away in a flash, and in the next instant, he disappeared underground. Upon reaching the cave, Fairy Yao saw him bringing two people with him and asked in surprise, Brother Li, what are you doing? He's a errant disciple from the Bloodblade sect of Zuian Mountain. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a divine inquiry talisman flashed out. Fairy Yao shook her head and said, Brother Li, just use the soul-searching technique. Why waste one? She closed her right hand's 5 fingers and, with incredible speed, was about to grab Ji Yuaki's crown. If Fairy Yao unleashed the soul-searching technique, Ji Yuaki's spirit would surely shatter. Fu Changsheng quickly intervened. Fairy Yao, keep this man. I have another use for him. Upon hearing this, Fairy Yao withdrew her hand. She looked at Fu Changsheng with confusion. Fu Changsheng said, I have a secret technique. After taking his essence and blood, I can transform into his appearance. Once I've infiltrated the Bloodblade sect and learned about the swallowing cloud beast, we'll work together to retrieve the elixir. Oh, Brother Li's secret technique is so powerful it can evade the Bloodblade sect's prying eyes. Fairy Yao became even more curious about Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. As long as it's not a golden collar, we can't identify it. With a flick of his right hand, the questioning divine talisman instantly affixed to Ji Yuaqi's forehead. After a moment, the questioning divine talisman burned out. Ji Yuaqi collapsed straight down. Ji Yuaqi was only a menial disciple, so he knew little about the sect's important affairs, not even the swallowing cloud beast. However, the other party was from the Bloodblade sect's demonic beast valley. Entering the valley, he should be able to find some information. Fairy Yao, however, was skeptical. Brother Li, there's another steward on the mountain. Wouldn't it be easier to just capture him? Steward 1 was at the Foundation establishment stage. If questioned, he'd easily be exposed. Ji Yuaqi was just an insignificant servant. No matter what, he wouldn't attract attention. Caution was the best course of action. Fairy Yao, we still have time. No rush. Fu Changsheng stabbed Ji Yuaqi's wrist with a swift sword beam, sending streams of blood gushing out and filling the vial. After filling 3 vials, Ji Yuaqi's face was as pale as paper, and no more blood could be squeezed out. Fu Changsheng finally sipped a drop of blood from the vial. The blood swirled out, flooding and transforming into blood mist that fell around him. As the Thousand Faces technique was activated, his bones crackled softly, his figure gradually shrank to a smaller size, and the demonic pattern between his brows twisted into a strange cloud. Fairy Yao watched the scene with great interest. I had no idea Brother Li was proficient in such a sophisticated art of disguise. It's nothing more than a trifle. Fu Changsheng's voice had become as hoarse as Ji Yuaqi's. Reaching to remove the jade token from the girl's waist, he suddenly caught sight of the lotus birthmark on the inside of the girl's wrist. He vaguely thought he had seen it somewhere before, but for a moment, he couldn't place it. Suppressing his surprise, to be on the safe side, he placed the girl back into the magic sound flower. Fairy Yao, I'll go up first to avoid arousing suspicion from those above. Take care, Brother Li. If anything seems unusual, inform me and fellow Taoist Xiao. Fairy Yao was naturally concerned about whether the 3 of them could advance, but as they spent more time together, she became more interested in Fu Changsheng than the mission. Fu Changsheng nodded. The demonic energy surging within him made him no different from a regular menial disciple. As he emerged from the underground, he could hear the sound of dripping rain outside, a sign of acid rain. Raindrops landed on the handkerchief, emitting thick smoke with a crackling sound. Fu Changsheng suddenly realized, no wonder this area is deserted. Perhaps it was because the battles between humans and demons in the Kangling realm were too frequent, which also caused considerable damage to the natural geography. It was impossible for mortals to survive in a place without cultivators stationed there. After the rain stopped, there was a sudden commotion in the Bloodblade sect team in the rain. Manager 1 was suspended in the air with a gloomy face, and the bone whip in his hand made the air explode. Jiu Yun. Did Ji Yuaqi sneak away and cheat again? Manager, Junior Brother Ji Yui said he was going to check the seal of the demon sound flower. Before Jiu Yun finished speaking, he saw Fu Changsheng running out of the canyon in a panic, with the juice of the demon sound flower on his clothes. Manager 1 had obviously heard about Ji Yuaqi's usual behavior, but he just didn't want to pay attention. Let's set off. We must reach the mountain gate before the second acid rain. The group left the canyon in a mighty procession. Fu Changsheng followed among the crowd, speaking much less than the real Ji Yuaqi. Chu Yun, assuming he was overindulging, paid no attention, stuffing his mouth with demonic meat. After days of non-stop marching, Blood Abyss Mountain finally came into view. The entire peak's ridge resembled 1,000 inverted scimitars, its jagged rocks gleaming with a dark, blood-red glow. 12 crimson waterfalls cascaded from the peak, sending up a foul mist as they plunged into the winding Blood River, enveloping the mountain's protective formation in a thick, red haze. As they drew closer, Fu Changsheng finally saw the Bloodblade sect's protective formation clearly, his pupils constricting. It's the extinct Blood Evil Samsara formation. He looked up. At the center of the protective formation lay 9 massive bronze coffins, their surfaces covered in incantations that looked like living creatures. Every time the demonic energy surged, skeletal arms would break free. Fu Changsheng's throat rolled. The Blood Evil Samsara formation was a 4th tier, top-grade formation, one that even a false infant cultivator wouldn't dare confront. Judging from this, the Bloodblade sect must be a giant insect. Fu Changsheng felt a twinge of fear. Stealing something from under the nose of a giant cultivator would be incredibly difficult. Fortunately, according to Ji Yuaqi's memory, the sect leader had gone into seclusion. On the way back, he had vaguely learned from Chu Yun that the only giant and true person in the Bloodblade sect was the Blood sect leader. Otherwise, he would have to turn around and leave. As he passed the mountain gate, he saw the 2 Teoti stone statues flanking the memorial archway suddenly move their eyes. A dark aura of light flashed past him, and Fu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the light only paused for a moment before passing on to the next person. Whoa, a false alarm. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the mountain gate, patrol disciples, wielding bone scimitars, could be seen at a near constant pace. Their dark crimson uniforms were drenched in the dampness of the river of blood. Their black iron wristbands were engraved with centipede-shaped magic patterns, and their flapping hems revealed the human skin talismans lining them. According to Ji Yuaqi's recollection, the increase in patrol disciples had only recently occurred. After escorting the mortals to the General Affairs Hall, Steward Wan handed over the task to Steward Chu. Steward Chu frowned at something he didn't understand. After exiting the main hall, Steward Wan addressed Fu Changsheng, Chu Yun, and the other key refining disciples, saying, "The General Affairs Hall is short-staffed. Please lend a hand and escort these mortals with Steward Chu." Fu Changsheng naturally complied. However, as Steward Wan left, he caught a glimpse of guilt in his glance. Fu Changsheng's heart sank. He glanced at the portly Steward Chu, but seeing he was only in the late foundation establishment stage, he felt a slight sense of relief. Manager Chu said with a smile, "Don't worry, your hard work won't be in vain. Once the job is done, you will definitely get some benefits, manager. Just give me a few more pounds of good meat." Jiu Yun chuckled. Coming out of the General Affairs Hall, escorting a group of mortals, Fu Changsheng followed for a while and discovered that Manager Chu was going to the back mountain, which was a forbidden area. Only the sect master and the young sect master could enter. Fu Changsheng vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and his eyes turned, thinking about how to escape. At the same time, a thought moved. It landed on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel trembled. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The Blood Knife Sect's swallowing cloud beast is the young sect master's magical pet. It has reached the peak of the 3rd level and is currently at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Fu Changsheng glanced at it. Then, thinking about the Bloodblade sect's recent rampages of mortals, he vaguely suspected a possibility. Could it be that the young sect leader wishes to use the power of sacrifice to aid the cloud-swallowing beast's breakthrough? It was likely so. 2. The Bloodblade sect's mountain protection formation was conquered by the human Xiandao sect 10 years ago. The coffin at the center of the formation, Xianqian, is the key to breaking the formation. Breaking the formation? Fu Changsheng had no intention of attacking the mountain. Furthermore, if the formation was breached, the blood sect leader would likely emerge from his retreat. Provoking a golden core would be unwise. 3. The blood pool that can elevate your blood talisman spirit body is located in the forbidden area of the back mountain. What? Fu Changsheng was stunned. So, this meant he really had to enter the forbidden area of the back mountain. 4. Xiao Qingyan has already mastered the secret technique and is lying in ambush outside the Bloodblade sect with Fairy Yao. Fairy Yao holds a teleportation talisman that can teleport up to 5 people. 5. Xiao Qingyan holds a boundless J talisman. Once activated, combined with a special secret technique, it can ignore formations below the 4th level and move freely. 6. The blood sect leader is in seclusion, striving for the nascent soul stage. The Heavenly Dao sect, upon learning of this, plans to attack soon. It is precisely because of this that the young sect leader took the risk and had his pet use a forbidden technique to force a breakthrough. 7. After your father retired, he obtained a fragment of a spirit ray scroll by chance. With this technique, he activated and awakened the hidden bloodline within him. 8. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the 7th piece of information, and he was surprised and delighted. Father activated his bloodline. However, he had never heard of the Fu family possessing any hidden bloodline before he suddenly realized something. No wonder he had so many children, or so many members of his clan possessing special spirits. It seemed the Fu clan's ancestors must have had a profound background. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned the next few pieces of intelligence, but none contained any information about his father. What a shame, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Regardless, at least he knew where his father was. As long as he passed the Shadow Sect's outer disciple selection, he would have a chance to enter the Kangling realm in the future. With this in mind, he arrived at the entrance to the forbidden area in the back mountain. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 369, Superior Skills. What came into view was a massive stone gate, inscribed in a flamboyant style, Gate of Bloody Blades. The gate was of deep crimson, as if wrought from blood, its surface etched with patterns resembling knife marks, each radiating a fierce, murderous aura. On either side of the gate stood two massive, knife-shaped stone pillars, swirling with black demonic energy, as if poised to slash at any intruder. The stone steps in front of the gate were stained with blood, long dried, yet still lingered with a strong, bloody odor. It was merely an entrance, yet it evoked a sense of purgatory on earth. The bound mortals, witnessing the scene, were terrified, whimpering and screaming, instinctively trying to retreat. However, the moment they moved, the demonic patterns of the binding rope swirled, threatening to penetrate their very bodies. Not only were they unable to move, but they were also subjected to inhumane pain. Even Fu Changsheng, seeing this forbidden area in the back mountain, he knew it was a dangerous place. Relying on himself alone, he would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. While waiting for the mountain gate's formation to activate, a ray of spiritual consciousness emanated from the jade communication talisman in his hand, quickly relaying the intelligence he had gathered about the Blood Knife sect of Fairy Yao and Xiao Qingyan, who were guarding the mountain gate. Meanwhile, Steward Chu respectfully bowed to the forbidden stone gate and said, "Young sect leader, the person you requested has been brought to you." A moment later, there was a loud rumbling noise, blood gushing from the stone gate, and the gate swung open in both directions. A cold voice rang out, "Come in." "Yes, young sect leader," Steward Chu replied with a bow. Then, turning to scold Fu Changsheng and the dozens of his menial disciples, "Are you deaf? Hurry and escort the person inside." "Yes, steward," they all nodded hurriedly. Fu Changsheng stood in the middle, but as the crowd entered halfway, Manager Chu moved further and further away from the mountain gate, showing no sign of entering the forbidden area. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. Fu Changsheng's heart sank. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he seized the moment when no one was paying attention and immediately activated his mysterious robe, instantly disappearing from view. Chu Yun, who had been behind him, chewed the demonic meat in his mouth and muttered, "Ji-Yu-Aki," even said something when he was sneaking away. Clearly, he was used to it. Helping Ji-Yu-Aki cover up his lies and receiving a generous reward of demonic meat was a delight. In reality, Fu Changsheng was right beside him. Following his footsteps into the forbidden area, the strong smell of blood filled his nose, making Fu Changsheng's heart sink. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered that the interior of the forbidden area was far more vast than it appeared from the outside, a world unto itself. A thick blood mist filled the air, and beneath his feet lay a path paved with bones. He walked along it for hundreds of feet. Through a thin layer of mist, a massive altar came into view. The altar was a dark red, its surface covered in intricate runes that shimmered eerily against the blood mist. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar was a young man in a black robe. He was none other than the Bloodblade sect's young master. His face was stern, his eyes tightly closed. And a thick demonic aura enveloped him, seemingly merging with the altar. Fu Changsheng glanced at him. Finding him only at the purple mansion level, he breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced down at the runes swirling around the altar, his pupils constricting. This altar array, in his memory, it vaguely resembled the one in the Osprey tribe. It was clearly a large sacrificial array. This meant the lives of the tens of thousands of mortals brought in were imminently in jeopardy. At this moment, the young master, seated cross-legged on the altar's high platform, suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the tens of thousands of mortals being escorted in with a cold gaze. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, as if these mortals were merely part of his plan, insignificant ants. A spell struck the altar. A resounding boom followed. Then, a surging pool of blood surged up from the ground. Within the pool, thick blood swirled like boiling magma, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of bones. This is, the moment the pool appeared, Fu Changsheng's blood talisman spirit body reacted automatically. At that moment, an unprecedented hunger surged through him. The blood pool before him. It was the treasure mentioned in the intelligence that would allow his blood talisman spirit body to ascend to the second stage. Fu Changsheng suppressed his excitement, for he keenly sensed a powerful force hidden within the blood pool. If he was right, it must be the swallowing cloud beast, mentioned in the intelligence, about to ascend to the fourth stage, equivalent to human's golden core stage. It was also the young master's magical pet. Should we act now, on the altar? The young sect leader had already begun chanting the incantation, blood as a guide, souls as a sacrifice. All spirits return to the abyss, all gods obey. I offer my flesh and blood to you. May you grant me boundless power and help me destroy all enemies. The blood pool surges, bones bear witness. The sacrificial formation unlocks the secrets of heaven. The incantation fell. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled. The next moment. Bang, bang, bang. 81 bone lamps hanging upside down at the center of the sacrificial formation simultaneously burst into faint green flames. The sound of tiles crackling could be heard in the distance. The talismans embedded in the cracks of the stone slabs suddenly sprouted dark red roots, rapidly spreading towards the formation platform like blood vessels. The runes surrounding the altar began to flicker violently, and a powerful suction emanated from the altar. The mortals being escorted in immediately let out shrill screams. Their bodies were pulled by an invisible force, their essence and blood forcibly drawn from their bodies, transforming into streaks of blood red light and pouring into the blood pool. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, tens of thousands of mortals collapsed to the ground, reduced to white bones. Chu Yun, chewing on the demonic flesh nearby, turned away with a wave of reluctance. The next moment, his pupils shrank as he realized his mana and blood were draining at an insane rate, draining directly into the blood pool. Chu Yun shuddered. Young master, please spare my life. The dozens of remaining key refining disciples also shared expressions of horror. They had never imagined they would be among the sacrificed. Young master, I have an ailing mother to care for at home. Please, young master, show mercy and spare my life. No matter what you ask me to do, I will do it. Please, young master, spare our lives. At this crucial moment, they hadn't considered resisting. Since they had taken the heart-eating pill upon entering the Bloodblade sect, any resistance would have resulted in instant death. However, the young master turned a deaf ear to their pleas. A spell struck the formation platform. Nearly 100 key refining disciples filled each of the other 7 directions. Chu Yun glanced and saw that one of them was Senior Brother Yun, his former initiator. However, Senior Brother Yun had clearly stated that he had accumulated enough contribution points to qualify for promotion to the outer sect. He hadn't seen Senior Brother Yun since then. He had assumed he was merely a menial disciple, vastly superior to Senior Brother Yun's outer sect status, and that Senior Brother Yun looked down on him. He never imagined that Senior Brother Yun wasn't promoted to the outer sect, but imprisoned in the forbidden area behind the mountains. His final moments. Chu Yun slapped his storage bag and stuffed the piece of pork belly his mother had given him before he left. The next moment, all the menial disciples, accompanied by loud bangs, exploded into bloody mist, which fell into the various formation centers. Boom! A massive wave surged from the blood pool. Then, from the pool of blood, a massive demonic beast soared into the sky. It was none other than the young master's own cloud-swallowing beast. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, from which black demonic energy continuously seeped. Its aura was now approaching the 4th stage. Roar! The cloud-swallowing beast raised its head and roared furiously. The blood in the pool suddenly surged upwards, like a river flowing into the sea, continuously absorbing its body. Its aura was rapidly rising. It all seemed slow, but in reality, from their entrance to the young master's activation of the sacrifice formation, it had only been a matter of a few breaths. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept over the cloud-swallowing beast and he gritted his teeth. No more waiting. With the aid of the sacrifice formation, the cloud-swallowing beast's breakthrough to the 4th stage was a sure thing. Once it did, even with a green dragon, he would be no match. He rapidly channeled his spiritual energy, formed hand seals, and whispered, "Starry Sky Thunder Sword Formation, rise." Instantly, countless dazzling sword beams erupted from Fu Changsheng's body, transforming into a sky filled with stars. Sword light rained down like a rain, directed towards the young sect leader and the cloud-swallowing beast on the altar. However, the young sect leader showed no sign of surprise at Fu Changsheng's appearance. He snorted coldly, "I've been waiting for you." With a sinister smile, the young sect leader summoned the 9-skull demon banner. A foul wind swept up countless wronged souls, transforming them into ghostly hands that covered the sky, defying the rain of falling star swords. Boom! The two forces collided. A brilliant spiritual light flashed, and huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. However, the invincible Starry Sky Thunder Sword Formation was unable to withstand the opponent's 9-skull demon banner. The two fought evenly. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. For the opponent's 9-skull demon banner was actually a magical weapon, and a top-grade 4th level one. He had encountered a formidable foe. Before he could react, the young sect leader had already wielded a blood-red longsword, its blade emanating a thick demonic aura that seemed to devour all life. He flashed, appearing before Fu Changsheng in an instant. With a single slash, the blade flashed like blood, aiming for Fu Changsheng's throat. Such speed, such reflexes, Fu Changsheng felt that no one he had encountered in the purple mansions of the Great Zhou could match the young sect leaders. At the crucial moment, he quickly summoned the mist and cloud illusion, narrowly avoiding the vital wound. The young sect leader snorted coldly, "Quick reflexes. I wonder how many times you can dodge it." The longsword slashed through the air again. Dozens of blade beams descended, densely packed, blocking all of Fu Changsheng's escape routes. Bang! At the crucial moment, the purple divine light within Fu Changsheng's body thudded, transforming into a protective shield. Bang! The blood-red blade light slashed against the purple divine light, creating a sharp friction sound. The shield trembled violently, but did not break. Bing fire divine thunder! Fu Changsheng seized the opportunity, clasped his hands together, and a blazing flame of lightning burst out from his palms, heading straight for the young sect leader. Wherever the lightning passed, the blood mist was instantly evaporated, and the air was distorted. The young sect leader's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly retreated, waving the blood-colored longsword in his hand, forming a sword net to block the Bing fire divine thunder. However, the residual power of the lightning still shocked him back several steps, and his robe was singed. "You have some skills, but not enough." A cold light flashed in the young sect leader's eyes. He was about to rush forward again. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a 3rd-level peak green dragon that appeared in the forbidden area at some point. The green dragon was dozens of feet long and covered with green scales. The scales flashed coldly against a backdrop of the blood mist, and there was a cold murderous intent in the dragon's eyes. Roar! The green dragon roared loudly, shaking the earth. The dragon's might was so great that it suppressed the cloud-swallowing beast's evil spirit in an instant. The cloud-swallowing beast was at the critical moment of its breakthrough when it was interrupted by the sudden attack of the green dragon. It was immediately furious, raised its head and roared, and the evil spirit surged around it. Arrows transformed from black light shot densely at the green dragon. The green dragon swung its body, and the scales on its body suddenly lit up, turning into a layer of green light shield. Ding ding ding. The arrows hit the light shield, making a harsh friction sound, but they could not break through the defense of the green dragon. A trace of disdain flashed in the green dragon's eyes, and the dragon opened its mouth, spewing out a huge water curtain. The water curtain contained powerful spiritual power, which instantly enveloped the cloud-swallowing beast. The water curtain was as bright as the flower of heaven. The cloud-swallowing beast's evil spirit was suppressed by the water curtain, and its movements became slow, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. Roar! The cloud-swallowing beast roared, and the demonic energy around it suddenly erupted. Thick demonic energy seeped out from between its black scales, forming a demonic energy storm that tore apart the green dragon's water curtain Changsheng. The demonic energy storm swept across the entire forbidden area, and the blood mist was stirred, forming a chaotic vortex. For a moment, the green dragon was evenly matched with a cloud-swallowing beast. But if you look closely, you can still see that the cloud-swallowing beast has the upper hand. After all, the cloud-swallowing beast has the entire sacrificial formation as its source of power, and it is only one step away from the 4th level. The green dragon is just relying on 3 spiritual arts and a powerful bloodline body to hold on. But, despite this, The cloud-swallowing beast's breakthrough process was still broken. The young master was furious. Dare to ruin my good deeds, you are looking for death. The blood-colored long knife in his hand suddenly pierced the ground. The sea of blood is surging. In an instant, the blood mist in the entire forbidden area surged violently, turning into a sea of blood. The blood waves were surging and swept towards Fu Changsheng. Feeling the great power in it, Fu Changsheng knew that the other party was going to fight to the death. He pinched the old talisman between his fingers and threw it into the sky. The talisman paper burned into green flame. The stars in the sky fell like a glass cup, and the original energy of chaos, like the beginning of the chaos, fell into the sea of blood. Boom! The blood sea was opened by the energy of the sky. Fu Changsheng's head was the three-turned treasure lotus lamp, rushed out of the sea of blood. At the same time, with a thought, the 9 yang red lotus flames turned into a binding rope, which wrapped around the blood-red longsword and inserted into the ground as fast as lightning. The young master didn't care at first. But he saw the binding rope slowly blooming in the air, and then an ancient treasure flower basket shot out from it, and a series of 7 colored rays of light fell on the blood-red longsword. Although the ancient treasure flower basket could not collect magic weapons, the continuous impact of the 7 colored rays of light could weaken the opponent's spiritual imprint attached to it. Looking for death? When the young sect leader vaguely felt that he was about to lose control of the blood-red longsword, he quickly moved his mind and forced the blood-red longsword into his body. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank. Without thinking, he immediately sacrificed the blood-red longsword again. However, it was too late. He saw that in the flame attached to the blood-red longsword, a ray of purple divine light had passed through his danshin. Bang! The next moment, the young sect leader fell heavily to the ground. However, soon his body turned into a bloody light. In a secret room somewhere in the mountain gate, the young sect leader's real eyes suddenly opened, and at this time his eyes burst with rage. Pass on my order, all elders quickly go to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Not a fly is allowed to be released in the forbidden area. However, before he finished speaking, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the originally damaged area of Zuian Mountain. He swept his spiritual sense and found that the blood coffin was actually blown up by someone. How dare you? The young sect leader's pupils shrank, and there was already fear in his eyes, because although the mountain protection formation had flaws, it could not be broken by anyone other than a 4th-level formation master. In other words, the guy who entered the forbidden area actually brought a 4th-level formation master to help. The young sect leader glanced at the place where his father was in seclusion. We must not let them interfere with father. His father was at the critical moment of breaking through the nascent soul. These people are probably just making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and the one they really want to interfere with is his father. After all, once his father breaks through the nascent soul, it will be a fatal blow to the Xiandao sect. It is at this moment. The young sect leader has mistaken Fu Changsheng, Fairy Yao and the other 2 as an attack from the Xiandao sect. After all, the information he received not long ago was that the Xiandao sect was going to attack their mountain gate in order to destroy his father's formation of the nascent soul. The young sect leader pinched his fingers again. Gather at the mountain gate cemetery quickly, don't worry about the back mountain. The swallowing cloud beast has failed to break through the golden core. Now, they can only risk their lives to let their father break through smoothly. Otherwise, the Blood Knife sect will be in danger. As the order was issued, all the elders of the Blood Knife sect who were originally heading towards the forbidden area turned around and rushed towards the cemetery forest. At the same time, in the forbidden area, Fu Changsheng waved his hand and directly put the bloody longsword on the ground into the storage bag. His eyes fell on the fight in the air. At this time, the green dragon was suppressed and beaten by the swallowing cloud beast. Most of its scales were removed, bleeding, and a large part of its tail was broken. Zhaoqing, come back. Since Zhaoqing followed him, he has never been injured so badly. Fu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and murderous intent burst out of his hands. Immediately, the magic power in his body was continuously injected into the Yangang talisman, and the Yangang talisman burst into a brilliant golden light. Chi. Accompanied by a roar. An illusory golden crow appeared and pounced on the swallowing cloud beast in midair. The swallowing cloud beast let out a deafening roar, and the demonic energy around it suddenly condensed and suddenly turned into a black light. Half of its body had disappeared from the spot. It was obvious that the other party wanted to escape. Want to leave? It's too late. Fu Changsheng rode on the green dragon, approached, grabbed the other party's tail that was escaping into the void, and with a thought, collect, buzz. The next moment, the swallowing cloud beast was directly taken into the five elements space. His eyes fell on the blood pool below, and Fu Changsheng hurriedly activated the magic spell, moving the entire blood pool directly to the five elements space. At this moment, a powerful breath rose from the cemetery forest. Chapter 370, Fellow Disciple, Mission Completed. Fu Changsheng was startled. Thunderclouds rolled over the cemetery. According to intelligence reports, this was most likely the Bloodblade sex leader successfully condensing his nascent soul. As long as he could withstand the thunderstorm, he would truly enter the nascent soul realm. Oh no, he couldn't even withstand a Jinden, let alone a nascent soul true lord. He was considering whether to retreat into the five elements dimension for a moment, but a sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that the entire Bloodblade sex purple mansion had reversed course midway, speeding towards the cemetery. It was obvious. The Bloodblade sect's primary goal now was protecting the Blood Leader. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Leave now, he couldn't stay here any longer. Leaving the altar, taking the skeleton path, and leaping through the mist, he arrived at the entrance to the forbidden barrier. Oh no, the barrier was closed. He had nothing on him to open the forbidden barrier. At the same moment, a palpitation washed over him. Fu Changsheng looked up sharply. Suddenly, a narrow, bloody crack appeared in the dome. The setting sun was shattered into tiny fragments by some immense force, staining the vast clouds like a festering wound. The nascent soul thunder tribulation is about to descend. It was coming even faster than he had anticipated. At this moment, Fairy Yao and Xiao Qingyan, who had broken through the coffin from the heavenly stems, shuddered. Fairy Yao looked up at the thunder tribulation in the sky, her pupils shrinking. This is the nascent soul thunder tribulation. Nascent soul thunder tribulation. Fairy Yao, are you kidding? Fairy Yao had seen elders in her clan endure the tribulation, so she knew she wouldn't be mistaken. Her gaze fell on the back of Blood Abyss Mountain. Reason told her that retreating from the Bloodblade sect immediately was the wisest option. Xiao Qingyan, standing nearby, clearly noticed Fairy Yao's hesitation. Her throat rolled. Under the might of the gods, he felt even more insignificant. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and said, Fairy Yao, I hold the boundless Jade Talisman, which can break the Forbidden Area's barrier. Brother Li led the charge, disregarding his own safety, to complete the mission. We can't let this happen. If it weren't for Brother Li, he wouldn't even qualify for the semifinals. Although Xiao Qingyan was afraid, he knew there were always boundaries. As he spoke, Xiao Qingyan had already summoned the boundless Jade Talisman and, without waiting for Fairy Yao's reply, flung it into the Forbidden Area. Because the Bloodblade sect's core members had already rushed to the cemetery, their path was virtually unimpeded. In a matter of breaths, Xiao Qingyan reached the entrance to the blood-colored Forbidden Area. The boundless Jade Talisman in his hand had already activated, emitting a faint green light. The boundless Jade Talisman took a deep breath, gazed resolutely at the Forbidden Area's barrier, and chanted the spell to break the Forbidden Area. As the incantation was chanted, the boundless Jade Talisman's light gradually grew brighter, and the surrounding air began to tremble slightly. Break, Xiao Qingyan shouted, hurling the boundless Jade Talisman forward. It traced a graceful arc through the air, hurtling towards the Forbidden Area's barrier. The moment the boundless Jade Talisman made contact, a dazzling burst of light erupted, rippling the surface like a stone dropped into water. Immediately, cracks began to appear, rapidly spreading until, with a resounding shattering sound, the barrier completely collapsed. The scene within the Forbidden Area suddenly came into view. Fu Changsheng stood not far away, his face filled with surprise and gratitude. Brother Xiao, Fu Changsheng stepped forward quickly, his eyes filled with joy. Thank you for saving me. Although he had previously sent a message to Xiao Qingyan and Fairy Yao, Blood Abyss Mountain was now the gateway to hell, and he assumed they would most likely retreat first. After all, they had only known each other for less than a month, and their feelings for each other weren't yet enough to risk their lives for each other. So, seeing Xiao Qingyan still surprised and astonished Fu Changsheng, Xiao Qingyan, however, smiled faintly, put away the boundless Jade Talisman, and said, Brother Li, we can't stay here any longer. Let's leave. The green dragon was injured. At this point, they could only rely on their speed to escape. They emerged from the back mountain at breakneck speed, reaching the mountainside. The air around them suddenly became thick, as if bound by an invisible force. Fu Changsheng's keen senses immediately detected something amiss. He abruptly formed a hand seal, and the protective azure light of the three-turned treasure lotus lantern suddenly shifted, illuminating the empty space 3 meters to his side. Where there had been nothing, 7 barbed bone spears emerged, their tips gleaming with a dark green, poisonous light. They were only half a foot away from his throat. What? Fu Changsheng's heart trembled, realizing he had been targeted. He quickly retreated, activating the precious lotus lantern. A green light transformed into a barrier, blocking the bone spear. He had never expected the young sect leader to launch a surprise counterattack. Clearly, while checking the operation of the Tomb Forest's protective formation, the young sect leader realized that only 3 Purple Mansion cultivators had infiltrated the mountain gate, and not a single righteous sect member was in sight. He had clearly misjudged the situation. He had been tricked by a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and his demonic pet, which was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage, was now missing. Furthermore, his father had successfully condensed his nascent soul. How could the young sect leader let Fu Changsheng and the other 2 go? The young sect leader and 8 other late-stage Purple Mansion elders stood on a suspended blood jade platform. 36 tassels woven from human tendons dangled from their black robes, resonating with a crisp sound of snapping heartstrings as demonic energy vibrated. As spells infused the 8 massive bronze coffins, the runes on their surfaces suddenly came alive, demonic energy surged, and skeletal arms struggled out from the cracks. Oh no, Fu Changsheng had barely blocked the attack, barely catching his breath when the surrounding scene suddenly shifted. The original forest vanished, replaced by a blood-red void. Dark clouds thickened the sky, and a thick blood mist rose from the ground, making it seem as if they were immersed in a sea of blood. Blood-evil samsara formation. Fu Changsheng's face darkened, his heart pounding. Beside him, Xiao Qingyan was trembling. Brother Li, it's over, it's over. We're finished. Even if this blood-evil samsara formation destroys a giant bronze coffin, it can still mobilize the bloody evil forces of heaven and earth. With their cultivation level, trapped within the enemy formation, will be reduced to blood in less than half a cup of tea. In other words, Xiao Qingyan's boundless jade talisman was useless. Fu Changsheng's mind raced, rapidly mulling over a countermeasure. At that moment, the young sect leader slowly emerged from the blood mist, followed by several Purple Mansion elders of the Bloodblade sect. The young sect leader's gaze was icy, a hint of sarcasm etched on his lips. A mere Purple Mansion dares to run wild in my Bloodblade sect? Today, I'll let you witness the power of the blood-evil samsara formation. Before he finished speaking, the young sect leader clasped his hands together, and the blood-evil samsara formation suddenly activated. 8 massive bronze coffins rose from the ground, their lids slowly opening, revealing the hideous corpses within. Each corpse exuded a strong aura of bloody evil, like a demon crawling from hell. Blood-evil samsara, refine all things, the young sect leader shouted, and the 8 corpses simultaneously opened their blood-red eyes and pounced upon Fu Changsheng and the other 2. Within the blood mist, countless blood-colored tentacles stretched out from the ground, attempting to encircle the 3. Fu Changsheng and Xiao Qingyan stood back to back, each summoning their spiritual weapons to resist with all their might. Fu Changsheng's 3rd-level precious lotus lantern shone brilliantly, transforming into a protective shield, isolating the bloody evil force from outside. Xiao Qingyan unleashed a sign longsword, its gleam like a rainbow, severing the attacking blood-colored tentacles. However, the power of the blood-evil samsara formation far exceeded their imaginations. The blood-evil energy within the formation flowed endlessly, seemingly endless. Fu Changsheng felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. The 8 most crucial corpses at the Fallstand realm were charging at him at breakneck speed. His Thunder Sword's thunderous power had been exhausted. Fu Changsheng was about to summon the Yangang talisman again when a graceful figure caught his eye. Fairy Yao? Xiao Qingyan was stunned. He had assumed the other party had already left, but he hadn't expected Fairy Yao to return at the crucial moment. This was clearly a dead end, and he would rather Fairy Yao escape safely. However, the moment Fu Changsheng saw Fairy Yao, his eyes lit up. According to intelligence, Fairy Yao possessed a jade talisman for great teleportation. Without hesitation, he activated the Yangang talisman in his hand. With a humming sound, 36 talismans soared into the sky. Instantly, they condensed into a Yangang formation diagram. The moment it unfolded, the air within a 10-foot radius solidified like black iron, tightly guarding Fu Changsheng and his 4 companions. HMPH, I'll see how long your talisman can hold out. The young sect leader calmly activated the formation platform. 8 corpses, each with a false elixir level, swooped down towards Fu Changsheng and his 4 companions. Ding, ding, ding. The formation diagram formed by the Yangang talisman was struck by countless attacks, making a thud. Soon, cracks appeared. Fu Changsheng urged, "Fairy Yao, hurry." Fairy Yao nodded slightly, tapped the jade talisman with her jade finger, and whispered an incantation. As she chanted, the runes on the jade talisman gradually illuminated, and a silver light flowed like water, enveloping the 4 people. The air around them began to distort, as if a rift had been torn open by some force in space. "Great teleportation, activate," Fairy Yao shouted softly, and the jade talisman suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The 4 figures were instantly engulfed in silver light, and the surroundings seemed quickly blurred, as if being pulled into a void. The next moment, the 4 felt their bodies lighten, and the scene before them suddenly changed. The gloom and oppression of Zuian Mountain disappeared, replaced by a peaceful valley. Sunlight streamed across the green grass, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing breeze. Xiao Qingyan looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's this?" Fairy Yao put away the jade talisman and said, "This is a safe place 1,000 miles away from Zuian Mountain, 1,000 miles. Xiao Qingyan was amazed. Even though he came from a 5th-grade giant family, he had never seen such a teleportation jade talisman before. This alone clearly showed that Fairy Yao had an extraordinary background. Fu Changsheng glanced around and saw that there was no danger. He breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Fairy Yao, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have been unable to escape." This was the truth. If Fairy Yao hadn't appeared, he would likely have been forced to retreat into the 5 elements dimension. As for when he could emerge, that was another matter. Activating the great teleportation jade talisman had clearly taken a toll on Fairy Yao. Her face was pale, and she gave off a fragile air, vulnerable to the wind. While previously aloof, she now evoked a touch of pity. Fairy Yao spoke weakly, "Brother Li, although this place is 1,000 miles from the Bloodblade sect, if sect leader Zhu breaks through the thunder tribulation and uses his nascent soul speed, 1,000 miles would be nothing but a stone's throw. We need to stay even further away and find somewhere to hide." Yes, Fu Changsheng understood. He determined the direction and sped towards the Heavenly Dao sect's territory. While flying, Fairy Yao glanced at the mortal woman Fu Changsheng was carrying and said sourly, "Brother Li, are you attracted to this woman?" This woman was the very girl Ji Yuaqi had abducted and intended to rape. Fu Changsheng had taken the woman along with him when he escaped from Blood Abyss Mountain because of the familiar birthmark. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered to explain himself to Fairy Yao, but Fairy Yao had just risked her life to save him, so he spoke the truth. Fairy Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother Li, do you have any relatives left in the Kangling realm?" Indeed, his father was already there. But he couldn't say that. After all, his current relationship with Fairy Yao wasn't close enough. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyan wasn't concerned about this mortal woman, but rather said with a hint of regret, "We only have less than 10 days left until we can teleport out of the Kangling realm. Trying to break into the Bloodblade sect again and seize the Swallowing Cloud Beast demon pill is simply wishful thinking. After all, if the Blood sect leader successfully withstood the Thunder Tribulation, he would become a nascent soul sect." Fairy Yao rolled her eyes. "It's good to be alive. Being an outer disciple of the Shadow sect is great. But you still have to live." Fu Changsheng finally realized it. It seemed he hadn't yet told them that he had already captured the Swallowing Cloud Beast, but he had simply placed it in the 5-element space and hadn't removed the demon pill. Now, with a smile, he said, "Don't worry, you two. I've already destroyed the Swallowing Cloud Beast." "What, really?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Qingyan and Fairy Yao turned to Fu Changsheng, their eyes blazing with ecstasy. They hadn't even figured out where the Swallowing Cloud Beast was located within the Bloodblade sect, yet they hadn't expected Fu Changsheng to complete the mission. After all, they had only been in Blood Abyss Mountain for less than half a day. "Brother Li, you're amazing." Xiao Qingyan looked at Fu Changsheng with admiration. Fairy Yao, standing beside him, looked at Fu Changsheng with a look of respect, beyond her initial curiosity. "Brother Li is truly an extraordinary person." Mission accomplished. This meant that the three of them would become true outer disciples of the shadow sect. Xiao Qingyan smiled and said, Brother Li, Fairy Yao, from now on we'll be considered fellow disciples. I'm the eldest son of the current head of the Jinzhou 5th rank Xiao family. If there's anything I or the Xiao family can help with, please let me know. Compared to the other seasoned cultivators, Xiao Qingyan was even more sincere and forthright. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then decided not to reveal his true identity. Fairy Yao evoked a sense of mystery. Although they had weathered this difficult time together, there still had to be boundaries. Fairy Yao, too, clearly remained silent about her origins. After several days of flight, they had crossed the border and reached the Xiandao sect's territory. Fu Changsheng scanned the area with his spiritual sense and said, There's a Kain Valley 30 miles away. Let's go check it out. 30 miles was a fleeting distance for the Purple Mansion. Kain Valley, nestled amidst mountains, boasts a unique terrain. The valley's terrain is undulating, with peaks rising one after another, surrounded by towering peaks that seem to form a natural barrier, isolating it from the outside world. The valley's entrance is narrow, with only a winding path leading to the outside world. The path is flanked by steep cliffs covered in moss and vines, creating a deep and mysterious atmosphere. Wow, the mist in Kain Valley can actually automatically block spiritual perception, Xiao Qingyan muttered in wonder. With interest, he abruptly landed on Kain Valley's high ground. The mist in the valley alternately thickens and thins, like a veil, enveloping everything within. Fu Changsheng and Fairy Yao also landed in the valley. After exploring it, Xiao Qingyan excitedly said, Brother Li, Fairy Yao, this place is naturally formed, shrouded in mist. With the help of formations, it's an ideal place to conceal auras. How about we settle here? They entered the Heavenly Dao Gate. They weren't guaranteed protection. After all, they were from the Xianan continent. If their identities were discovered, they might even be imprisoned and interrogated about their presence there. Seeing Fairy Yao had no objection, Fu Changsheng nodded. Alright, then, Qingyan, please set up the formation. Xiao Qingyan waved his hands repeatedly, his expression darkening. He patted his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Formation flags emerged one after another. As he chanted his incantation, the flags were precisely positioned in various locations, heaven and earth as the foundation, clouds and mist as the barrier. The aura is concealed, leaving no trace. With the incantation, the runes on the formation flags lit up one by one. As if drawn by some force, the clouds and mist in Kain Valley rapidly gathered around the formation, forming a thick barrier. Xiao Qingyan retracted his spell and said with considerable pride, Brother Li, Fairy Yao, the earth vein locking key formation I just set up uses the mountain range as the dragon spine and the confluence of the water veins as the key eye, leveraging the natural topography to create a natural barrier. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to decipher its secrets. We can rest here and await our teleportation out of the Kangling realm. After saying this, he waved his sleeves. Dozens of mid-grade spirit stones were embedded in the core of the magic circle, further stabilizing its operation. The three of them worked together to open a cave in the valley. There were 4 secret rooms in the cave. After exchanging a few words, the three of them returned to their secret rooms to meditate and rest. After entering the secret room, Fu Changsheng set up a magic circle. Just in case, he put on a mysterious robe and then, with a thought, entered the 5 elements space. From the forbidden area of Zuian Mountain, he hastily put the swallowing cloud beast into the 5 elements space. He had been traveling non-stop all the way, and with the presence of outsiders, he had not had time to check on the swallowing cloud beast's situation in the 5 elements space. In addition, Qing Jiao was seriously injured this time. He also needed to find some elixirs and magical herbs to temporarily stabilize its injuries. Of course, after that, he had to take the swallowing cloud beast's inner core first. Otherwise, once it was teleported out, he would not dare to rashly release the swallowing cloud beast from the 5-element space in front of the mysterious old man of the Shadow Gate. Chapter 371 Disaster, Welfare, Breakthrough. With a thought, Fu Changsheng appeared in the thatched hut of the 5-element space. He emerged from the hut. He had expected the cloud-swallowing beast to be lurking somewhere hidden, or perhaps enraged and ravaged the space, but the scene before him stunned him. At the foot of Lingshan Mountain, the massive cloud-swallowing beast shivered and huddled in a corner, its former formidable arrogance gone. What's going on, Chunyang? the most powerful warrior in the five elements space, had only just entered the purple mansion, yet this cloud-swallowing beast had already successfully formed its elixir. Furthermore, judging from the traces in the space, there was no sign of any fighting at all. He was puzzled. Chunyang, who had been tending the 9 longevity fruit in the spiritual field, stood up and bowed to Fu Changsheng. Master. Fu Changsheng glanced at her and found no signs of injury. He pointed at the cloud-swallowing beast at the foot of the mountain and said, Chunyang, what's wrong with this cloud-swallowing beast, master? Didn't you take it in? It was true that he had taken it in, but he was wondering why the cloud-swallowing beast was now like a plucked rooster, completely paralyzed. Hearing Fu Changsheng's words, Chunyang finally realized what was happening and said hurriedly, Master, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. Since the last evolution of this 5 elements space, not only has my cultivation level improved, but my control over it has also greatly increased. For example, anyone below the golden core stage wouldn't even think of resisting my will, and it was so effective. Fu Changsheng was delighted. If this was the case, it would save him time dealing with the cloud-swallowing beast. At the same time, he was even more excited about the future growth of the 5 elements space. Fu Changsheng, curious about how Chunyang manipulated spatial power, said, Chunyang, tell the cloud-swallowing beast to spit out its demonic core. Yes, master, Chunyang replied. She chanted a spell, and the entire space hummed. Suddenly, a hazy spiritual light rose from the stone tablet atop spiritual mountain, landing on the cloud-swallowing beast at the foot of the mountain. The cloud-swallowing beast trembled even more violently, as if witnessing something terrifying. As Chunyang's lips moved, a look of deep resentment flashed in the cloud-swallowing beast's eyes, but it eventually obediently opened its mouth. Then, a demonic core, shrouded in a faint demonic aura, floated from its body. Within the core, a spirit resembling the cloud-swallowing beast's form emerged. Without the demonic core, the cloud-swallowing beast withered like a toothless tiger. Fu Changsheng waved his hand. The demon pill landed in the colorful jade box he had prepared, and he quickly infused several spells into it, completely sealing it. Elsewhere, Chunyang retracted her spell. The stone tablet atop Spirit Mountain trembled slightly, then returned to normal. Chunyang felt a little weak, clearly burdened by the power of space. Master, what shall we do with the cloud-swallowing beast? Without the demon pill, the cloud-swallowing beast's combat power vanished, leaving only its massive demonic body. Fu Changsheng said, keep it for now. He intended to give the cloud-swallowing beast a show gear for research. If he could refine a corpse puppet capable of independent cultivation, it would be a tremendous boon to both the family and show gear. Besides completing the mission, the most crucial aspect of this entry into the Changsheng realm was the blood pool that would allow him to break through to the second level, Blood Talisman Spirit Body. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed the blood pool nestled at the western foot of Spirit Mountain summit. The blood pool surged with medicinal energy. Although the cloud-swallowing beast had devoured some of it, it was still far more filling than the one he'd refined in the Osprey tribe. A pang of thirst washed over him again, but he was about to teleport out of the Changsheng realm. Now was clearly not the right time to refine the blood pool. After suppressing his inner desire, Fu Changsheng returned to the summit of Lingshan Mountain. Passing by the medicinal fields, he noticed that the 9 life fruit, planted there, had already taken root and sprouted, but the heavenly silkworm seed, capable of advancing the green-faced white fox to the 3rd level, remained lifeless. Looks like Yang Wei needs to step in again. After several days of meditation in the thatched hut, his mana had returned to peak. With a thought, he emerged from the 5 elements dimension. A spell struck the secret chamber, unlocking the magic circle. With a flick of his sleeve, the unconscious girl floated into the room. His sword finger quickly tapped several acupuncture points on the girl's body. She moaned and opened her eyes. Seeing Fu Changsheng, she thought he was from the demon sect and retreated in fear. But the next moment, she sensed that Fu Changsheng was free of the lingering demonic aura, realizing he was from the righteous path. Her eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down her face. She immediately bowed to Fu Changsheng and said, "Thank you, immortal master, for saving my life." Fu Changsheng waved his hand and helped her up. Once she had calmed down, he learned that the girl had a tragic fate. Her parents had abandoned her in the mountains at birth. Had a woodcutter not come across her and rescued her, she would have died. But the woodcutter was short-lived. He acted as both a father and mother, raising her until she was 5 or 6. Then, While chopping wood in the mountains, he was chased by a wolf and fell to his death off a cliff. Without the woodcutter's support, the girl was taken in by Muramasa as a child bride. Even if she hadn't been abducted by the demon sect, she would have been tortured day and night in Muramasa's household, fearing she wouldn't have survived more than a few years. Master, please accept me. I, Xinyang, am willing to serve you as your slave forever. The girl had no name, but took the woodcutter's surname, Chu, and was known as Chu Xinyang. Fu Changsheng shook his head and said, I'll be leaving in 2 days, so it's not convenient for me to take you with me. But if you can endure the loneliness, you can continue to live in this canyon. Thank you, Master, thank you, Chu Xinyang cried with joy. Although she was a child bride in Muramasa's household, her life was worse than that of an ordinary slave. She had never dreamed of the day she would be free. In a sense, the master before her was her adopted parent, and she was naturally grateful. Fu Changsheng hesitated for a moment, then patted his storage bag. In a flash of light, a dozen replica books used by key-refining cultivators floated toward Chu Xinyang. Although the spiritual energy in this valley isn't abundant, if you possess spiritual roots, it's more than enough for your daily cultivation. Take these books, Cultivating Immortality. Chu Xinyang was stunned. She, with such a humble body, could embark on a journey of cultivation. At the Shadow Sect's Void Dojo, a black-robed elder, seated cross-legged in midair, cast a spell into the teleportation vortex. Buzz! The vortex activated again. The elder muttered softly, I wonder how many will make it back alive this time. He closed his eyes again. A moment later. Buzz! A Buddha's light emerged from the vortex, and 3 monks flashed into view. They were none other than the bald monk who had previously challenged Fu Changsheng for the Blood Abyss Mountain mission. They were now in a state of disarray, their faces pale and their bodies covered in wounds. The leading monk respectfully presented the jade box to the mysterious old man in the void. Thank you for fulfilling your mission. Yes, the old man opened the box, glanced at it, nodded slightly, and flicked his index finger. Instantly, 3 pills floated towards the monk. The monk glanced at them and saw that they were the healing elixir, the healing green pill. A look of ecstasy crossed his pale face. The 3 monks said in unison, Thank you, Senior, for your reward. After accepting the elixir, they found the corner and sat cross-legged to recover from their injuries. A while later, people began to emerge. All of them were seriously injured. Evidently, the difficulty of each task was roughly the same. However, some completed the tasks, but the majority returned without success. The second monk among the 3 monks glanced at the crowd, but did not see Fairy Yao and the others. He hesitated and said, Big brother, could it be that Fairy Yao did not return safely? The monk did not even open his eyes. He said calmly, even if we're completely wiped out, Fairy Yao won't fall into it. She'd rather heal her wounds first. Big brother, if that's the case, why don't we ask Fairy Yao if they've brought back the Bloodblade Sex blood pool? Your talisman technique desperately requires it. At worst, we'll double the reward. The elder monk shook his head, saying nothing. Given Fairy Yao's background, no matter what the 3 of them offered, they wouldn't be able to impress her. Furthermore, the Bloodblade Sex blood pool was located in a forbidden area. They'd been planning for decades, and it wasn't certain they'd be able to seize it. Fairy Yao and her 3 companions were completely unprepared, so there was no way they could bring it back. As soon as the thought left his mind, the elder monk, as if sensing something, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced towards the vortex's exit. 3 figures flashed out from within, 2 men and 1 woman. Unlike the others, who were covered in wounds, these 3 looked refreshed, as if they'd just returned from an outing. The second disciple was stunned for a moment. Big brother, could it be that Fairy Yao and her 3 didn't go to the Bloodblade sect? Otherwise, how could they have returned unscathed? The elder monk had initially misunderstood, but the next moment, his pupils shrank, his gaze fixed on Fu Changsheng. He clearly sensed the aura of the blood pool, and a look of disbelief flashed in the elder monk's eyes. How is it possible? This blood pool had fallen into the hands of this unremarkable young man in the middle stage of the purple mansion. The elder monk's eyes shifted, rapidly contemplating something. At this moment, Fairy Yao turned around and gave him a cold glance. The elder monk shuddered, quickly closing his eyes again, and suppressed all the thoughts that had just arisen. This young man has caught Fairy Yao's eye. He cannot be touched. Fu Changsheng presented the swallowing cloud beast demon pill to the black-robed elder in the void. After inspecting it, The elder's gaze lingered on Fu Changsheng for a moment. A moment later, with a rumbling sound, the teleportation vortex closed completely. Fu Changsheng glanced at the dojo. It was discovered that of the original 90 people who had entered, less than half remained, and most were seriously injured. It was unknown whether the contestants who hadn't teleported out had chosen to remain in the Kangling realm or perish completely. The black-robed elder slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the 25 people standing in the eastern corner. Unfortunately, you failed to complete your mission. He waved his sleeve, and elixirs floated towards them. Clearly, this was intended to erase their memories. The 25 people gritted their teeth, filled with resentment. They had endured countless dangers, only to fall at the last step of success. Seeing this, the black-robed elder added, "Don't worry. If you perform well, you may have the opportunity to participate in the disciple selection in the future." With a wave of his sleeve, the 25 people were enveloped by beams of light and teleported out in an instant. Only 9 people remained in the entire dojo. Among them, aside from Fu Changsheng's team, the monk and his 3 companions returned intact. The remaining 3 selected candidates were from different teams, indicating that their 2 accomplices had perished. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyan felt even more fortunate. Had he been chosen by the others, he would have likely perished by now. He subconsciously took a step closer to Fu Changsheng. The black-robed elder spoke slowly, "Congratulations to the 9 of you for successfully passing the test. From today on, you are our outer disciples on the Cheyenne continent. As for the rights and obligations of outer disciples, you can study them in detail in the mission hall after you have been teleported back to your respective locations." He slapped his storage bag. Instantly, Jade talismans whizzed out, landing with lightning speed within the 9 men's masks. The next moment, a brilliant yellow light shone from the masks, and a strange symbol converged, revealing the Shadow Sect's emblem. Simultaneously, a familiar beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping them. "Is he about to teleport away immediately?" Xiao Qingyan hurriedly said. "Brother Li, Fairy Yao, remember to come find me in Jinzhou when you have time." Fairy Yao clearly had no such intentions. Instead, her gaze fell on Fu Changsheng, her phoenix eyes smiling. "Brother Li, I have a feeling we'll meet again." Fu Changsheng didn't want to see her again. Fairy Yao was too mysterious, it was better to avoid contact. The moment he teleported away, he keenly felt the monk's gaze on him, seemingly wanting to speak, but hesitant, for some unknown reason. A humming sound rang out. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the Yunqian County fiefdom of the Great Zhou dynasty. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have successfully been promoted to an outer disciple of the Shadow Sect, providing greater possibilities for the family's development. You have received 2,660 family contribution points." Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 4,510. Fu Changsheng planned to upgrade Annan's spiritual roots once he had accumulated 5,000 points. He would receive a 10% rebate for his first addition to his offspring's aptitude, and with Annan's aptitude, 5,000 points should be enough to max out his spiritual roots. Whether or not a spiritual body talent would emerge depended on chance. He took a deep breath, his thoughts instantly entering the Shadow Sect mask. He was even more curious and eager about the rights afforded him after becoming an outer disciple of the Shadow Sect. Fu Changsheng opened his eyes and found himself back in the mission hall. However, compared to the previous mission hall, there was another door. Above it was the words teleportation hall. Could this be a teleportation array? If so, it would undoubtedly make traveling between provinces and counties much easier. He pushed the door open and entered. He saw a teleportation array in the main hall. He glanced at the array pattern, finding it extremely complex and difficult to understand. Even a layman in the art of formations had no idea where he was being teleported. However, the stone wall at the entrance was engraved with a formula and method for activating the teleportation array, making it easy for Purple Mansion cultivators like them. There's no indication of the destination. Fu Changsheng was a little disappointed. At that moment, the spirit mirror in the dojo lit up with a hum. This spirit mirror activated automatically, without requiring any points. With a flicker of his body, he emerged from the teleportation hall. Arriving in front of the spirit mirror, he saw a surge of spiritual light on it, followed by lines of text. "Congratulations, you have been promoted to an outer disciple of the Shadow Sect. Now, I will explain the rights and tasks inherent in this promotion. There are 5 rights, First, the missions you receive from the mission hall will no longer be limited to assassination missions, but will encompass a wide range of tasks. The destination may not even be your current immortal realm. The teleportation array behind you will be activated accordingly, but the round-trip teleportation fee will be charged to your remuneration. Teleport to another realm. Seeing this right, Changsheng was delighted. Judging from his previous trip to the Kangling realm, the rewards were secondary. The ability to enter another world was the greatest opportunity. Can I go to the Kangling realm again as soon as possible? Once his father's whereabouts were discovered, he could also learn about his mother and the Fu family's hidden bloodline from him. Especially if he learned the method to awaken the hidden bloodline, it would mean a surge in the Fu family's development. How could he not be excited? Secondly, the Shadow Sect's higher-ups will evaluate your performance in total points, and after a comprehensive evaluation, they will grant you the opportunity to exchange for a Jinden spiritual item. Jinden spiritual item. Changsheng's breathing quickened. In the Great Zhou, obtaining a Jinden spiritual item was incredibly difficult, especially in the remote region of Jingzhou. As expected of the Shadow Sect, Changsheng was suddenly excited. Regardless, the Shadow Sect gave him hope for condensing a Jinden in the future. If he advanced further and entered the inner sect, perhaps he could even obtain a Yingying spiritual item. Changsheng then read the 3 subsequent rights and obligations. He was quite surprised that the Shadow Sect didn't force him to perform any missions, and the deadlines given were quite generous. All he had to do was complete a certain number within 100 years. It seems the Shadow Sect won't worry about you not accepting missions. After studying it for a while, Changsheng quickly wrote it down on the jade slip, pondered for a moment, and then wrote a line on the spirit mirror. How many points are required to redeem a Jinden spiritual object? The spirit mirror trembled slightly. A line of text appeared. The points required vary depending on the level and quality of the spiritual object, starting at least 100,000. 100,000. Changsheng glanced at his points. They were only a few thousand, far short of 100,000. I must quickly distribute the remaining masks I have. However, he hadn't yet reached the Jinden stage. There was still time. Most importantly, he had a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years, so he could easily afford to wait. He hesitated. He considered exchanging the recipe for the dragon transformation pill, but the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds hadn't yet been cultivated, so there was no need to rush. If he were lucky enough to obtain the recipe in the future, he could save a few points. However, the green dragon's injuries were serious, and the clan currently lacked a suitable high-level elixir. So, after consulting the spiritual mirror, Changsheng decisively spent 4,000 points to exchange for a jade dragon pill. His mind withdrew. A pill bottle appeared in Changsheng's hand. It contained a green, broad bean-sized elixir, faintly emblazoned with a dragon pattern. The moment the bottle was opened, a strange dragon aura emanated from it. Hiss! The green dragon, recuperating under the takes of an ancient vine, suddenly opened its eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them, and swallowed the jade dragon pill. The jade dragon pill was a top-grade, third-grade elixir, specially formulated for dragon-like spirit pets. In the past, Changsheng's rank would have been too low to exchange for such an elixir. After observing the situation for a while, Changsheng discovered that the green dragon's injuries were healing at a visible rate. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards the blood pool. Within, the blood wriggled like a living thing, emitting a strong stench of blood. A suffocating sense of oppression permeated the air. Whether the blood talisman spirit body can ascend depends on this one opportunity. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the pool. Buzz! As the technique began to operate, the previously tranquil surface of the pool suddenly began to boil. As if stirred by an invisible force, the blood bubbled forth in large quantities, emitting a gurgling sound as the bubbles burst. Meanwhile, Changsheng's body trembled slightly. Blood-red runes emerged around him, entwining him like chains. With his first experience, he refined the blood pool once again, adjusting to its intensity. Then, Changsheng dramatically increased his refining speed. Boom! The next moment, the energy within the blood pool began to surge frantically into his body, like a flood bursting through a dam, impacting his meridians and danshan. Pain, a tearing pain erupted. At that moment, he felt as if every inch of his flesh and blood were being reshaped anew. But this pain was nothing to him. Nourished by the blood pool's power, the blood rune spirit gradually transformed. The once dim runes began to glow with a dazzling bloody light, their patterns becoming more complex. His aura rose in tandem, and his spiritual energy surged like a river, attacking the bottleneck of the second stage. Yet, there was still a little shortfall. Not enough, Fu Changsheng growled inwardly, abruptly forming a hand seal, channeling his mana to its fullest potential. Buzz! The energy within the blood pool was being fervently absorbed. A massive vortex of blood formed around him. His body began to tremble slightly, and fine streaks of blood appeared on his skin, as if it might burst at any moment. Chunyang, who had been tending the spiritual fields, paused and turned to look at Fu Changsheng in the blood pool, her eyes filled with worry. After nearly 100 years of living together, Chunyang had come to regard Fu Changsheng as a family member, and naturally did not want him to be in danger. Moreover, if anything happened to Fu Changsheng, the Five Elements dimension would collapse. At this moment, the sky in the Five Elements dimension suddenly darkened, then took on a dark red hue. The healing green dragon, as if sensing something, suddenly opened its eyes, looked towards Fu Changsheng, and let out a mournful woo sound. At this moment, the vegetation in the space containing the blood pool withered instantly. After an unknown amount of time, the blood in the blood pool almost completely dried up, revealing the cracked black rock at the bottom. Finally, accompanied by a low roar from within his body, Fu Changsheng felt that he had broken free from some kind of shackle. He suddenly opened his eyes, a blood-red light flashing in his pupils. The runes around him moved like living creatures, emitting a terrifying pressure. He felt the surging power within him, and a smile curled his lips. Second-level blood talisman spirit body, breaking through to the second level. He found that the things he had previously not understood about the Taiksa Talisman Sutra suddenly became clear. Moreover, he had a hunch that if the system could deduce the fourth talisman from the Taiksa Talisman Sutra, he should be able to comprehend it quickly. Given some time, his talisman-making skills should naturally reach the third level, top level. Once he reached the third level, he could begin refining the time talisman he had previously comprehended. This talisman directly saved the clan's members 10 years of life, in a sense, equivalent to adding 10 years to their lifespans. It would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to the clan's development. He rose from the dried blood pool. Chunyang, standing nearby, hurried over. Congratulations, Master, on your blood talisman spirit body's advancement to the second stage. Hiss. The recovered green dragon swam over, hissing excitedly. Fu Changsheng smiled and asked, Chunyang, how long have I been in seclusion, my master? About half a year all in all. So much time had passed. If that were the case, then the Yu family's title should have been announced. The promotion to 7th rank noble family should also be on the agenda. Fu Changsheng, with a thought, emerged from the Five Elements space. He saw dozens of communication talismans outside the secret room. With a wave of his hand, one landed in his palm. Father, the imperial archway for the conferment of the title of 8th rank noble family has arrived. Seeing you haven't emerged from seclusion yet, I'm going to claim it first. This was Anan's message. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Ling, your branch family has been promoted to an 8th rank noble family, receiving 8,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 12,510. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Seeing the increasing family contribution value, he resisted the urge to add points. He responded to several messages one after another. After emerging from the secret room and heading outside the Patriarch's residence, Fu Yuqi and Gan Muwen had already arrived. Upon hearing the news, their faces beaming with joy. Arriving in the meeting room, they bowed to Fu Changsheng before taking their seats. Fu Changsheng asked, Yuqi, are you progressing smoothly with the materials I asked you to prepare for your promotion to 7th rank aristocratic family, Patriarch? The list has been drawn up and submitted to the suppression of worldly aristocrats. The court has already verified it. Palace Master Wang of the suppression of worldly aristocrats said that as soon as the imperial edict for the Yu family arrives, we should submit our materials for promotion to the 7th rank as well. If we're quick, we could get the imperial edict within 6 months. Fu Changsheng had initially considered making a personal trip to the suppression of worldly aristocrats. He hadn't expected Yonki to be so efficient. He nodded and said, okay, in that case, we'll also set a date for the coronation ceremony. Then, we'll draft invitations and send them to all the major families. Yes, Patriarch, Fu Yuqi agreed. Fu Changsheng asked, by the way, how's the situation in Yan'an Mountain lately, Patriarch? Since the last offensive was repelled, The White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes have gone silent. Perhaps they've been disrupted, and there haven't been any signs of them resurfacing. Chapter 372 Family Planning, Alliance, Ambition. Had the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes ceased their activities? Yet, when he had previously exchanged intelligence, the two tribes had been plotting to expel the Fu family from the eastern wasteland. Fu Changsheng solemnly declared, "Tell Uncle Fei that the people of Yangang Mountain must not easily leave the mountain gates, and that surveillance of the two tribes must not be relaxed." As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Yongqi subconsciously glanced at Gan Muwen. With the Yu family's advancement, he had considered bringing Yangai and the other newly promoted purple mansions back to the clan during the Fu family's celebration, thereby facilitating their own purple mansion celebration. However, Gan Muwen had flatly rejected the idea. There was only one reason. Yangang Mountain couldn't afford to relax at this moment, as it would give the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes an opportunity to exploit their power. The Eastern Wasteland tribes were meticulous. They had killed 6 purple mansions from the opposing tribe, and this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Fu Yongqi had followed Gan Muwen's advice and not summoned the purple mansion of Yangang Mountain. Now, upon hearing the Patriarch's intentions, he was struck by how Gan Muwen's sensitivity to the current situation far surpassed his own. He immediately bowed and said, "Patriarch, the 6th young master's wife has a clan strategy she would like to share with you." Actually, during yesterday's meeting, Fu Yongqi had submitted the proposal. Although Gan Muwen's idea had been hers, she still held the position of head steward. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on Gan Muwen, and he nodded slightly. "Brother Kayang's wife, what good ideas do you have? Tell us." "Yes, father," Gan Muwen, suddenly called upon, remained calm. After paying respects, she said in an orderly manner, "Father, I've thought about it. Now there are no less than 20 Purple Mansion warriors in our clan. However, the resources of the entire Huainan prefecture can hardly support one Purple Mansion cultivator, let alone 20. So I dare to suggest that we shift our focus to the East Wilderness. Firstly, by conquering the territory, our Fu family's resources can increase. Secondly, it can also accumulate court merit points for our subsequent promotion to 6th grade family. In addition, I heard that after being promoted to the 7th grade, the court merit points can be used to exchange for soul guiding pills, so that the clan can continuously produce new high-level combat forces. For safety, the East Wilderness Golden Pill tribe will certainly not dare to interfere without authorization. After all, Luo Heian of the Luo family has also condensed the Golden Pill not long ago. Fu Changsheng had this idea. He nodded appreciatively at Gan Muwen. "Brother Kayang, your idea is good. However, once the Eastern Wasteland tribe captures the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes, the next step will be the Xian'ai and Jindan tribe, which we cannot touch. Therefore, for the long-term development of our family, while attacking the Eastern Wasteland, we must also make advance arrangements in Jingzhou. If we can capture a prefecture in the future, our Fu family's advancement will be much faster." Gan Muwen also longed for Jingzhou. If Fu Yongqi hadn't asked her to stay last time, she would have followed Liu Mi's hint to Jingzhou. After all, Jingzhou is the border of the far west. There are many sects there, and the various resources are naturally richer than those in the Eastern Wasteland. "Father is indeed very far-sighted." Fu Changsheng waved his hand. Seeing that Gan Muwen had not yet taken a seat, he said, "Brother Kayang, your wife, do you have anything else to report?" "Father, I want to establish a women's college." Fu Yongqi had not heard of this decision. He asked doubtfully, "Madam 6th young master, since our clan's Wangaiyu Academy was founded, we have never restricted our members from attending school. Moreover, after nearly 100 years of development, Wangaiyu Academy has already established a mature teaching system. Why do we still need to establish a women's college? Isn't this blatantly creating a gender divide?" Fu Yongqi disagreed. He was afraid that most people in the clan would not want to waste the time and effort to establish such an academy. Fu Changsheng, however, became somewhat interested and said, "Brother Kayang, daughter-in-law, please tell us in detail why you want to establish a women's college." "Yes, father." Compared to the beginning, Gan Muwen was now somewhat excited. She took a deep breath. "Father, although the Wangaiyu Academy founded by our clan doesn't restrict admission to men or women, there have been differences between men and women since ancient times. Even if one embarks on the path of cultivation, the challenges they face during practice are somewhat different from those faced by male cultivators." Furthermore, the areas of expertise in the various arts of cultivation differ. If we establish a women's academy, then for female cultivators, all problems can be addressed directly, without having to figure things out on their own. That's the first point. The second point, Wangyu Academy has been established for many years, and it needs change to survive. With the establishment of a women's academy and the opportunity for comparison, I believe healthy competition will develop between the two academies. Pressure will lead to a constant stream of new initiatives, and the academy disciples will be more courageous and righteous, rather than treating the academy as a haven for comfort. At these words, Fu Yuanqi shuddered. He instinctively felt that once this measure was implemented, the younger generation of the clan still hoping to fish in troubled waters would become a thing of the past. Fu Changsheng was also quite excited. Okay, Muwen, please further refine your ideas for establishing this women's academy. We'll announce your initiative at the clan's 7th rank aristocratic family celebration. Gan Muwen was stunned. She hadn't expected the Patriarch to agree so readily. After all, this move was more or less a challenge to male dominance. She had originally considered entrusting her mistress with the implementation, but after her mistress went to Jingzhou, she finally mustered the courage to give it a try. She had never expected her father to agree so readily. Fu Yuanqi, standing by, whispered, 6th young master's wife, why don't you thank the Patriarch quickly? After all, once the women's academy was established, Gan Muwen would be one of the founders, and her future position in the clan would be pivotal. Gan Muwen realized this and said excitedly, thank you, father, for your permission. I will definitely not let you down. Among her father's children, the husband she married was the most incompetent and had no future. Although she did not care. This involved her children and future generations. She did not want her family to be forgotten. So after marrying into the Fu family, she worked day and night, relying on the ambition in her heart to fight for a better future for her children. Fortunately, fate still favored her. Fu Yuanqi saw that Fu Changsheng obviously had something to say to Gan Muwen in private, so he retreated tactfully. After the formation was closed, Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and a ray of light flashed. In an instant, a box with a white background and valley patterns floated towards Gan Muwen. This is a poisonous insect I got recently. Take it back and cultivate it well. Remember, although the family affairs are important, you know that your practice and skills are equally important. Focus on the big and let go of the small. Don't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Yes, father. Gan Muwen took the box with both hands. A sweep of his divine sense revealed a peak-level 2nd tier Pipangu. This defensive insect, properly nurtured, could reach the 3rd tier, a level of purple mansion combat power. Gan Muwen knew she had earned her father's approval. Her lowered eyes flushed. Thank you, father, for this reward. At the same moment, a resounding mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you have earned your daughter-in-law's heartfelt respect and submission, and have gained 30 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 12,540. Fu Changsheng then asked, how's brother Kaiyang doing lately? After all, this was his son. Although he had conceded that his cultivation path had reached its end, he still hoped he could enjoy his old age. Looking closely, brother Kaiyang was already in his 70s. Gan Muwen tucked the box into her sleeve and lowered her voice. Father, ever since my daughter-in-law stopped my husband from drinking, he's been shut up in his room day after day, refusing to open the door to anyone who comes. He's also threatened to commit suicide on the spot if anyone dares to trespass. So, exactly. Busied with chores, Gan Muwen rarely set foot in the courtyard, only sending her children to pay their respects from time to time. Hearing this, Fu Changsheng waved his hand. After Gan Muwen left, he sat in the meeting room for a while before heading to the forbidden area in the back mountains. With a spell cast, spiritual light surged within the water curtain cave, and a gap appeared. Fu Changsheng flashed and entered the cave. The spiritual energy within was extremely abundant. The spiritual herbs that had originally been planted, there were now spiritual objects like Zuanine grass and the heavenly soul fruit used to refine soul-guiding pills. Years had passed. These spiritual objects had already taken root and sprouted, growing into small seedlings. Clearly, this was due to Fu Yuanqi's spiritual plant body's advancement. Now, she could ripen spiritual plants several times faster than before. Hearing footsteps, Fu Yuanqi, who was casting a spiritual rain on the heavenly soul fruit, turned around. Seeing Fu Changsheng, a smile lit up her face. "Greetings, Father." "Yes." Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Perhaps because he had been staying in the back mountains and had little contact with others, or perhaps because of Fu Yongwei's spiritual plant body's advancement. She exuded an aura of otherworldliness. "Yongwei, sit down." Fu Changsheng gestured to a tea stool under the tree. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that Fu Yongwei's cultivation had reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, and the next step was the 9th level. Once she reached the Purple Mansion, ripening spiritual plants would surely be even easier. After exchanging a few pleasantries and answering Fu Yongwei's questions about cultivation, Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. Suddenly, a box emitting an icy aura floated toward Fu Yongwei. "Yongwei, see if you can revitalize this heavenly silkworm fruit seed." "Yes, Father." Fu Yongwei remained exceptionally polite and respectful toward her adoptive father, Fu Changsheng. After all, in a sense, he had saved her twice, so even now, when he asked her to sacrifice her life, she wouldn't even frown. A spell was cast into the box, releasing the restriction. A surge of icy air washed over her, even condensing a thin layer of icy mist throughout the air. Fu Yongwei glanced at the contents of the box, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Father, is this an ice-type spiritual object? And it looks like it's been sealed for a long time," she said. As she channeled her magical energy, a wisp of azure spiritual energy seeped out, lingering around the several heavenly silkworm fruit seeds in the box. After a moment, one of them trembled slightly, as if responding to the azure spiritual energy. Fu Yongwei retracted her spell and said with regret, "Father, of these heavenly silkworm fruit seeds, only the white one has a chance of being saved. However, with my current cultivation level, it's difficult to revive it." It was indeed as the intelligence had predicted. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then said, "Yongwei, from now on, you will retreat and focus on improving your cultivation. I'll have the feathered beast help tend the spiritual medicine garden." The clan still had a surplus of soul-guiding pills. Rather than having Fu Yongwei waste time and energy ripening the heavenly soul fruit and other items, it would be better to break through the Purple Mansion first. This would significantly speed up the process of ripening the spiritual plants, in turn making up for the lost time. "Yes, Father." Fu Yongwei obediently bowed. Fu Changsheng selected a few bottles of spiritual pills he had no use for and gave them to her. He then returned the heavenly silkworm fruit seeds to the glacier for safekeeping. After exiting the water curtain cave and returning to the Patriarch's residence, he considered the impending battle with White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf, so he needed to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Once he reached the late Purple Mansion stage, he could wield magical weapons. After all, talismans were expensive, and most of them had a limited number of uses. Now that he was at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion, with a little more effort, he could advance even further. His mind was made up. With a flick of his right hand, the Shadow Gate mask appeared in his palm. He immersed his mind in it, then came to the spirit mirror. After a moment's reflection, he wrote, "Elixir to improve to the late Purple Mansion stage." He paused. He described his situation again, asking Shadow Gate to recommend a suitable elixir. Naturally, he hadn't had this privilege before. But now, he was an outer disciple. Buzz! The spirit mirror flickered. Then, a line of text appeared. "Wood Heart Pill, 3rd grade, top grade product, crafted from millennium-old wood heart and cloud shadow fruit. Its medicinal power is powerful. Non-physical cultivators cannot consume it, and it only works after the first dose. Exchange points. 4,000. Fu Changsheng glanced and found he had exactly 5,000 points left. Without hesitation, he said, "Exchange, eh Buzz?" The spirit mirror vibrated. The next moment, an emerald green pill bottle landed in his palm. Emerging from the masked dimension, Fu Changsheng's thoughts landed on the control panel and he immediately said, "Activate the training room, eh Buzz?" The panel trembled. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, his vision flashed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the lotus pond he had been in before, its lotus flowers in full bloom. The scent of sandalwood rose from the pavilion in the center of the lake. The cushions placed within gave a sense of peace of mind the moment one sat down. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Instantly, spirit stones fell around the pavilion in the center of the lake. As spells were cast into the formation flags, a humming sound erupted, and a brilliant spiritual light rose, converging into a large spirit-gathering formation. Within the formation, the spiritual energy was so dense that it had transformed into streams of spiritual mist. To break through the 6th level of the Purple Mansion in such a short time, a powerful remedy was naturally needed. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng lifted his robe and sat cross-legged, forming a seal with his hands at his dantian. A faint green light enveloped his body. He slowly circulated the Blue Emperor's longevity secret. The Zenki in his body flowed like a trickle, slowly flowing through his meridians, gradually converging in his dantian. As he practiced a technique, his aura became increasingly steady, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in, slowly converging towards him. A few days later, sensing the opportunity had arrived, Fu Changsheng tapped the jade bottle in front of him. Buzz! The jade bottle's restriction was broken. The crystal-clear wood heart pill slowly ascended, emitting a delicate fragrance. The lotus buds in the pond, nourished by the aroma, instantly blossomed. Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed a wood heart pill. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a gentle medicinal force that quickly permeated his body. Wherever the medicinal force passed, his meridian seemed to be cleansed, his ki becoming purer and its circulation speed increasing significantly. As time passed, Fu Changsheng felt the ki within him gradually surge under the medicinal force, like a surging river, unstoppable. During Fu Changsheng's retreat, in the eastern wastelands Xianyu Mountain, this peak lies at the junction of the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf formations. Halfway up the mountain, in an abandoned cave, sat a man with a white tiger mark between his brows. A moment later, ripples appeared outside the cave, and then, the Heavenly Wolf chief slowly entered. A spell was cast, and the cave's magic circle closed. In the past, there was no way the two tribal chiefs could sit together in peace and harmony as they were now. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was awkward. Then Chief White Tiger coughed lightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianling, I'm sure you've received the message from the Xian'an tribe. Since the Xian'an tribe has chosen to stand aside, should we proceed with our attack on the Fu family's Yan'an Mountain? Originally, they had expected the Xian'an tribe to send reinforcements. After all, they had also lost 2 key generals, but they hadn't expected the Xian'an tribe to be so patient, showing no intention of sending troops at all." Chief Xianlang knocked on the tea table in front of him and said, "Since the Xian'an tribe won't send troops, our previous strategy must naturally change. The Fu family is a formidable opponent. With the strength of our 2 major tribes, a head-on confrontation would inevitably result in heavy losses. We can proceed slowly." Chief White's thoughts stirred. Hesitantly, "Brother Xianlang, are you implying that we should first eliminate the Fu family's influence, but those subordinate foundation establishment clans pose no threat at all?" Chief Xianlang shook his head and flicked his sleeve, slowly unrolling a scroll in midair. The landscape depicted all the fiefdoms under the Xian'an Mountain jurisdiction, with the Fu family's Yan'an Mountain prominently marked. Pointing to the 2 peaks occupied by the Shangguan and Shi families, Chief Xianlang said, "As far as I know, the Shi and Shangguan families each have only 2 purple mansions, and 1 more is needed to guard the Great Zhou fiefdom. Total remaining in the eastern wilderness is only 2. While it might take some effort for us to capture Yan'an Mountain, taking these 2 aristocratic families' peaks shouldn't be a problem." Chief Bai's eyes lit up. His thoughts raced, and he understood the stakes. Once they captured these 2 peaks, they would have a base for future attacks on Yan'an Mountain. Furthermore, it would cut off the Fu family's rear support, allowing them to remain unrestrained should a real conflict arise. Chief Bai excitedly asked, "Brother Xianlang, in your opinion, when should we announce the event?" With a flick of his sleeve, Chief Xianlang pocketed the map scroll. Since they were collaborating, they had to be honest. So, without hiding anything, he said, "The prototype of the magic weapon I have is still a little short of perfection. We'll have to wait a little longer." A flicker of apprehension flashed in Chief Bai's eyes upon hearing this. However, Chief Xianlang was a veteran late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator and the leader of a tribe. It was understandable that he possessed a magic weapon. He nodded and said, "That's fine. I heard the Fu family is about to be promoted to a 7th-rank aristocratic family. They will surely hold a grand ceremony, and the Purple Mansions of Yan'an Mountain will likely return to their Great Zhou fiefdoms. Even if the Shangguan and Shi families ask for assistance, I'm afraid the Fu family won't be able to spare any manpower." With the fall of several major Purple Mansion tribes in Yan'an, the 2 men had become noticeably more cautious. Chief Bai paused, then offered a hint of flattery. Brother Xianlang, I estimate your tribe's blue shadow sacred fruit will be ripe in a few years. Could you please sell me two then? The blue shadow sacred fruit is a third grade, premium spiritual fruit that allows breakthroughs to the late purple mansion stage. It requires no medicinal use and can be refined directly by oral ingestion. Furthermore, this blue shadow sacred fruit possesses the 5 elements attributes, meaning it can be consumed by almost anyone, regardless of cultivation method. It is one of the Xianlang tribe's great treasures. Chief Xianling declined, saying, this latest batch of blue shadow sacred fruit hasn't yielded many fruits, and they haven't grown well. Sorry, Chief Bai expressed regret. However, the Xianlang tribe previously offered a substantial reward for spiritual plant owners, rumored to be using a blue shadow sacred fruit to heal illnesses. Now it seems the rumors are true. The two discussed the details before bowing and departing. Eastern Wilderness. Shangguan Family Meeting Hall. Shangguan Feng, originally from his Great Zhou fiefdom, now appeared. Behind him sat Shangguan Chen. Shangguan Feng gave him a wink, and Shangguan Chen immediately stepped forward, respectfully presenting the storage bag hidden in his sleeve to Shangguan Li, who sat at the head of the group. Master, these are the formation materials you asked us to gather years ago. We've purchased them all, but to deploy the formation, we'll need the help of several third-tier formation masters. Yes, Shangguan Li nodded slightly. Ever since the Fu family's Yangang mountain was attacked by 6 purple mansions, Shangguan Li had sensed a sense of danger. His family had far fewer purple mansions than the Fu family. If they had been attacked that day, they would have been annihilated. Therefore, after the incident, despite opposition from his clansmen, he squeezed out every last spirit stone in his clan to reinforce the mountain-protecting formation. After accepting the storage bag, Shangguan Li's gaze fell on Shangguan Feng. Great Elder, the Fu family possesses 2 third-level formation masters within Yangang Mountain. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Given Shangguan Feng's close relationship with the Fu family couldn't possibly refuse if offered adequate compensation. Of course, that also depended on who was asking. Shangguan Feng didn't respond, but instead frowned. Patriarch, we've nearly exhausted our family resources to purchase this large formation. Isn't the price too high? This spiritual vein is indeed of a high rank. But it will take at least several decades of cultivation to recoup the investment. Furthermore, in the Eastern Wilds, life is precarious, and one could face a reckoning from the Eastern Wilds royal court at any moment. Shangguan Feng shook his head and said, Patriarch, in my opinion, if our Shangguan family wants to develop, we must rely on the imperial capital. As the saying goes, leaning against a strong tree provides shade. Only under a stable situation can our Shangguan family settle down and work together to achieve something significant. This was the view of most of the Shangguan family. The eastern wasteland is too dangerous, and its resources are even scarcer than in the Great Zhou. People strive for higher ground, there's no need to cling to this place. Shangguan Li knocked on the table. In the past, he'd have been the one who had the final say, never needing to explain things to those below him. But Shangguan Feng had the Fu family behind him, and he'd be needed in many ways in the future. So, he patiently explained, Great Elder, I don't know much about the others, but the Luo family and the Fu family, both above us, have chosen to take root in the Eastern Wasteland. This alone is enough to prove that the Eastern Wasteland has great potential. Besides, while the imperial capital is great, the states near it are all occupied by wealthy families. Even the owner of a small, first-tier spiritual vein mountaintop is likely to have numerous connections. We come from remote areas, lacking connections and extraordinary abilities. If aristocratic families want to develop, they have only 2 options, to open up wasteland or to fight on the battlefield. Otherwise, if they remain complacent, they will be eliminated by the times. This was the truth. The court practically left the lower 9 tiers of aristocratic families alone. Only by advancing to the 6th rank or above could one truly enter the ranks of the aristocratic families and access the resources of the Great Zhou. Otherwise, with the Shangguan family's current 8th rank, they couldn't even exchange for a single soul-guiding pill, and it would be extremely difficult for the clan to produce another purple mansion. Shangguan Feng, after a near-death experience, seemed to have tempered his temper. Now, he cared less about the clan's development than before. His only hope was to find a way to the South China Sea and reunite with his daughter. However, at this moment, watching the impassioned Shangguan Li, He vaguely remembered the indomitable drive of his youth. His heartbeat quickened slightly. However, he quickly suppressed all thoughts and simply bowed, saying, "Okay, I'll go to the Fu family." Shangguan Feng bowed. After leaving the conference room, he gave Shangguan Chen a few words of advice and sped off towards Yangang Mountain. Yangang Mountain. After consolidating her purple mansion realm, Yu Qingru emerged from retreat to learn that her family had been promoted to an 8th-rank aristocratic family. Overwhelmed with excitement, she even considered turning back when her son, Anan, told her to return for the celebrations. However, after emerging from retreat, she heard that Yangang Mountain had nearly fallen during her retreat. Fu Changsheng had already decreed that even if the Fu family ascended to the 7th rank, no one in Yangang Mountain could leave and return to their fiefdom, yet she chose to remain. Thinking back to the past, if it weren't for Fu Changsheng's assistance, she would have long since become someone else's cauldron, and the Yu family wouldn't have become the 8th-rank aristocratic family it is today. Her breakthrough to the Purple Mansion this time was also made possible by the soul-guiding pill Fu Changsheng had bestowed upon her. How could she leave at such a critical moment for the Fu family? Therefore, after emerging from retreat, Yu Qingru and Yao Yao worked together to restructure the Yangang Mountain protective formation. When Shangguan Feng arrived, the two were discussing how to further strengthen their defenses. Shangguan Feng was greeted by Wu Yangfei, who knew that Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu were engaged, and that Shangguan Feng was Fu Changsheng's father-in-law. After listening to Shangguan Feng's request, Wu Yangfei paused for a moment and said, "This matter requires their personal opinion. Fellow Taoist Shangguan, please wait a moment. I will summon Yao Yao and Madame Yu." A moment later, Yu Qingru and Yao Yao entered the meeting hall one after the other. Shangguan Feng's gaze fell on Yu Qingru, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face when he saw that she had already broken through to the Purple Mansion. If Hongyu were here, she would have already broken through by now. Shangguan Feng bowed and reiterated his purpose. Yao Yao's eyes lit up. Heavenly Absolute Formation. This was a mountain-protecting formation derived from the ancient 10 Absolute Formations. Yao Yao was almost obsessed with formations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent 10 years directly studying the secret realm barrier. Without a second thought, she immediately said, "Grandpa Feng, I'm willing to help set up the formation." Chapter 373 Promotion to 7th Rank, Unexpected Envoy, Welfare. 6th level of the Purple Mansion. In the Lotus Pond, Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened. Feeling the surge of mana within him, he felt a surge of joy. After 10 years of seclusion, with the help of the Wood Heart Pill, he had not only consolidated his realm at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, but had also made further progress, becoming only a step away from the late Purple Mansion stage. However, generally speaking, breaking through to the late Purple Mansion stage requires a corresponding elixir to break through the bottleneck. It's time to emerge from seclusion, a thought flashed. Buzz! Before his eyes, he was back in his secret room in an instant. He glanced at the hourglass beside him. 10 years had passed in the Lotus Pond, but only 2 years had passed outside. The family contribution value on the panel in his sea of consciousness changed to 7,740. Outside the secret room, a dense mass of communication talismans lingered. The most numerous of them were from Fu Yonki. Fu Changsheng cast a spell, and Fu Yonki's voice rang out, reporting to the Patriarch. The envoy from the imperial court conferring the title of 7th rank aristocratic family will arrive in less than a month. In other words, all the procedures had been completed. Waiting for the title to be bestowed. The higher the rank of the aristocratic family, the more complicated the approval process and the longer the wait. Fu Changsheng was still a little excited. "I wonder who the envoy sent by the court this time is." At that time, it was related to the choice of their fiefdom. If he was easy to talk to, it would save a lot of trouble in the middle. If he could get a glimpse of the court's direction from him, that would be even better. After pondering for a while, Fu Changsheng decided to exchange a wave of information. Immediately, a thought came to his mind: exchange information. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. After Yangxing became Luo Haidang's adopted daughter, Luo Haidang personally took charge of her daily cultivation. Yangxing's cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds. Now she has broken through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. In addition, Yangxing has some vague memories in her mind, but she has not told Luo Haidang about this memory. Fu Changsheng was stunned. When he first met Yangxing, she was sealed in a jade coffin, and she was just a baby. How could she have any memories? Could it be that Yongsun's parents instilled them into her mind back then, being able to seal hundreds of thousands of immortals into Yongsun? Implanting just a few memories shouldn't be a problem. Fu Changsheng murmured, I need to find a time to meet Yongsun and give her a Shadow Gate mask, that way, their communication would be much easier. 2. Your adopted son, Fu Yongru, was gathering intelligence in the far west when a female cultivator from Qiuyu Temple discovered he had a mutated dark spiritual root and was abducted. After having his memories erased, he became her dual cultivation partner and recently successfully achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Then, on his sea of consciousness, the family contribution value increased by 1,000. Finally, there's news about Ruir. Fu Changsheng was a little excited. He wasn't surprised that Ruir had achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Ruir had dark spiritual roots to begin with, so it was a natural progression. However, this Qiuyu Temple was new to him. At the same time, he felt a vague sense of regret for having sent Ruigir to the Great Zhou Academy. The Great Zhou Academy was so brimming with talent that even after Ruigir's disappearance, he hadn't expended much effort searching for him. He didn't intend to send any of his clan members with any significant spiritual aptitude to the imperial court in the future. With their lives in jeopardy, it was better for them to stay within the clan. 3. The blue shadow sacred fruit planted in the Heavenly Wolf tribe's spiritual medicine garden will mature in a few years. This blue shadow sacred fruit is a premium spiritual medicine used to achieve a breakthrough to the late Purple Mansion stage. 4. The Heavenly Wolf and White Tiger tribes have agreed to attack the Shangguan and Shi clans when your Fu clan holds its promotion celebration. These two tribes are truly relentless. Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. If the Shangguan clan were conquered, the Fu clan members would have to retreat to the Yangang Mountain Protective Formation, and they would also have to worry about the enemy's sporadic attacks. The two places were simply too close. Therefore, one of the Heavenly Wolf and White Tiger tribes must be eliminated before the other defended. 5. There's a tiny vein of spirit stone west of the Xianlang tribe. Spirit stone? Fu Changsheng thought about it carefully for a moment. But he couldn't remember it, so he put it aside for now. 6. After years of human destruction, the blood-forbidden land sealing power has been greatly weakened. Once the restriction is completely broken, a catastrophe will follow. 7. The Wanlong Valley in the eastern wasteland harbors a terrifying existence, and a secret organization belonging to the Wanlong Valley has emerged. 8. Chu Xinyang, whom you rescued in the Kangling realm, has broken through to the second level of key refining. A wave of small beasts broke out in the Kain Valley, and the monsters rushed into the cave. When Chu Xinyang was in danger, your father happened to pass by and saved her. 9. Xiao Xianger has entered the False Pill realm and is searching for elixirs to break through to the Golden Pill realm. 10. After Xiao Qingyan returned to the Xiao family, he mobilized the clan's power to search for the Li family. He mistakenly believed that the missing Qinzhao 5th-rank Li family patriarch was you, because the Li family patriarch also had 3 thunder swords and a green dragon pet. 11. A total of 15 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng saw that the subsequent information was of little reference value and stopped exchanging. At this time, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 7,240. After reviewing the information, Fu Changsheng had originally considered sending a message to Uncle Fei, then alerting the Shangguan and Shi families. The eastern wasteland was too far away, and he lacked a 1,000-mile communication talisman. But in the end, he changed his mind. As the saying goes, there's no impenetrable wall. If this information passed through so many hands, the 2 major Xianlang tribes would surely be aware of it. Then, a golden opportunity to inflict a heavy blow on them would be missed. His mind fell on the Shadow Gate mask. 2 years had passed. He discovered that his points had increased by hundreds, clearly a reward from Mei Zhen and the others after completing their mission. He quickly wrote a line in front of the spirit mirror. Please provide a detailed introduction to the soul-enriching stone. Buzz! The spirit mirror trembled slightly. Then, a line of text appeared. To redeem soul-enriching stone information, 500 points are required. Please confirm, 500 points. Fu Changsheng couldn't bear to part with that. He was still trying to accumulate points to redeem dam-forming spiritual items. He decided to ask Luo Haidang about visiting Yongsun, since the mineral vein was still undiscovered. After emerging from the secret room, he took care of some chores. One day, While enjoying a family dinner with his children, he suddenly heard a rapid buzzing sound from his waist. Yang Shao and the others immediately turned their attention to Fu Changsheng. After all, the clan had been waiting for this moment. Fu Changsheng pulled out the jade talisman and discovered it was from the suppression of the world. His eyes lit up. He knew it was likely an envoy. Glancing at his children and grandchildren, who were staring at him eagerly, he immediately cast a spell into the communication jade talisman. Buzz! The jade talisman trembled slightly. Then the voice of the suppression of the world palace master rang out, "Senior Fu, the imperial envoy has arrived in Wanning Market and is on his way to your fiefdom in Yunqian County." As soon as the words fell, his sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren flushed with excitement, conferring the title. Then their Fu family would become a 7th-rank family. Gan Muwen rose first, saying gracefully, "Your daughter-in-law congratulates father on his promotion to head of a 7th-rank aristocratic family. Your daughter-in-law congratulates father on his promotion to head of a 7th-rank aristocratic family." Beside her, He Kingru, Fu Yongai's wife, also rose quickly. The crowd below them all rose. Nearly 80 years had passed since Fu Changsheng married and had children, and now he had over 100 children and grandchildren. Fu Changsheng smiled and asked everyone to rise. "This is a happy occasion for everyone. This month, the regular salary for each of your families will be increased 5-fold. Let the housekeeper take it from my private treasury." "Thank you, father grandfather," everyone hurriedly thanked again. The establishment of the clan leader's private treasury was something Liu Mizhen had implemented before leaving for Jingzhou. Fu Changsheng brought so much stuff back to the clan every year. As the clan grew, some things needed to be clearly separated, otherwise the accountants and those in charge of the treasury would easily get confused. However, the clan leader's private treasury was not in charge of Fu Changsheng's descendants. Liu Mizhen specifically recommended Fu Changli. Therefore, Fu Changsheng's sons and daughters-in-law, who usually rarely contacted their fourth aunt, would visit her from time to time, curious about just how many treasures Fu Changsheng possessed. The entire family banquet was suddenly filled with activity. Fu Yongfu, the next in line, excitedly stood up and presented a list. "Father, this is the menu for the welcoming banquet. Please take a look and see if you'd like to add or delete anything." Fu Changsheng glanced at it. As an expert on spiritual cuisine, Fu Gear naturally had no objections. The rest of the group, upon hearing the news, arrived in a mighty procession, descending from the mountain and gathering at the mountain gate archway. Fu Yongqi immediately arranged for the clansmen to hang up the red lanterns and silks they had prepared and decorate the place. Strength lies in numbers, and in less than an hour, the entire fiefdom was ablaze with joy. Fu Changsheng was just wondering why the envoys hadn't arrived so soon. Then his spiritual awareness stirred. Suddenly, a rainbow of light streaked across the horizon. Initially, it was still at the edge of the sky, but the next moment, it appeared before their eyes. The rainbow light faded, revealing 3 people standing atop a treasured wheel. The middle-aged man in the lead wore a dark robe embroidered with the golden dragons, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He wore a jade belt inlaid with spiritual jade, his long hair ablaze with ink, a delicately carved jade hairpin in his hair, and cloud-patterned boots shimmered with spiritual light. His every ounce of him exuded an aura of royalty. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng was shocked. He had never expected the envoy to confer the title upon him to be the 7th prince. He had already reached the false infant stage, only a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. However, in Fu Ziwei's world, he had seen true nascent soul true lords. So, despite the 7th prince's imposing presence, he remained composed, bowing and saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." With these words, the Fu family, who had been bowing their heads, trembled in unison, instinctively looking up at the 7th prince in midair. In the remote region of Huainan Prefecture, the highest official they had ever encountered was the palace master of the suppressing world division. Members of the imperial family were only legends, never to be seen in person. They could never have imagined that their impoverished village would attract a prince, the son of the powerful eldest princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. Everyone present was thrilled. The Fu family's daughters-in-law, in particular, exchanged a quick glance. The meaning was self-evident. They were truly fortunate to marry into the Fu family. Among them, Fu Yongshao and Fu Yongqing, both in the crowd, took a second look at the young man standing behind the middle-aged man. The boy looked only about 10 years old. He was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, his face delicate yet delicate, like jade. A slight smile etched the corners of his lips, revealing a childlike innocence and agility. Despite his youth, he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. What shocked them most was the boy's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to their eldest sister, Ningning. Ningning had been married into the prince's mansion for about 10 years and had become pregnant out of wedlock. Could this boy be their son? Fu Yongqing excitedly asked. Third brother, the young man behind the prince must be my eldest sister's child, right? After they were born, they were raised by their eldest sister for a period of time. Later, she entered the Fu family and ran away, never to be seen again. Despite this, they were deeply impressed by her. Third brother, my eldest sister's children are back, why isn't she here with them? After Fu Yongxiao developed the 10,000 corpse spirit body, not only did his puppet controlling skills improve significantly, but his cultivation speed also increased dramatically. While his twin brother, Fu Yongqing, also possessed a talent for controlling corpse puppets, the gap between the two brothers was insurmountable. Fu Yongxiao could now control a third-tier corpse puppet, while Fu Yongqing had only recently managed a second-tier one. Fortunately, he was simple-minded. He was happier than Fu Yongxiao himself at Fu Yongxiao's promotion. This caused the daughter-in-law, also from the Yu family and married into the Fu family, to complain constantly. She had also vaguely heard rumors that her husband had a bond with her eldest sister, now her third sister-in-law. She had lost both the man and the honor. Naturally, she was upset. But she could only hold back, not exasperating. Atop the treasure wheel, the young man behind the seventh prince looked down at Fu Changsheng and said crisply, "Grandfather, is that my grandson's grandfather?" Curiosity filled the young man's eyes. He was about to descend on his sword, but the seventh prince stopped him with a smile, whispering, "No hurry. I'll pass on the decree first, and I'll let you go recognize your relatives later." As he spoke, the treasure wheel appeared. Surrounded by golden light, the three men slowly descended from the air, landing on the red carpet draped by the Fu family. On the altar in front of the family's memorial archway, offerings of 3 sacred animals, a sacred deer, a sacred crane, and a sacred fish, were placed, along with 5 grains and 6 fruits. Everything had been prepared, clearly long in advance. The palace master went behind the seventh prince, hurriedly stepped forward half a step and said, "The Fu family of Luofang Mountain, come forward to listen to the imperial edict." As soon as these words came out, the seventh prince waved his sleeves, and with a humming sound, a breath of supreme authority rushed towards him, and the imperial edict slowly unfolded. As soon as the imperial edict came out, it was as if the emperor of Zhou had come in person. Fu Changsheng hurriedly lifted his robe and stepped forward to salute. "My emperor, the 23rd generation head of Luofang Mountain, Fu Changsheng, leads the clansmen to listen to the imperial edict." As he said that, the people behind him knelt down in a hushed voice. The seventh prince said in a loud voice, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have inherited the mandate of heaven, ruling over all things, controlling the universe, and controlling the order of immortals and mortals. The way to govern a country is to select virtuous people and appoint capable people to ensure its stability. The way to cultivate the truth is to inherit and maintain order to protect the people. Today, there is the Fu family. Since their ancestors, they have adhered to the right path, diligently cultivated, assisted the court, slayed demons and monsters, and repeatedly made remarkable achievements. Their virtues and deeds are worthy of being a model for the world. This decree is hereby issued to confer the Fu family as a 7th-rank family, and to grant them the 7th-rank spiritual nobility, which will be inherited from generation to generation and enjoy eternal glory. The sons of the family who are gifted can be recommended to enter the academy and the Xianji Academy. The Fu family must remember the emperor's grace and continue to uphold the righteous path, assisting the court, protecting the people, and setting an example for all cultivators. Anyone who defies the laws of heaven or undermines our family traditions will be punished with thunder from heaven as a warning to others. I decree this. Thank you, Emperor, for your grace. May your emperor live as long as the heavens." The crowd behind Fu Changsheng chorused their praises in unison, their voices rising to the sky. A nearby hawk, frightened, flapped its wings and turned away. As the crowd responded, the imperial edict in the seventh prince's hand hummed and trembled, transforming into 7 gigantic golden runes. As the runes emerged, the aristocratic jade seal within Fu Changsheng's body, as if summoned, soared into the sky with a humming sound, hovering in midair. The seventh prince observed this. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a series of incantations struck the aristocratic family seal. With a whistling sound, 7 golden runes instantly sank into the seal, instantly transforming it. The aristocratic family's luck suddenly turned yellow. The aristocratic family seal transformed into a stream of light and sank back into Fu Changsheng's danshan. At this moment, he felt that he could use the seal's power to bless the luck of 20 people, significantly more than before. Fu Changsheng suppressed his excitement and stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, thank you for your long journey. We have arranged a simple banquet to welcome you. Your Highness, please, let's forget about the reception. I have other important matters to attend to." The 7th prince gestured for Fu Changsheng to lead the way. Besides the enthronement documents and the blessing of the seal, there were other matters to discuss regarding the promotion to the 7th rank aristocratic family. They moved to the meeting hall. Fu Changsheng stood in the hall with his hands folded. The 7th prince pointed to the seat below him and said, "Changsheng, we are relatives, and there are no outsiders here. There's no need to be so reserved. Please take a seat." Even so, proper etiquette still had to be observed. Fu Changsheng bowed and took a seat below him on the left. Judging by the 7th prince's radiant face, he couldn't understand why he would eventually die. After taking his seat, the 7th prince didn't waste time and spoke directly to the point. "Changsheng, the greatest benefit of being promoted to a 7th rank family is being granted a prefecture. The imperial court has established a new state in the far west, named Wuzhou. There are many new prefectures to choose from there. Are you interested in developing your career there?" With a flick of his sleeve, a map scroll slowly unfolded. Then, the topography of Wuzhou came into view, with its various prefectures and counties marked on it. Fu Changsheng glanced around and indeed saw a Yulin mansion. "Your Highness," he said, "our Fu family is too far from Wuzhou. Although some of our clan have been promoted to purple mansions, we still can't manage both states simultaneously. Therefore, I'd like to choose a location closer to Jingzhou." The 7th prince waved his hand. The map transformed into a ray of light and tucked into his sleeve. He took a sip from the teacup on the table and patiently explained, "If it's distance that's the problem, that's easy to solve. Becoming a 7th rank aristocratic family also comes with a major benefit. You can fund the construction of a teleportation array between your clan and fiefdoms. A 7th rank aristocratic family could build a teleportation array." Fu Changsheng was shocked. If so, that would be fantastic. He almost blurted out that Yulin Mansion was the location, but he forced himself to hold it back. "Your Highness, besides distance, our Fu family actually has a bit of a problem in Jingzhou." He then explained how he was being targeted by the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes. The 7th commandery prince, incredibly intelligent, immediately understood Fu Changsheng's intentions. While somewhat surprised that Fu Changsheng had been able to gather such information from the imperial court in advance, he nodded and said, "If you wish to seek a path forward in the eastern wilderness, that's certainly possible. However, the area of eastern wilderness currently occupied by the Luo family is far from sufficient to establish a state. If your Fu family refuses to accept the new fiefdom within Wuzhou, you'll have to wait a while longer. Have you considered this carefully?" This was consistent with his expectations. Naturally, Fu Changsheng didn't object and asked the question that most interested him, "Prince, can this teleportation array be built in multiple locations, or only between clan lands and fiefdoms?" "Of course one." He paused. The 7th commandery prince reminded him, although the imperial court is providing manpower, building a teleportation array spanning states would require a vast amount of spiritual materials. The implication was that with their Fu family's current strength, even being able to build a single teleportation array would be a real feat. Fu Changsheng felt a pity. If possible, the entire clan would tighten their belts and build another one in Jingzhou. This would greatly facilitate trade within the clan, and most importantly, it would allow for immediate support from both regions in critical moments. In addition to the two aforementioned benefits, your Fu family will also be eligible to enter the Changsheng secret realm, which will open in 10 years. However, the number of places available will likely depend on the court's policy. Of course, you should be well prepared. The Changsheng secret realm contains mica spirit stones, the final ingredient needed to conceal the secrets of heaven. Once gathered, they will unlock the secret realm within their fiefdom, freeing Roger and freeing Grandmaster Yu from feigning death and burying him underground to avoid the prying eyes of the heavenly secret pavilion. Fu Changsheng's breathing became heavier. The 7th prince took another sip of black spirit tea and continued, As for the other benefits and rights of a 7th-rank family, please refer to the brochure for details. With a wave of his sleeve, a scroll of the brochure floated towards Fu Changsheng. He added a few more words. Then he said, Changsheng, I have some personal matters to attend to in Jingzhou. Kanger has been clamoring to return to his maternal grandparents' home. I'd like to trouble you to help take care of him for the time being. Ningning gave birth to twins at that time. According to the intelligence, there was a celestial phenomenon at the time of birth, so the children were raised by the 7th prince personally from birth. However, only Kanger came this time. The other grandson was not present. Fu Changsheng did not dare to ask in detail. He smiled and bowed, saying, Please rest assured, Prince. Our Fu family will take good care of Kanger. The 7th prince seemed to have something urgent to do. He didn't even finish the fenggan. He stood up and walked over to Kanger, who was looking at him eagerly, and his tone softened a lot. Kanger, grandfather is going out for a while. You must be obedient at your maternal grandparents' home. Kanger had been accustomed to following the 7th prince since he was a child. For a moment, he felt a little reluctant, but he managed to hold it in, nodding obediently. Grandfather, then, please go quickly and return soon. The 7th prince patted his head lovingly, then vanished into the Taekyu Mountains in an instant. After the others had left, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you have successfully promoted your family to the 7th rank, earning 20,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 27,740. This was a considerable sum. Whether it was used to enhance the spiritual roots of his offspring or to accumulate for deducing the golden elixir technique from the Blue Emperor's longevity secret, it would be immensely useful. Just as he was feeling elated, another mechanical voice echoed, Ling, your Fu family has successfully promoted to the 7th rank, earning you an additional free prize draw. Would you like to redeem it? And a free prize draw. These days, the system's prize draws are at best 3rd-tier spiritual items. He wouldn't turn down a pie in the sky. But caution was prudent in public, so he couldn't redeem it now. At this moment, Kanger bowed crisply to Fu Changsheng. Grandfather, how are you? No need for such formalities. Please stand up. Fu Changsheng smiled and personally helped him to his feet. Since the other party was a prince and grandson of the emperor, it was better to keep such lavish gifts to a minimum, fearing that they would damage his luck. He searched his storage bag and produced an exquisite box, handing it to the other party. This is a pair of jade locks, one for you and your brother. Keep them. Thank you, grandfather, for the gift. Kanger accepted the gift with a smile. As a child, the greatest joy was probably receiving various gifts from elders. After Fu Changsheng's gift, Fu Changli and Fu Changli of the Chang generation came up one after another. When it came to the Yang generation, the crowd grew, but Kanger showed no impatience, greeting each elder one by one. When it came to Fu Yuangshao's turn, Kanger's eyes lit up. Because, the two looked a little bit alike. Since ancient times, nephews have always resembled their uncles. Kanger's voice crackled with excitement. 7th uncle as well. Good, good. Is your mother doing well in Jingzhou? Yes, mother is fine. She originally wanted to come with us to visit her parents, but she was diagnosed with a little sister, and grandfather left her at the palace to care for the baby, so she didn't come back. However, mother prepared gifts for everyone in the clan, Kanger said in a clear voice. As he spoke, he pulled out a large storage bag from his sleeve and distributed it to everyone. Fu Yongru's wife, Niu Yunfeng, who stayed behind in the clan, was surprised to receive a gift herself. She was thrilled, her eyes welling slightly. Ever since Fu Yongru disappeared, she had been raising the child alone. Although she had special care from the clan, every day without news of Ruigir made her feel uneasy. She suddenly became much more haggard, rarely going out on weekdays, practically invisible. Fu Changsheng glanced at them and sighed. According to the intelligence mentioned, Ruigir had been abducted by the female cultivators of Qiuyu Temple, their memories erased, and the two became a dual cultivation couple. If Niu Yunfeng learned of this information, she would likely be even more heartbroken. Fu Changsheng accompanied Kanger and his children to a welcoming banquet. Seeing Kanger and Shogir's exceptional closeness and their particular interest in the art of corpse puppetry, he allowed Shogir to lead the group and returned to his secret room. After closing the formation, he focused his mind on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Redeem the prize draw. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, the next moment, He sensed a golden box in his storage bag. He immersed his consciousness in it and saw a piece of Hessian jade lying within. It looked ordinary, but within it, a hint of golden ore clung to it. This is Chapter 374, The Supreme Being, Secret, and the Incident. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, and the Hessian jade flew from the box and landed in his palm. A closer look revealed a shape resembling a dragon, but not quite. Ahem. The aristocratic jade seal in his dantian vibrated slightly. It seemed to be deeply resistant to the Hessian jade. This was a new experience for him. Simultaneously, lines of text appeared on the panel of his sea of consciousness. Dragon gathering jade, unknown grade. This jade can be used to gather the energy of the Supreme Being, gradually cultivating the aura of an emperor. Supreme Being. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. If the great Zhou court discovered this object, he would be immediately labeled a traitor. The Zhou emperor, who founded the dynasty, was still alive. His cultivation was at least the legendary divine transformation. He was still a mere purple mansion, so how could he dare to provoke him? If he wasn't careful, the entire Fu clan would be doomed. He immediately threw it into the five-element space as if it were a hot potato. Chunyang, who was deducing the formation, looked at the dragon-gathering jade, falling from the sky. Unsure of its nature, she reached out to catch it, intending to store it in the storage room. As Fu Changsheng placed more and more items into the five-element space, Chunyang built a storage room next to the thatched cottage, half to store Fu Changsheng's personal belongings and half to accommodate the space's output. However, even Chunyang didn't notice. The moment the dragon-gathering jade fell into the space, the mist barrier hummed and trembled slightly. In the secret room, Fu Changsheng's thought flashed, and the family jade seal instantly shot out from his dantian, hovering before him. 20 strands of luck had already been added to the seal. He pondered for a moment, his mind flashing to the younger generation of the clan, and he flicked his index finger. Buzz! The strand of luck vanished, disappearing into the void. Gan Muwan returned from the welcoming banquet. Fu Yuanqi currently oversees the clan's general affairs. Ever since Fu Changsheng approved the opening of the Women's Academy, she has devoted her attention to it. After all, during the celebration, it would have to be publicized, and she always feels there are so many details to perfect. She wishes she could be divided into 8 parts. However, even so, she never gave up on her Gudeo skills, and no matter how busy she was, she would always find time to study them. Her courtyard was the product of a hamster goo. Its outer skin naturally blocks spiritual perception, and within it lies a self-contained space. Although small, it is extremely comfortable to live in. Most importantly, the hamster goo is a natural breeding ground for goo worms. To this end, she has carved out a series of small rooms within the hamster goo, specifically for breeding and cultivating various goo worms. Of the many rooms, the one in the center is the largest, with a faint white light lingering within. Gan Muwen took a few quick steps and arrived in front of the house. She saw the Pippin goo inside emitting a faint aura of a third-level state, but it was still a little short of a breakthrough. Gan Muwen frowned slightly. Feeding Kang Muxin and the smallpox fruit didn't work. What went wrong? With a flick of her sleeve, a flash of light transformed into a breeze, gathering the experimental herbs in the warehouse. She took out the jade slip and summarized the lessons learned from this failure. As she was racking her brains for a new recipe, she suddenly felt a jolt. From nowhere, she felt a mysterious power entering her body. This, Gan Muwen was stunned for a moment, then remembered the rumors she had heard outside. The jade seal of every aristocratic family has the power to bless a family member's luck. However, the lower the family rank, the less luck they receive, and the amount of luck they can bestow upon their members is naturally rare. Therefore, although she had heard of this, she had never imagined such a good thing would happen to her. After all, the family had had many children. Thinking of this, Gan Muwen was instantly thrilled, her eyes welling with a thrill of recognition. She had never expected the Patriarch to bestow such precious luck upon a person of an outsider. While she was still brimming with excitement, she suddenly brightened as she looked at the Pai Pangu before her. In that instant, it was as if she had suddenly grasped the key to her inability to cultivate the Pai Pangu to advance. It was because she had forgotten to add the Cheyenne Mulan worm to the feed. These worms, originally from the same family as the Pai Pangu, could provide the crucial source of power. Finally, I found the secret. In the meeting hall, Fu Yuanqi bowed to the elders on either side and said, "Since the elders have no objections, The seating and dishes for the 7th-rank aristocratic family celebration in 2 weeks are set. Everyone else dispersed, leaving only Fu Yongyan standing still. Fu Yongyan had always been timid, but he had always followed Fu Yuanqi during their time in the battle hall. When Fu Yuanqi became the head steward, he joined him, helping out. The two of them had a close relationship, like brothers. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Fu Yuanqi cast a spell on the magic circle in the meeting hall. 19th brother, is there anything important? Fu Yongyan chuckled. He instinctively glanced outside the door, then approached Fu Yuanqi, his voice deliberately lowered. 11th brother, you've been the head steward for about 10 years. It might be okay for others, but I've seen it clearly. You've poured your heart and soul into it, even to the point of hindering your cultivation. With this promotion in the aristocratic family, do you think the head of the family will grant you a ray of luck? The Fu family was no longer the frog in the well they once were. The clan members all associated with members of aristocratic families, so even if you didn't specifically ask, even the most secret things would reach you. Although Fu Yongyan was eager, he knew he wasn't qualified enough, both in terms of his potential and contributions to the family. However, Fu Yuanqi held some potential. 19th brother, be careful with your words. Fu Yuanqi's face darkened and he rebuked. The aristocratic family's good fortune had blessed him. This was the patriarch's business, and it was not the place to discuss it. Fu Yuanqi said sternly, 19th brother, the Fu family is what it is today because of the patriarch. Therefore, no matter what the patriarch decides, we must respect and obey. Do you understand? 11th brother, I'm not doing this for you, not for anyone else. This is the patriarch's right, understood? Fu Yongyan's neck shrank, not daring to speak again. Fu Yuanqi waved his hand. Please call the relevant officials in charge of the celebration. Yes, the work lasted until late at night before it was finally completed. By the time Fu Yuanqi returned to his own courtyard, he was practically asleep while sitting. However, he was willing to endure the hardships and tiring work for such a happy occasion for his family. Daybreak would arrive in just over 2 hours, and there would still be a mountain of chores to attend to. So, returning to the courtyard, he skipped dinner and instead used a fasting pill to save time. Just as he was about to lie down, a mysterious force descended upon him. Ahem. The next moment, the magical energy in his danchan began to flow on its own. Then, his cultivation, previously stalled at the 8th level of foundation establishment, suddenly and effortlessly broke through to the 9th level. This, Fu Yuanqi was startled. No need for elixirs. He had automatically broken through to the 9th level. He was blessed by the aristocratic family's luck. This. Fu Yuanqi was so excited that he immediately bowed in the direction of the patriarch's residence. The patriarch's descendants numbered over 100. The luck that had led to the advancement to a 7th-rank family wasn't enough for the patriarch's lineage alone. He had never expected the patriarch to grant him a share. What an honor. At that moment, Fu Yuanqi's reverence for Fu Changsheng reached its peak. After the welcoming banquet, Changsheng followed Fu Yuanxiao the entire time. The uncle and nephew hit it off immediately, becoming incredibly close. 6th uncle, where's the cloud-swallowing beast you mentioned? I've grown up and never even seen a demon beast. Can this demon beast really be refined into a corpse puppet? What are the key points of this corpse puppet? Like a lark? Chirping, Changsheng followed Fu Yuanxiao wherever he went. Seeing this, Fu Yuanxiao's wife, Yu, immediately called out her 2 daughters. The 2 daughters were about the same age as Changsheng, and anyone with a discerning eye could easily discern her intentions. Changsheng cheerfully called them cousins, and they got along incredibly well. However, as they were about to enter the corpse refining pool, the 2 little girls abruptly stopped dead in their tracks. Girls naturally love beauty. They weren't interested in the art of corpse puppetry, and the smell of the corpse refining pool made them nauseous. Seeing the 2 sisters' faces pale, Fu Yuanxiao still forced himself to accompany them. With concern, he said, Changsheng likes jade cake. Go to the kitchen and prepare some. We'll have it as a midnight snack when we get out of the corpse refining pool. Yes, Daddy. The 2 girls, as if granted amnesty, immediately withdrew from the pool. Changsheng, watching from the side, saw a flicker of envy in his eyes. Although he tried hard to suppress it, Fu Yuanxiao still saw the clue. He immediately led them to the secret room and looked Changsheng in the eye. Changsheng, tell your uncle the truth. Is there something else behind the fact that your brother and mother didn't come this time? His sister had been married for so many years. It was a rare opportunity for her to return home. It was impossible for her to not come just because she was pregnant. For a cultivator, maintaining a healthy pregnancy is not a difficult task. Changsheng, who is usually optimistic and cheerful in front of others, immediately felt her eyes well up at this question. Fu Yuangshao's heart skipped a beat. Changsheng, don't be afraid. Tell your uncle in detail about any injustice you three have suffered. Even if he can't help you, there's still your grandfather. The entire Fu family is backing you three. Tell your uncle quickly what happened in the prince's mansion. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. The Fu family soon welcomed the celebration of the 7th-rank aristocratic family. The entire Yansheng County fiefdom was adorned with a brand new look. Huge red silk hangings, embroidered with a golden character Fu, shone brightly on both sides of the Yuao city gates. The city walls were covered with colorful flags, each bearing the Fu family crest, a golden phoenix with outstretched wings. This was a show of respect for the guests and a deterrent to the aristocratic families. This time, the welcoming procession was led by Fu Changli, who had broken through to the Purple Mansion, flanked by Fu Yuanqi and Gan Muwen. A rainbow of light streaked from the east. Above it were clan leader He, who had come to attend the celebration, and He Changsheng, who had been designated as the next clan leader. Clan leader He was seriously injured before. He doesn't have much time left. He turned his head to look at the eldest daughter behind him, but saw that He Changsheng's face showed no sadness or joy. Her previous jealousy towards her concubine sister had obviously been restrained in her heart, and the years had also left heavy traces of time on the once arrogant eldest lady. After the failure of her marriage, He Changsheng relied on her body as a woman to overcome many difficulties and finally reach the position of young clan leader. Her temples were already white, and she looked no different from an old woman in her 50s or 60s. Their He family was the first to arrive. In the welcoming team, He Changru was also there. Compared with He Changsheng, although He Changru was no longer young, after marrying into the Fu family, her husband Fu Yonggai repeatedly made meritorious deeds and broke through to the Purple Mansion. He had almost no major worries on weekdays. In addition, rumors had long been circulating in the Fu family. Fu Yonggai had a high chance of being crowned the crown prince, so many people came to greet him and present gifts. He Changru had a comfortable life, and with her good self-care, she looked no more than in her early 30s. The two sisters stood together, their height almost doubled. Seeing that it was her family, He Changru immediately greeted them with a smile. Father, sister. The other smile, however, caused an inexplicable pang of pain in He Changsheng's heart. Back then, the Fu family was at the bottom of the 9 Huainan aristocratic families, but now it has leapt to the 7th rank. While the He family had eased its situation over the years, it was still a long way from reaching the 8th rank, let alone the 7th. He Changsheng quickly suppressed this thought. A smile spread across her face, and she eagerly presented the carefully prepared gift box. The Fu family's advancement to the 7th rank today is a great joy. May this 3rd-level Ganoderma lucidum help the Fu family enjoy long-term blessings and advance their cultivation. 3rd-level Ganoderma lucidum is a quasi-3rd-level spiritual object. This was purchased by the He family, a family of foundation building, by tightening their belts. Although it is nothing compared to the current Fu family, He Changru accepted it with a smile and personally led the way. The two girls of the He family following behind He Changsheng saw that the carpet of the Fu family was forged from the height of a 2nd-grade low-grade cicada singing beast, and the various 3-section spiritual objects placed on the altar in front of the archway were something they had never seen before. They were envious from the bottom of their hearts that this illegitimate man could marry into such a family. The two of them looked at each other and were also a little eager. If they were chosen by An Kingru today and married into the Fu family, they would be able to change their fate. The two girls' thoughts were not hidden from He Changru. He Changru still had a smile on her face, but she looked down on the two nieces. Now that her husband was a master cultivator of the Purple Mansion, and the Fu family had been promoted to the 7th rank, countless 8th-rank families had come to propose marriage. How could she possibly look down upon her own family, a lowly 9th rank? Marrying them would not only fail to help her husband ascend to the throne, but would also likely require help, a loss that outweighed the gain. Following the arrival of the He family, the Yu, Xiao, and Yu families, and even the Liu and Lei families of Anyang County, had arrived. All the prominent figures in Huainan Prefecture had gathered. Patriarch glanced at the guests and discovered that Fu Changlui and others from the Fu family, who were rumored to have broken through to the Purple Mansion, had not appeared. For such a grand event, the Shangguan family had only sent one foundation establishment cultivator. The Shi family had followed suit. Vaguely. Clan leader he sensed something was amiss. Even after the celebration began, Fu Changsheng, the main occupant, hadn't appeared. The guests exchanged glances, clearly indicating the Fu family was about to make another major move. It was simply because their rank and strength were so low that they hadn't heard even a whisper of it. Meanwhile, in the eastern wilds, 100 miles from the Shi clan, Yunli Mountain, a vine-draped stone gate halfway up the mountainside rippled. A figure flashed through, and the stone gate's restrictions closed again. The seemingly narrow cave dwelling now housed 7 purple mansion cultivators. Including the mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, Wolf 3 heroes, there were 8 in total. Lang Sanying bowed to Chief Xianlang and Chief Beihu, who sat in the cave. My lords, as you expected, the Shangguan and Shi families each sent a purple Fu to attend the celebration of the Fu family's promotion to a 7th-rank aristocratic family. I personally witnessed their departure. Also, Fu Changsheng's daughter, who was stationed at Yangang Mountain last time, also left the eastern wilderness with them. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lang Sanying's eyes. My lords, according to the information I've gathered, there's only one purple Fu guarding Yangang Mountain now. I believe that if we're going to take action, we might as well take Yangang Mountain directly. If the Fu family is defeated, the Shangguan and Shi families will be nothing more than scoundrels, easily wiped out with a flick of the finger. There was no need to gather 8 purple Fu to join forces. This was Lang Sanying's heartfelt thought. Chief Beihu looked at Chief Xianlang. Brother Xianlang, what do you think? Clearly, Chief Beihu was also eager to try. After all, the Shangguan family, and especially the Shi family, don't have much wealth. With so many purple mansions involved, there wouldn't even be enough to share the spoils. Of course, the greater temptation was the royal court's reward. After all, the Fu family was now a 7th-rank noble family. If they could wipe out their stronghold in the eastern wilderness, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. Chief Xianlang shook his head. Brother Bai, everything should proceed according to plan. Over the past few years, according to the intelligence he had gathered, the last time the Fu family was promoted to an 8th-rank noble family, they also used the empty city strategy to capture the Osprey tribe. Although, this time, their men kept a close watch, making sure Fu Changsheng hadn't left Yancheng County. But just in case, they followed their previous strategy and took a cautious approach. The Shangguan family reinforced their heavenly absolute formation over 2 years ago. While it's a weakened version of the 10 absolute formations, it's still quite powerful and shouldn't be underestimated. So, to prevent any leaks, the 8 of us will attack the Shangguan family first and seize their territory. We'll leave Sanying and Aring to defend it, and the remaining 6 will join forces to capture the Shi family. In this way, 2 of the Fu family's most powerful wings will be eliminated today. Alright, then I'll follow Brother Xianlang's orders. Chief Bai felt this battle was being played too conservatively. Each of the 8 men was at or above the mid-stage Purple Mansion stage. Their 2 chiefs were at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. With his strength, he believed, they were more than capable of invading the Fu family's Yangang Mountain. Chief Bai said with a smile, Brother Xianlang, after we capture the Shangguan clan, if there are any treasures you fancy, feel free to pick one. I don't want many, I just want one of your tribe's sacred fruits. What do you think? Over 2 years ago, Chief Bai had mentioned this once, only to be rejected by Chief Xianlang. Unexpectedly, Chief Xianlang still harbored such a lingering desire. If Chief Xianlang refused now, it would clearly be inappropriate for their cooperation. He could only say, if Brother Beihu insists, then I will reluctantly part with it. However, the sacred fruit will take 3 years to mature, so you'll have to wait. Haha, Brother Xianlang is truly a straightforward man. It's a deal. 3 years is nothing to us, it's no big deal. As they chatted, the atmosphere between the 2 sides relaxed considerably. Chief Xianlang turned to look at the formation masters within the cave and asked in a deep voice, Yang, Hushan, are you confident you can find the weak spot on the Xianzhou formation? Yang and Hushan, from the Xianlang and White Tiger tribes respectively, were both top-tier 3rd-level formation masters, only just shy of becoming a 4th-level formation master. They exchanged a glance. Hushan stepped forward and said respectfully, Chief Xianlang, the Xianzhou formation is a top-tier mountain-protecting formation passed down from ancient times. Its core principle lies in the convergence and transformation of the forces of heaven and earth. Its power is immense. If it were a complete formation, even a 4th-level formation master would struggle to break it. However, the Shangguan family's formation is clearly incomplete. After years of research, fellow Taoist Yang and I have discovered its weakness. Using the forbidden breaking pearl and the power of your magical weapon, Chief Xianlang, we can break the formation in less than a quarter of an hour. Great. Chief Xianlang nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold sternness. Everyone, listen. Move immediately, aiming for Xianzhou Peak. Following Chief Xianlang's command, the atmosphere within the cave suddenly grew tense. 8 purple mansion cultivators swiftly rose, transforming into 8 streams of light, heading straight for the Shangguan clan's Xianzhou Peak. Their speed was so rapid that the distance of 100 miles was covered in a flash. Atop Xianzhou Peak, the radiance of the Xianzhou formation enveloped the entire mountain. A ray pattern swirled, runes shimmered, like an impenetrable barrier. However, at this moment, 8 powerful auras suddenly appeared above Xianzhou Peak. Immediately afterwards, the 8 purple mansion cultivators attacked simultaneously, their mana converging into a massive beam of light, striking directly at the heart of the Xianzhou formation. Boom! With a resounding roar, the heart of the Xianzhou formation trembled slightly under the combined attack of the 8 purple mansion cultivators, but it did not collapse. Instead, the formation's light intensified, as if enraged. Formation masters Yang and Hushan had already rehearsed this scenario countless times and knew it by heart, so they remained calm. The 2 men simultaneously slapped their storage bags. In a flash of light, 2 forbidden breaking beads, one black and one white, whizzed out. As a series of incantations were infused into them, the forbidden breaking beads hummed and illuminated with a completely opposite aura. The 2 lights merged in the air, like ice and fire colliding. The combined power unleashed a terrifying destructive force that seemed to tear space apart. They both shouted in unison, in the name of the Celestial Emperor, Kyankan Palm Bead, break, boom. The 2 extremely unstable forbidden breaking beads merged into a stream of light, hurtling towards the northern core of the Xianzhou Peak at an incredible speed. They both turned to the Heavenly Wolf Chief and shouted, "Chief, attack!" Okay. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Wolf Chief immediately summoned his natal magic weapon, the Heavenly Wolf Howling Moon Blade. The blade radiated a dazzling silver light and merged with the forbidden breaking beads. The other 5 purple mansions also attacked in unison. At this moment, a terrifying force that threatened to tear heaven and earth apart exploded with a loud bang. Boom! With a resounding roar, the core of the Xianzhou formation collapsed instantly under the combined attack of the 8 purple mansions. The formation's light quickly dimmed, and the entire Xianzhou Peak shook, as if it would collapse at any moment. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Wolf Chieftain, and he immediately ordered, "The formation has been broken. Everyone attack immediately. Leave no one alive. Strike a swift and decisive blow." Yes, excitement flashed in the eyes of each of the 8 purple mansions. They had previously been smothering the murder of 2 purple mansions by the Fu family, a vengeance they had long held. Now, at last, they could finally claim some of the proceeds, venting their anger. They swooped down, eager to be the one to behead Shangguan Li. Kill, kill, kill. Their cries of killing echoed through the air. However, a closer look revealed that only the 4 white tigers were truly in the lead, while the 4 heavenly wolves were lagging behind. Seeing this, the 3 brothers, Sanying, became anxious. "Chief, the formation has been broken. Even if the Shangguans possess immense power, they'll be captured now. What are we waiting for?" The brothers were confident. After all, their chief was already at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm and possessed magical weapons. Unless they encountered a Jinden, they wouldn't be in danger. If they were too late, the Shangguan's treasures would likely be snatched away by the white tigers. The Heavenly Wolf Chief, with his divine sense, scanned the Shangguan's guard in the formation below, noting that the panic and disarray on their faces didn't seem to be a facade. He then coldly declared, "Move." With that, his speed suddenly increased. He even surpassed the 4 white tigers and charged ahead. The moment the 8 men descended upon Xianzhou Peak, before they could begin their slaughter, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The crumbling Xianzhou formation shone once more, its pattern swirling and runes gleaming. The entire Xianzhou Peak seemed enveloped by an invisible barrier. Chief White Tiger's face changed. This invisible barrier was capable of blocking even his peak-level Purple Mansion consciousness. Hu Shan, what on earth is going on? At this moment, the 2 formation masters, Hu Shan and Yi Ying, were sweating profusely. They each summoned their formation plates and quickly infused a spell. After a brief deduction, a flicker of horror crossed their eyes. We've been tricked. This isn't an ordinary Xianzhu formation, it's an improved version. We just broke the outer layer. The true core is still in operation. The improved Xianzhu formation was more complex and more powerful than the ordinary one. The core of the formation was hidden outside the center of the formation. Only after the outer layer was broken would the true core activate. By then, the 8 purple mansion cultivators were completely trapped within the formation. The surrounding scenery began to distort, as if they had entered a separate dimension. Chiefs Xianlang and White Tiger's expressions darkened instantly. They had never imagined that the Shangguan family possessed such a skill, capable of deploying a modified version of the heavenly absolute formation, even deceiving 2 top-tier third-tier formation masters. Chief Xianlang was the first to calm down. Yang, Hushin, focus on finding a way to break the formation. The rest of you, join me in protecting the formation. Yes, the panicked crowd, under Chief Xianlang's calm command, suddenly felt reassured. Chief Xianlang had a magical weapon. Even if they fell into a trap, they would surely be able to break the formation and escape. At the same time, boom! Dark clouds filled the sky, thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the 8 purple mansion cultivators. The power of the thunder was so terrifying that even purple mansion cultivators dared not withstand it. Chapter 375, One Pot, Goodwill, and the Treasure at the Bottom of the Box. Seeing this, the Sky Wolf chieftain dared not hold back. He channeled surging magical power into the Sky Wolf howling moonblade in his hand, emitting a brilliant silver light. Ow! As the Sky Wolf howling moonblade was raised, a faint wolf howl echoed. A massive Sky Wolf materialized, its 4 legs raised high, and a protective light shield instantly enveloped the 4 members of the Sky Wolf tribe. Boom! Boom! Heavenly thunder struck the light shield condensed by the Sky Wolf. The shield trembled violently, but it managed to hold its own. Elsewhere, the White Tiger chieftain muttered something, and the next moment, a talisman roared out, transforming into a sky filled with yellow light. Immediately afterwards, a phantom White Tiger materialized, pushing off the ground with all 4 legs and soaring into the sky, punching back at the sky thunder. Bang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. Although the sky thunder seemed to be coming with overwhelming force, it was merely a manifestation of the heavenly absolute formation, not a true thunder tribulation. Relying on their talismans and magical treasures, Chieftain Behu and Chief Xianlang were able to handle the situation with ease. The initially chaotic formation suddenly stabilized. The 2 formation masters, calming their minds, summoned their formation plates and began searching for a way to break the formation. However, at that moment, the thunder within the formation dissipated. The world spun, and then, the 8 men's vision flashed, landing in a glacier, a forest, a sea of fire, a desert, and other diverse locations. The formation master's pupils constricted upon seeing this. Is this the 8 trigrams heavenly absolute formation? Damn! Although they were both mid-stage purple mansion cultivators, their forte wasn't combat magic. Panic crossed Hu Shan's face. He quickly slapped his storage bag, and formation flags whizzed out, rapidly landing in all directions, accompanied by a series of incantations. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly bamboos shot up into the sky, densely swirling around him in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. 4 bamboo formation, activate. His only option now wasn't to break the formation, but to defend it. However, the formation wasn't yet complete. He felt a chilling wind beneath his feet. There's an ambush. Hu Shan's pupils shrank. He hurriedly sped up the formation in his hands. However, it was too late. Roar! A cold demon shot up from the ground and instantly submerged him. His entire body froze. The next moment, a dark knife passed through his neck as fast as lightning. With a thud, a large head fell to the ground. Hu Shan didn't even notice what was attacking him before he died. He fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Boom! Without anyone to lead the 4 bamboo formation, it scattered. The bamboos collapsed and transformed into flags that fell down. Damn it! I've been hunting geese all day and I still got my eyes burned. On the other side, Yang found himself in a sea of fire, and instantly recognized it as the Bagua Xianzhou formation. While cursing, he showed no fear of the engulfing flames, believing them to be merely an illusion. His true killing move lay hidden within. HMPH, a fighting formation. I'm not afraid. The formation could trap him, but it couldn't kill him with its power. Yang waved his sleeve. Buzz! A tiger-patterned formation disc soared into the sky, swirling around him. Accompanied by a series of spells, the disc roared, sending down beams of light that swirled around him. These beams swirled rapidly, blocking the oncoming flames. After this, he slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a compass-like needle hovered before him. Yang struck his chest with a palm strike, spraying a bloody mist onto the compass. The needle spun rapidly, pointing southwest. Found it, Yang's eyes lit up. The next moment, his expression changed. The flames suddenly reached a fever pitch, and within the waves, he saw a cluster of 9 suns' crimson lotus flames. Damn it, heaven and earth fire. Furthermore, it was a fusion of 2 upgraded versions of the fire. How could his heavenly jade plate withstand this? Hastily, Yi Ying slapped a blood escape talisman on himself, his gaze fixed firmly on the southwest. The chieftain was within sight. If he could reunite with him, his life would be saved. Bang! The blood escape talisman transformed into a streak of blood, completely engulfing him. Yi Ying glanced at the 9 suns' crimson lotus flame still behind him, and a sudden sense of relief washed over him. Damn it, I almost... Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw a streak of purple light piercing through, followed by a bowl-sized purple blood hole. Damn it, Yi Ying had never expected it. The true killer move wasn't the 9 suns' crimson lotus flames, but the streak of purple light that had predicted his escape route. But he still refused to give in. The dignified purple mansion had perished in such a manner. Bang! Yi Ying collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open. From the activation of the 8 trigrams heavenly absolute formation to the collapse of the 2 formation masters, the entire process took only a few breaths. This scene was clearly displayed on the light curtain of the formation hall. In front of the formation hall, Yao Io, Yu Qingru, and Fairy Xianyan were positioned in the 3 directions of heaven, earth, and official respectively. The entire 8 trigrams heavenly absolute formation was constantly changing under their concerted efforts. At this moment, within the light curtain, Fu Changsheng and the Green Dragon were seen rushing towards the White Tiger Chieftain, who had been pulled into the sea. The White Tiger Chieftain surveyed the calm ocean and said coldly, "Shangguan, little thief, have some sense and surrender immediately. Do you really think this damn formation can trap me?" As soon as the words fell, Chief Bai's consciousness suddenly shifted, his gaze fixed on the northwest. "If you refuse my offer, you're courting death." He immediately activated the talisman in his hand once more. With a humming sound, the white tiger reappeared, transforming into a streak of white light. It rushed towards the northwest at an incredible speed, raising all 4 legs high and stomping hard. Boom! A splash of water 100 feet high erupted. The seawater was abruptly split in 2, creating a gully. However, this seemingly powerful attack had no effect. I've been tricked. Chief Bai's face suddenly changed. He turned and delivered a punch. Bang! His right fist collided with the roaring green dragon's tail, sending blood spraying. He was only a mortal. Even if he had cultivated to the peak of the purple mansion, his magic power was only profound. How could he resist the green dragon, which used its demonic body as a weapon? Bang! The next moment, Chief Bai's entire right arm shattered instantly, the destructive force spreading throughout his body. Had he not decisively severed his arm, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Even so, the loss of his right arm had drained a significant amount of his essence and blood, and his face turned pale. While he could regenerate an arm, it still took a toll on his essence. Now, looking at the young man riding the green dragon, Chief Bai's pupils constricted. Fu Changsheng, today was clearly the Fu family's celebration of advancement to the 7th rank. How could he be here? Legend had already spread throughout the eastern wilds that Fu Changsheng had single-handedly annihilated the entire Yangang tribe. While the opponent was only in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm, the Green Dragon was at the peak of the 3rd rank. If he wasn't careful, he would likely die. Chief Bai refused to hold back. "I was just worried I'd find you somewhere to avenge my 2 fallen brothers. You've arrived just in time," he roared, his hand clenching into a magical spell. The white tiger's phantom swirled back, charging towards Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng pointed at the green dragon, and the dragon opened its mouth, causing the seawater to swirl back, transforming into Shumu Kinghu to block the way. Bang! 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 Shumukingho was, after all, merely a spiritual technique. It was no match for the 4th level White Tiger's phantom, and it collapsed instantly. The White Tiger's momentum continued unabated, instantly shattering the Green Dragon's green scale shield. With this opportunity to turn the tide, Fu Changsheng activated the yangang talisman in his hand, illuminating with a brilliant golden light. The talisman soared into the sky, and 72 talismans shot out from it, connecting end to end. With a bang, it transformed into a spear. Go! The spear trembled slightly, wrapped in a tail light several dozen feet long. Boom! It collided directly with the White Tiger's phantom. Rumble! The sea swirled back, and the entire space seemed to be suddenly unstable. Chief Bai felt a surge of anxiety. He hadn't expected Fu Changsheng to possess a talisman. If the fight continued, he would suffer a heavy loss. He gritted his teeth and channeled all his magical power into the talisman in his hand. Boom! The talisman completely burned, emitting a brilliant aura. The White Tiger's phantom, which had been on the verge of disintegration, solidified even more. Chief Bai, his expression frantic, exclaimed, "Die, little thief!" As he chanted his incantation. The White Tiger stomped through the seawater, leaping over the Green Dragon and instantly reaching Fu Changsheng. Clearly, Chief Bai intended a swift and decisive battle. In his view, as a peak-level Purple Mansion cultivator, even with Fu Changsheng's unparalleled abilities, he would be doomed if he could wield his talisman. Boom! The White Tiger's fist blasted Fu Changsheng's face. Fu Changsheng's figure instantly vanished. But at the crucial moment, he used the mist and cloud phantom technique. Chief Bai snorted coldly, "You want to escape? Dream on." This was a 4th grade, mid-grade talisman, capable of being activated twice more. He had simply exhausted its full potential. Even an early giant and cultivator would have had to take a detour. He immediately gave chase, like a mouse chasing a cat. However, the next moment, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. He looked up and saw 3 thunder swords intertwining in midair. A flash of sword light emanated, and countless thunderous forces converged from all directions, transforming into a dazzling, star-like sword formation. This, trapped within, Chief Bai's face suddenly changed. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the sword formation, his heart sank. He bit his tongue and spurted out a mouthful of blood, which merged into the talisman in his hand. The White Tiger's phantom instantly solidified, its forelegs stomping into the air. With a deafening roar, it charged towards the sword formation. Boom boom boom. The sword formation trembled slightly. Lightning flashed. Yet, it withstood the White Tiger's violent onslaught. How is this possible? Chief Bai's face changed. The talisman in his hand was a relic of his ancestors. Previously, he had successfully slain a giant and stage true person. What kind of ghost sword formation was this before him? Chief Bai was terrified. No wonder Xianlan kept saying not to confront Fu Changsheng head-on. He never expected that boy to grow to such a terrifying position in just a few years. Chief Bai gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The White Tiger stopped attacking and transformed into a phantom to protect him. Chief Bai endured the humiliation and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, it's a misunderstanding. I will give your Fu family the Yangang stone mine 50 miles away from our White Tiger Mountain, and I promise not to attack your Fu family for the next 100 years. How about we call it a day?" At this point, Chief Bai no longer had the will to fight. He seriously suspected Fu Changsheng was playing dumb to gain the upper hand. He, a peak Purple Mansion master, had been activating his talismans repeatedly, leaving him with little remaining mana. Yet, Fu Changsheng, only at the 6th level, seemed to be handling the situation with ease. He was a complete freak. Fu Changsheng sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. It's too late to beg for mercy now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Thunder Star Sword formation suddenly contracted, and countless lightning stars transformed into sword lights, raining down like raindrops. The White Tiger's phantom was torn to pieces by the sword formation, eventually dissipating into tiny specks of light. Chief White slapped several protective talismans on himself. "Fellow Taoist Fu, stop. What do you want? We can discuss it. Without the White Tiger's protection, how could he defend himself against the sword formation's attack?" Fu Changsheng ignored his pleas for mercy. With a low roar, 3 thunder swords transformed into 3 bolts of lightning, piercing Chief White Tiger from different angles. Chief White Tiger hastily activated his natal spiritual weapon to block the attack, But the Thunder Sword was too fast, and he could only barely avoid its vital points. Even so, the sword's flash pierced his left shoulder and right leg, gushing blood. Ah! Chief White Tiger screamed and stumbled back. Fu Changsheng seized the opportunity, launching the green dragon into the air and sweeping its tail across, sending Chief White Tiger flying dozens of feet. Chief White Tiger slammed heavily onto the sea, sending a massive splash and dropping his natal spiritual weapon. "It's over," Fu Changsheng declared coldly. With a change of hand gesture, the golden spear transformed from the yangang talisman condensed once more, pointing directly at Chief White Tiger's chest. Chief White Tiger struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with resentment. "Fu Changsheng, you will die." "Shut up," Fu Changsheng snorted, and the spear instantly thrust forward, piercing Chief White Tiger's chest. Chief White Tiger's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed, his blood staining the surrounding water red. His aura gradually dissipated, and he eventually perished completely. After beheading 3 people in succession, Fu Changsheng's mana was mostly depleted, and he stuffed a handful of elixirs into his mouth. Suddenly, a brilliant spiritual light shone from the east. Then, the Sky Wolf Chief, riding a Sky Wolf Phantom, broke out of the formation. In mid-air, the Sky Wolf Chief glanced at the White Tiger Chief lying at Fu Changsheng's feet, and the hesitation in his eyes instantly vanished. Without even a moment's pause, he transformed into a streak of green light and sped away, disappearing in an instant. The formation was broken. Yao, Yu Qingru, and Fairy Xianyan, who presided over the Bagua Xianzhou formation, were hit by the backlash. Yao and Yu Qingru groaned, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Fairy Xianyan, who was in the foundation establishment stage, was sent flying on the spot. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng kicked the ground, soared into the sky, and caught the person. Although Fairy Xianyan was a third-tier formation master, her mana was too low. She only had time to say thank you before fainting. Fu Changsheng scanned with his spiritual sense and found that her essence was intact and would recover in a few years. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the formation had been broken. He quickly scanned with his spiritual sense and saw that Shangguan Li and Shangguan Feng had teamed up to kill a Xianlin clan mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. Fu Changli, along with 2 third-tier corpse puppets, had killed a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Qiu Chen and Fu Yongaiyu also teamed up to kill another late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Notably, the skeleton demon vine, ice bear, flying feather beast, and Yao's 4-winged dread python also took down a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Harnessing the power of the 8 trigrams heavenly absolute formation, Fu Changsheng single-handedly killed 3 of the 8 individuals who entered the formation, while the others worked together to eliminate 4. Only the Xianlang chieftain escaped. Fu Changsheng glanced at the direction the wolf chieftain had fled, hesitated, and didn't pursue him. His mana was now almost completely depleted, and most importantly, his life-saving trump card, the Heavenly Gang Talisman, had been depleted. However, after this battle, his use of the Heavenly Thunder Star Sword formation had become even more adept. Although he had previously mastered the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art and reached the required spiritual awareness to activate the formation, his mana was somewhat lacking, preventing him from fully unleashing its power. However, with his breakthrough to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, this shortcoming had been narrowly addressed. If he could reach the late Purple Mansion, then, relying solely on this sword formation, he wouldn't be afraid of facing magical weapons. Just 3 thunder swords are so powerful. If I could gather 12, wouldn't I be able to challenge opponents of higher levels? Fu Changsheng suddenly felt even more eager and anticipatory about cultivating new heavenly thunder bamboo. With a wave of his hand, the White Tiger Chieftain's storage bag instantly floated towards him. At this moment, Shangguan Li and Shangguan Feng also hurried towards Fu Changsheng. Their eyes fell on the fallen White Tiger Chieftain, and their pupils shrank. The White Tiger Chieftain had reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Even though Fu Changsheng had the support of the 8 trigrams heavenly absolute array, the fact that he was able to transcend 4 minor realms and kill him was enough to demonstrate Fu Changsheng's terrifying combat power. Shangguan Li was also in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm, but together with Shangguan Feng, they only managed to kill 1 Eastern Wilderness Purple Mansion cultivator. The comparison made Fu Changsheng's ability even more remarkable. After all, he had already broken through the Purple Mansion realm before Fu Changsheng. But now, He was not only surpassed by Fu Changsheng. An insurmountable gap had formed between the two. Shangguan Li sighed inwardly, suppressing his unease. He bowed and said, "This time, the White Tiger and White Wolf have joined forces to attack. If it weren't for Brother Fu and his clansmen, I'm afraid our entire Shangguan family would have been killed by now. Brother Fu's life-saving grace will be forever remembered by our Shangguan family. If you need anything in the future, just let us know, and we, the entire Shangguan family, will be ready to go through fire and water." Shangguan Li bowed deeply to Fu Changsheng. The Shangguan family, having recovered from the chaos of the battle, all bowed to Fu Changsheng. "Thank you, clan leader Fu, for saving our lives." Their voices pierced the air. Fu Changsheng stepped forward to help Shangguan Li to his feet. "Brother Shangguan, we are relatives. Why are you being so polite? Please rise." Shangguan Feng, standing beside him, was also proud. He had watched Fu Changsheng's growth almost entirely, and since he was Hongyu's husband, he naturally grew fond of him. As everyone cleaned up the battlefield, he whispered, "Changsheng, I don't need to confirm your combat prowess, but any cultivator who reaches the peak of the Purple Mansion realm surely possesses one or two life-saving trump cards, just like Chief Xianlang's ability to break through the formation. So don't think I'm being long-winded. There are always people who are better than you. If you're not absolutely certain, try not to attack high-level cultivators. The burden you bear now isn't just the Fu family, Hongyu is waiting for you and me." Fu Changsheng felt a warm glow at these words. Knowing Shangguan Feng was afraid he'd become arrogant, look down on other masters, and become inflated, he nodded immediately. "Thank you, Uncle Feng, for the advice." At the same time, a resounding mechanical sound echoed in his mind. "Ling, you've slain 3 Eastern Wasteland Purple Mansion cultivators, led your clan to rescue their allies, the Shangguan family, and earned the gratitude of the entire Shangguan family. You've earned 5,000 family contribution points." Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 32,740. Fu Changsheng was delighted. This was the perfect gift for advancement to 7th rank family. Of course. This time, the two Xianlang tribes were using the White Tiger's tactics to counterattack. Their goal was naturally to seize their territory. The Donghuang tribe and the Great Zhou were old enemies. At this moment, Fu Changlei stepped forward and asked, "Master, are you going to seize this opportunity to take down the White Tiger tribe?" Counting the 2 purple mansions lost previously, the 4 killed today, and those who perished in the Kunlun small world, the White Tiger tribe's remaining purple mansions should be few. With their chieftain dead, they must be in disarray. Attacking them now presents a golden opportunity. Fu Changlei possesses a mutant thunder spirit root. Besides cultivation, he studies the art of talismans. As a result, his cultivation has progressed rapidly, reaching the 3rd level of Purple Mansion and the next step up to the middle stage. Fu Changsheng, however, shook his head without hesitation. The White Tiger tribe's protective mountain formation has stood there for nearly 1,000 years. We can't take it down with our own strength. At this point, the 3 main formation masters were already injured. Furthermore, conquering the White Tiger tribe would require a number of men to maintain its defenses. The cost would be more than worth the effort. Fu Changsheng said, "Changlei, take the 4-winged red python and the skeleton demon vine to Xianli Mountain in the White Tiger tribe and seize that mineral vein. If I'm not mistaken, the White Tiger tribe will be forced to close themselves off. They'll be unable to defend their resources even if they want to." This was one of his objectives. "Yes, Patriarch." Fu Changlei accepted the order and left. Fu Changsheng turned to Fu Yonggai and said, "Brother Yi, after the White Tiger tribe closes off, take 2 3rd-level corpse puppets and explore the area surrounding them to see if there are any hidden mineral veins yet to be discovered." The intelligence mentioned that the White Tiger tribe was surrounded by extremely rare mineral veins of soul-bearing stone. He had never even heard of this soul-bearing stone, so it must be extremely valuable. Fu Yongai's eyes lit up when he mentioned searching for mineral veins. Yes, father, he had already searched extensively throughout the eastern wilderness and the Great Zhou territory, finding no new mineral veins. Now that the White Tiger tribe was secluded, there would be plenty of new areas to explore, a thought that made him excited. Elsewhere, Yao, having recovered, curiously asked, "Father, what land has the court designated as our fiefdom?" Shangguan Li, standing nearby, pricked up his ears, a hint of envy in his eyes. Historically, the Fu family was a family that controlled an entire prefecture. If a prefecture's territory was vast enough, it could even establish dozens of counties or even hundreds of counties. In a sense, it was already a small vassal state. From a mortal's perspective, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a country. Fu Changsheng said, "We haven't chosen a fiefdom yet. We haven't chosen a fiefdom yet." Shangguan Li's heart stirred at this, his gaze falling on Shangguan Feng. He secretly resolved that, no matter what, he would use his position as Grand Elder to bind himself to the Fu family. For now, it looked like that. Yu Qingru, who had previously followed Fu Changsheng, had not only established a branch from a family exile but also successfully joined the ranks of aristocratic families. Now, she had been directly promoted to an 8th grade family, placing her on equal footing with him. Then there was the corpse refining Yu family, about to be promoted to the 8th rank. And then there were the rising 9th grade Gan, Liu, and Lei families. All of them owed their existence to Fu Changsheng. He gritted his teeth, patted his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a sealed box appeared. Shangguan Li presented it to Fu Changsheng with both hands. "Brother Fu, your Fu family's promotion to the 7th rank was so hasty that I didn't have time to prepare any gifts. This box's contents were found in an ancient cultivator's cave after falling off a cliff. It's a small token of my gratitude, and I hope you won't mind." He had studied the contents of the box for decades, but he still couldn't fathom its secrets. Despite this, he had never considered giving it away. The reason for offering this item was, firstly, to thank Fu Changsheng for saving his life, and secondly, to strengthen their relationship with the Fu family. Fu Changsheng thought it was just an ordinary item. Shangguan Feng, standing nearby, showed surprise and whispered to Fu Changsheng, "Changsheng, the Patriarch once showed this item to others at the Purple Mansion exchange meeting. At that time, a fellow Taoist offered to buy it for 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, but the Patriarch refused. In other words, this item was worth far more than 600,000. Fu Changsheng felt a momentary heat, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He immediately took it with both hands and nodded, saying, "Brother Shangguan, I'll gladly accept it. You and I are family. Please don't be so polite in the future." Compared to the previous awkwardness, the atmosphere was noticeably warmer. Although Shangguan Li was reluctant to part with it, he knew it was worth it. Elsewhere, after the battle was cleaned up, all 7 Purple Mansion corpses were handed over to Fu Changsheng, except for the heads, which were left to be handed over to the court. Obviously, everyone knew Fu Changsheng had a habit of collecting high-ranking corpses. He immediately accepted them all without hesitation. Just after cleaning up the battlefield, a rainbow of light rushed in from the east. It was Elder Shi, who had seen the commotion at the Shangguan clan and had rushed over. When he saw the string of 7 heads, he was shocked. Among them was the head of Chief White Tiger. He thought he was hallucinating and wiped his eyes. But everything before him was incredibly real. "Chief Fu, Brother Shangguan, what on earth is going on?" After hearing the whole story, Elder Shi broke into cold sweat. If the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes had attacked his Shi clan today, then, how could he have even a moment to breathe? These southern barbarians were truly murderous. After Elder Shi calmed down, looking at Fu Changsheng chatting and laughing with Shangguan Li, he didn't look like someone who had just fought a battle. His heart was shocked. When he glanced at the dark red box that Fu Changsheng was still holding in his hand and had not yet put it in, his pupils shrank. The dark red box also had the Shangguan family seal. This object looked very familiar to him. The treasure inside. Shangguan Li treasured it so much that he would not sell it for a fortune, but he actually gave it to the Fu family. In a flash, Elder Shi immediately figured out the secret and twitched his mouth. Shangguan Li usually looked down on everyone and could even drive his own father off the stage, but today he was flattering Fu Changsheng, who was also in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. It was enough to show how brave Fu Changsheng was in the battle just now. He gritted his teeth, patted his storage bag, and pulled out a treasure he had treasured for a long time. Smiling, he squeezed forward and bowed to Fu Changsheng, saying, "Chief Fu has directly defeated the 2 major tribes in the eastern wilderness for our Huainan prefecture. After this battle, I'm afraid these 2 tribes will have to retreat to their old nests and live a quiet life. Chief Fu's actions today are a blessing for the people of Huainan Prefecture. I, an old man, would like to express my gratitude to Chief Fu on behalf of all the people of Huainan Prefecture." The contents of this box were passed down from my ancestors. By the time it reached my generation, it has passed through 10 generations. However, Our Shi family has never been able to understand the contents of the box. Today, I present it to Chief Fu as a gift of congratulations and thanks. I hope you will accept it. His face was full of sincerity. Thinking back to the past, when he first met Fu Changsheng, he had only just reached the foundation establishment stage, while he had already completed it. Less than 100 years had passed, and things had already changed. Fu Changsheng was quite surprised. He was grateful for the help he had received. He didn't have much of a relationship with the Shi family. He was thinking of politely declining the gift. Shangguan Feng, standing by, quickly said, "Changsheng, accept the gift." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.